Welcome to the Gun Challenge, Don. Love it, chat. Testing, test.
Morning.
What's up?
Not much. I was trying to catch up on the newer Berserk anime, which is fucking terribly animated.
Yeah.
Also, for some reason, there's like no nudity in it. It's really weird. Cause like I watched the whole bit where fucking what's her face is riding around on a horse without a shirt, and like her tits had no nipples. It was really awkward.
Yep, that's a censorship.
It's a weird censorship though, because like that whole bit, she's supposed to be. Oh, it doesn't fucking matter. They at least had rape horse. That's all you can ask for. And I mean, rape horse is the hero we need, but you know, not the one we deserve.
So what's going on, everybody?
Not much.
Anything interesting happened today? Since I left last night.
I don't know. It's interesting. The delivery girl brought me my sushi. Was like, "How much are houses in your neighborhood?" Because I'm new to this area. I'm like, "Well, that one down there is like 450." And she's like, "Well, how big's yours?" And I told her, and she's like, "Oh." And I'm like, "Well, we're about to." I'm about to put it up on market. She's like, "Well, how much?" I'm like, 1.4. And she goes, "Huh, all right." And I'm like, "Yep." And then fucking went about my way and enjoyed a delicious thing of sushi.
She was in California.
She delivered
Probably.
your sushi?
Yeah. She brought me sushi. It was great.
Wow. So you're gonna? Oh, that's right. Because you want to move into a bigger house so you have more room, right?
Yeah. 1.4 isn't enough. I need like 2.5.
Well, 2.5 for the large. Oh no! Wait, hold on. Explain. 1.4 mil. You're selling it for 1.4 mil, and you need 2.5 mil for your house.
Yeah.
That's how much houses are here in Long Beach.
Yeah. Fuck that.
Nah, I'm actually a downsize. I would probably go to like a 500 or maybe 400.
What about square footage? What kind of square footage are you looking at?
Honestly, I don't really care. As long as it all like flows well together and is in an area I like to be in.
You want multiple story, ranch style? See, like me, I just like a nice house, like a ranch style house, one story, kind of spread out. Freaking, I hate moving shit upstairs. I've done it way too many times.
Spread the walls.
Honestly, I don't really care. My wife wants a 2-story, so I'm like, I guess we'll do a 2-story. My whole thing is I have to have my gun room. I have to have a very nice office, and I have to have a theater room so I can set back up my theater.
Okay, so you're gonna get your gun. Well, why don't you just build a house? You probably do it and get it cheaper. You buy some land. There you go.
I don't feel like going through all the effort of getting a house built again.
Okay, well,
I'd rather honestly just like move into something smaller and just be happy.
smaller, but yet you want a gun room, an office, a theater room, and then obviously you're gonna have to at least have one bedroom for you, probably one for the kids you're gonna have, for the first kid anyway. I mean, then if you do have more kids later, you're gonna have to get back to a bigger house. But cool. Good luck. Hello? Did I kill it? I killed the fucking chat. Look at that.
It's been down too.
Hey, Heavy, how's the heat?
Not that bad today. There's a very, very small chance of swamp ass, so everything's good.
Tomorrow, it's gonna be like 90 or 100, 95% humidity. And fucking full chance of swamp ass. Back to you, Heavy D.
Well, if it's going to be 95 with a heavy chance of swamp ass out there by the beach, it's probably going to be a lot hotter out here in the desert. So, yeah, it's not looking good for people trying to avoid swamp ass. I think swamp ass is it's going to be a thing everybody's going to have to deal with. So make sure, guys, break out your man ponds so that way you don't get the swamp ass too bad.
Man ponds, what did I walk into?
No, it's fucking something I got off.
You guys doing a goodbye on man ponds without me?
No, of course not. We were just going to include you anyway.
Oh, man ponds.
Shit, I can't remember the name of the show, but fucking had Adam Carolla and Jimmy Kimmel on it. The Man Show.
The Man Show. Ziggy Zaggy, Ziggy Zaggy. Oi, oi, oi.
So it's like they did a quote-unquote comedy commercial based on somebody sweating their ass off on the basketball court. And he's like, I use man ponds. It was just, sorry, you have to see it.
I like that show called Insomniac with that fucker going to a bar and to another bar. Just bar hopping his way across town.
Shit.
Where's Dead Horse?
I don't know, but he's talking about golden showers right now.
Chip, chip, chip.
So what you been up to, Moon? Did he bail already? No, he's still.
Yeah, you know it.
Well, I was like reading the lobby too, so
I'm still here.
yeah, I saw that. I just jumped back in here. So I had fun playing in traffic today because this is the Ozfest meets Knotfest weekend. So I kind of suck balls trying to get through the traffic.
Hmm. Hmm.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yup.
No, knives, it's not nope.
It's yup, motherfucker.
It's not yup either. It's
Mm.
That sounded bad.
Nailed it.
Oh, yes.
Shit.
Hey, who you still playing BS?
Everybody watched the gun rights policy conference?
I did not. I saw G-Web's video on it.
I did. I love it.
So what's going on in that shit?
Stuff and things.
Cool. Anything cool happen yet?
I mean, the whole thing was cool. But,
What's the most cool?
pro-gun people just getting up and talking about what they're doing, what they've done.
What are they
Fucking
doing?
Charles was up in
I
there.
didn't know about.
So where do we stand on
was that?
silencers?
Yeah, I think I was napping during that part,
Yes.
so I'll have to go back and watch it. Some of it.
What's out of you?
Yeah, I missed all of the side of you.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa,
There's
whoa, whoa, whoa.
these cases in Pennsylvania. 2 different cases for nonviolent felons. Better since Congress defunded the process to get like your rights back. There's 2 cases that should go to the Supreme Court. That'll decide whether keeping guns away from felons that weren't violent in any way or don't show any.
Well, like what kind of violent or what kind of felony did they commit where they got it?
Totally
Non-violent.
totally non-violent, and I think one of the cases the guy even had just misdemeanors. And he wasn't allowed to buy guns or carry or get a carry permit. So they won those cases, or they won one of those cases, and I think the other ones. They're saying they're hoping it'll be the next case that gets heard before the Supreme Court. Even though it wouldn't be good to put in there now. Before. But that's happening in my state. I didn't even know about it. So there's all types of shit they talk about that you don't get to hear all year unless you're like, I guess we're really paying attention to all the gun rights organizations.
Okay, this video is dead to me. Fuck you. The guy's telling me to watch Looper. I'm not gonna watch Looper again. That guy can go fuck himself.
Why not?
Because it's a shitty movie.
There's a P90 though in it.
Doesn't help it. It's a shitty movie.
Yeah, you're right.
Looper is actually really about the Mandela effect.
Motherfucker.
It isn't. It's not even close to what the Mandela
It is
effect is.
exactly what it's about. Like, I watched the documentary about it.
It isn't in any way, shape, or form like the Mandela effect.
When that
Man,
kid,
That's
fuck
what
this,
causes
I'm
the
out.
Mandela effect is traveling back in time and then subtle
No, it
differences.
doesn't. What causes the
Yes.
Mandela effect is 2 realities crashing into each other, not time travel.
No. See,
Learn your
it all
own
happens-
you
stupid
never heard
fucking
the lawyer
theory.
talk.
no,
See,
no,
there's different theories about it, dude.
it
They're
all
not
happens
one
when
theory.
that kid gets angry. It starts to float in the air and or make his mom float in the air. Then the Mandela effect happens.
And then they throw rocks at his dick.
Okay, that one lawyer guy who was like best buddies with Barack Obama when they were kids and they traveled back in time and stuff to like the Gettysburg Address and all that. Like that guy, dude, like he straight up says that it's from his time traveling experiences, him and Barack Obama's, that's what has caused the Mandela effect. That they made subtle differences, like they stepped on a fucking ant, like the butterfly effect.
Well,
And shit. So that's what he says, dude. That's his theory on the Mandela effect. There's a lot of different theories.
Snap.
And it involves Barack Obama, so you know it must be true.
Take on
So, like this guy and Barack Obama were dropping acid.
on.
Mandela effect.
No, the government chose them because of their size, and that for some reason they can only send kids back in time. So, like, if you're like over the age of like 13 or something, you can't be sent back in time. So, like they were like being sent back in time when they were like 10 as like secret government agents, but they were kids.
You know,
Yeah,
because Father Time is a pedophile.
It
Beats all
sounds
these little boys.
I think it was called Project Pegasus, wasn't that it?
it sounds to me like that's more of a government experiment with juveniles on LSD.
I thought thought Pegasus was like a fucking space station or something. Satellite. Laser.
What's the name of that project? Let's see, what is it called? Yeah, Project Pegasus. It was funded by DARPA in the 1970s. It was codenamed Project Pegasus for time traveling teenage kids to like go back. Barack Obama was one of them. The other guy who's a lawyer is one of them, and he's the one who's like come out publicly about it. The lawyer guy, and he's like, yeah, dude, like, and he even has pictures. Like, he has a picture of him like back at the Gettysburg Address as like when he
Is
was
that
a
him
kid.
as a little boy? Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard that guy before. He's fucking out of his mind.
No, I believe everything that guy says because he's a lawyer, and lawyers would not lie. They're supposed to, you know,
I need
be
to
all about
find a
truth and
publication,
justice.
a newspaper from before that with that.
They're called chrononauts. That's
I
what
guess
they're
that-
called. Chrononauts.
So
Yeah.
this guy didn't do it.
Sometimes, Dead Horse.
And Barack Obama, he went by the name Barry Soetoro. Soetoro.
Sotero. Very Sotero.
Soetoro, yeah. Yeah, that was Barack Obama's like real name. Like,
It still is.
Hey, Dead Horse, you might want to put down the cleaning solvents and go outside for a while. Get some fresh air.
no, I didn't come up with this theory. I mean, this shit's gold. I mean,
That was
This guy-
Barack Obama's name when he lived in Indonesia because his dad or stepdad or whatever was Sotero or something. Sotero. He might have been like Barry Senior or something.
yep. And I think he had proof of Barack Obama traveling back in time. Like he like had a picture of Barack or something too, or
I gotta see that.
so. I believe it. Time travel's real.
Sure. I mean, if it was real, why wouldn't he have gone back and set himself up to be king of the world rather than just president of the United States?
Well, because that would take back a lot of shit.
Yeah, they really just wanted to change the Looney Tunes logo and make half of us remember TOONS and the other half TUNES.
Well, see, the thing about it is that they didn't try to change any of that. It was just by them simply going back. Like the second they appeared there, they were breathing in oxygen atoms that were meant for other people, and that they like stepped on bugs that, you know, were supposed to live and have babies, and all sorts of things, and just those little teeny tiny butterfly effect changes. You know, bam.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
Charlie Murphy.
DARPA, man, I'm telling you, DARPA's evil. DARPA and HARPA, they're both
Dude,
evil.
I was with you with the dihydrogen monoxide thing, but
Farmpa. They're all bad for you. Dihydrogen monoxide. Would you ban dihydrogen monoxide? Yeah.
I've been off
That-
dihydrogen
that's
monoxide for years.
Remember that survey years ago? They asked people on the street.
No, I remember when the fucking city or county or something in California like got a list of dihydrogen monoxide and all of its side effects and all the bad shit it did, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we need to ban this." And they had like a city council meeting, and then they actually banned it for a week, made it illegal for a week, and then like someone was like, "Hey, you know that this is just fucking water, right?" And then they're like, "Oh shit." So I know that's how smart like California politicians are. They actually banned water for a week.
look, I'm sure if they'd have introduced that in like New York, Chicago, any of those places, they'd have done the same thing.
Probably, dude.
The one guy, was he from Chicago or California? I can't remember, but he thought like the island of Guam was gonna flip over.
Oh yeah, and that guy, yeah, he's a politician. He's like a state representative or something. Like
I thought the island was gonna flip over. Just
flip
like,
over because of all the military that we're putting on it. That it was going to cause the island to be heavy on one side and flip over.
They're gonna capsize.
Like he literally believed this. Like islands that just like float in the fucking water, dude. Like.
how does Hawaii stay where it's at for so long? You figure with all the currents. Oh,
The
Jesus.
really big chains. We got it shackled to the ocean floor.
So that'd be some big effing chains.
Yeah, they're huge. Built by the Trump Corporation.
You might have something there, Moon.
When Trump becomes president, there's going to be floating cities.
Dude, I'm about it. Let's bring on. I'm white and privileged. Let's bring on this Bioshock Infinite world.
Yes.
You mean like be like Asylum up in space?
I want to
Ah, here, check it. Heavy,
Sticky
check it.
rails,
Let me pull up a video.
I don't want to fly around on those rails, though. That's scary.
Whatever. Free healthcare though.
Yeah, like you just lay down and everything goes away. Like you break a bone, boop,
Is that the
fixed.
game where they were like all the constitutionalists, were, like racist KKK members?
Yeah, I love it.
Fuck.
It's so good. There's like literally a giant mural up too. At one of the points, it's like glorious white people standing there while like dirty Mexicans and like other ethnicities are like trying to like get aboard. And they're just like standing there with their hands like outstretched, being like, no.
Yeah. Propaganda game. Are you playing with Matchbox cars?
No, I'm loading up this D60, man.
Oh,
It's like you load 2 rounds and then you crank it. Load 2 rounds and crank it. Like
I asked you about the Daniel Defense mag yesterday, but I forgot to follow up. I bought one anyway.
There's
Last week.
always a lighthouse. There's always a girl. There's always a guy. Which isn't really true, because I don't remember there being a fucking girl in Bioshock 1. But whatever.
Mandela effect.
Oh shit. Daniel Defense mags are okay, but they're not worth $20.
I don't even know how to unload this DMAG. So I'm going to load it up and then I'm going to figure
Shoot
out.
it. You put it in the gun and then you pull the trigger a bunch.
Well, that's what I thought. Like I was like, yeah, like that's what you should do, but apparently it's like weird and difficult, and you can like bind the spring up and like all sorts of shit. Like if you do it wrong, so I gotta like risk that because I'm a risk taker.
When I strip rounds from a mag, I use the end of a old Gen 2 cap.
When I strip rounds from a rag, I just use another 223. Like I'll strip the very first round off with my thumb, and then that round, I just go back and forth from round to round, just pushing it in with the tip of the first one I stripped off, and they just like all fall out of the mag. That's how I was taught to do it. You just use the tip of the first round you strip.
Because the little end of the mag pull cap, the mag cap fits right in there, and you can just strip rounds out really fast without messing with your fingers.
Yeah, like technically, I'd say the way I do it's only stripping the first round. After that, since you're using the tip of the bullet to depress the follower basically on every other round, they just all fall out. Like you don't even strip them out. They just fall out.
Well, that's what you do.
Like sometimes on this DMAG, it's supposed to be like you crank it and load 2 rounds, but sometimes it's like crank it and you can only load 1, and then you got to crank it again.
You can literally strip it this fast.
Like this thing, like in a battle zone, this thing would like take you forever to load. Like this DMAG, like this is, you would never be able to load this thing like in battle. Like it'd just be way too complicated, way too time consuming. So, have you shot that mag yet?
This?
Yeah.
Defense, yeah.
Does it drop free in all your guns and all that shit?
Yeah, it barely fits in the jack though. So that's retarded. And it's $20. That's retarded. 32 rounds. That's cool because then you could just load it to 30.
Like, I haven't tested them out with any other ARs like I was going to tonight, but I found out those new Lancer mags I bought that I'm all like, oh, these are fucking like the best. They don't hold the fucking bolt open. They don't hit the mag catch on my pistol and hold the bolt open on the last shot. Like,
I only
Yeah.
have 1 Lancer mag. I bought 2 a long time ago. 2 clear smoke ones when they first came out, and I gave one away. I kept the other one, and it's been loaded for like 5 years.
yeah, that smoked flat dark earth one I bought, that's like clear flat dark earth. That thing feels weak, man, compared to like just the solid black Lancer mag. Like it's so much more squishier and collapsible, and it's definitely like a different strength of polymer to make it clear. Like that clear shit's weak. I don't think I'll ever buy another clear mag. I don't know, maybe just for looks, but that would be it.
As far as the other mags go, I think you want it a little squishy. You don't want it to be too hard of a polymer, or else it gets brittle. And then if you do run it over,
That's true. That black Lancer mag definitely is not fucking squishy though. It is solid, man. It feels like you're squeezing a steel FN mag. It's just solid.
like I can squeeze this Daniel Defense mag, but it also is like teeny bit fatter on the end. It sticks out of the gun because it's the 2 extra rounds, I guess. Doesn't sound like it's gonna crack. Gonna break it.
What's that drum mag that you can fully load, and then once you load it, you can like unwind it and take the spring tension off, so there's like no tension on the spring or the shit. And then when you need it, you just like wind it a couple times and you're good to go.
I think. Hold on. The beta drums. I thought that was for like 9mm pistol drums. AK drums. I don't know nothing about drums really.
I think it was for like an AK.
Some drumless.
This thing's huge. And as you get to like the last 3 rounds, it's fucking hard to get the last 3 rounds in this D60. Like the crank doesn't want to work no more. Ugh. Let's call it a D59. Oh.
Oops.
That, like this D60 fully loaded weighs as much as like that 7.5-inch pistol.
Way.
Like, how many versions are there, Flip?
3.
There's 3. There's Bioshock, Bioshock 2, and then Bioshock Infinite. Oh my god, Bioshock 1 though, like that game is so fucking good.
Yeah,
Dude, rock solid.
it's that's the one that didn't have the new game plus, though, right?
I don't think there was a new game plus to it. I know there was a new game plus to the second one where you can play it again, but like on
Without
a
it.
harder difficulty. No, yeah, there was a new game plus to Bioshock 1 because that was one where you got the achievement Brass Balls for like beating it on like the hardest difficulty, which can only be unlocked after beating it once.
Yeah.
Where it was like you had no Vita chambers and everything was like rape you in the mouth difficult.
You just had to be more sneaky.
Yeah, you just had to be a man.
So, Flippy, I'm kind of curious. How do you know what rape you in the mouth difficult is?
I've played Dark Souls.
No, so that's like obviously a PC game, right?
Dark Souls? Nah, it's a 360
No.
game.
Bioshock.
It's also a 360 game. And
Oh,
Xbox One. And PC. And PlayStation 3. And PlayStation 4.
Yeah, I don't have any of those.
It's not out on PlayStation 5 yet? What the fuck?
Yeah, I got the PlayStation 25, so you know.
Yeah, I heard they're already coming out with like a PlayStation 4.5 or something.
I wouldn't know anything about that stuff. Like, I'd be like, yeah, I've seen those in the stores, and that's about the limit of my knowledge.
PlayStation and Xbox both, or Microsoft both, released specs for their next-gen consoles.
See, that's one reason.
Supposed to be like crazy powerful, but they'll be like dated by the time they release.
They're crazy powerful. So powerful they're not even a quarter of what my PC's at.
Right.
You know that mall shooting thing? Like, I'm looking at a better pic of that guy. It looks like he has a 1022, man.
Has it come out yet that he's like a Muslim or a Mexican?
I don't know. I'm just looking at an up-close pic of him in the store holding the gun, and it looks like a 1022 with like a banana mag, and you know, like he has like one of those 25 round, like cheap ass mags or those BX25s or whatever, and a 1022. That's what it looks like. He's just a 1022.
We need to ban BX25s.
Ban 22 assault rifles.
Yeah. This was a MK Ultra to show that, look, even these nice hunting rifles can become evil with an evil 25 rounded.
Oh, so you're saying the gun isn't evil until the mag? It's the mags that.
Yeah. And then
Oh.
a mag ban.
You sound like you live in California there, Moons.
Now they're not even paying attention to this. All the news is paying attention
Yeah.
to is the riots. Or the peaceful protest.
Well, they're doing that on purpose. They're diverting everybody's attention away from it so they don't see it. They don't see it, they don't think about it.
It doesn't fall under their agenda.
Yeah, it's actually against their agenda, so of course they're going to divert attention to it.
Okay, when he first walked into the store, the gun did not have a fucking, like, the banana mag sticking out of it at all. So it looked like a 1022 with just a 10 round, and it looks like he reloaded to a 25 round, like, halfway through the store, going from picture to picture. So, yeah, like, Yeah, that's a 1022, man.
You don't think they just didn't like CGI that shit in?
Oh, it's either that. It's either he reloaded halfway through the store, or yeah, like they CGI to fucking like Banana Mac, and they're like, dude, look,
That doesn't look evil enough. Put a magazine, put a banana clip in there.
dude, that gun has like a wood stock too, and like it doesn't have like it's not even like a tactical 1022. It's like a regular plain Jane 1022 with a sling, and that's it. Like there's no red dot, no scope, nothing. Like.
Oh, there's no AR-15 being used or AK-47 being used, so they're just going to go, well, crap, that's not scary enough, so we're going to go ahead and just ignore it. But you know they really want to go, see, all guns are evil! And then they know if they did that, though, everybody would like they did when Obama said, I'm taking your guns. You know, all the people who weren't really gun people at all were just like, fuck you, I'm buying guns. And I don't know.
This guy isn't going to get the job. Yeah, like this guy's like filling out like a job application and is asking him like a bunch of stupid questions. Like, if you had a chance to remember a few things from this life, if you reincarnate as a human, like in the next life, which lessons would you like to remember? And like number one, wear a condom. That's what he puts.
What the hell are you looking at?
Just like some guy's Instagram who's like, he's like filling out like some job application or something, and he's like, look at this shit. Like, I'm gonna put this down.
What would I choose to remember?
I wonder if that'll help him get the job or hurt him. That's the thing.
I would choose to remember everything.
No, I want to choose to remember, like, okay, who was it that fucking killed me in the previous life?
That's part of everything.
Yeah.
But you're not supposed to be able to remember everything, just a few instances.
I want to remember it all, so it's like a mind world. Unless I like reincarnate as a man. Or like, man, this sucks. What was this thing? I'm gonna die. I'll reincarnate again.
I'd want to remember my high school years.
Be like, what the fuck is that about? Whose high school years are these?
I'd be like, aha! If I did this, then this wouldn't happen, and okay.
What do you know about barrel torque, Flippy?
I'm gonna say absolutely nothing.
All right, what have your video games taught you about it?
unless they mention barrel torque in like Super Mario, in any of the Super Mario games or James Bond games or shit like that, I wouldn't know shit. I'd like to say
I mean,
nothing.
like, you can't build your own gun in like Grand Theft Auto. What?
I'm sure Flippy probably may have played a game, but I'm sure in the game they're just like, add this to that, and then there you go.
Yeah, that's weird and lame. I'll go back to Major Laser.
So why do you ask about barrel torque? Dead horse. Hey, dead horse.
Sorry, I was on a phone call there. What's that? What was that, Heavy? I was on a phone call.
Why are you asking about barrel torque?
Oh, I just wanted to see what like the barrel torque on those, ISIS MP5s are like. I want to know if Flippy's like completely like broken that gun down. Like, does it have like a quick release barrel? Like, is it just like a quarter turn and that fucking thing comes off, or like what? Like how far can you field strip that gun? Like, I want Flippy because he doesn't exist to like turn his fucking camera on and like just put it on the table, and he doesn't have to show anything but his hands, and then I want to watch him field strip that ISIS gun and then put it all back together.
And Krylon painted gold.
That would be for bonus points. I'll fucking Krylon coat Flippies. I've done that hashtag a couple times, like Krylon coat and shit. Like,
Krylocoat.
yeah, that's what I got. And so like, I spray painted my shit. I just call it Krylon coat. I even put something like, this is like stronger and better than like Cerakote. Like, someone's like, oh, right on. Like, where do you buy that shit?
Coat with a K. The Cerakote.
Yeah, Krylon coat. Just like Cerakote, but Krylon. Heck yeah. Yeah, it's better, dude. It's better than Cerakote. I'm going to be painting tonight. That's my plan, is to paint some parts tonight. Engine block paint some parts. I'm going to do a gas block and a bolt catch. And I think that's it. Then everything else I'm going to do is like with fucking fingernail polish. So. Like, you know what kind of looks you get like when you're standing in Walmart, like in the makeup section, looking at like fingernail polish, and you're like picking up bottles of this bright red fingernail polish and like holding it up to the light and looking at it, like, and comparing them and shit.
Nope.
Get some neat looks, man. Like, like the fucking, Walmart makeup lady comes over there and, you need any help with anything? Yeah, I'm just looking for some new fingernail polish for my gun.
Whatever my guns need to get painting, I ship them off to get painted.
Why does your gun have fingernails?
Because it's a gun for women.
Because that's what I heard works really good for just the color fill, like on your lowers and stuff. I've already done one with it, and then I've done another one I did with crayons, and then like with the wax from crayons, and then I did something I think with just some kind of special marker So I've tried it a couple different ways, and the fingernail polish definitely works like really well and looks bright in that hard like enamel. It seems to hold up and last longer with like cleaning solvents than like the crayon trick or the marker trick.
So out of curiosity, why would you tighten or torque down the barrel 3 times? Torque it to 35 pound or whatever.
And then loosen it, and then do it again, and then loosen it, because it stretches
yeah.
the threads on the receiver, and it actually changes the I guess chamfer on the threads, and those threads actually act kind of like a ferrule almost, the way that they hook, and you'll stretch them, and then that way when you run the gun hard later on and you heat it up, that doesn't happen on its own, and then you go from like a 80 foot-pound barrel torque to like a 30 foot-pound barrel torque or something, because your shit's all like stretched and loosened now.
Gotcha.
So that's why I go, like, what I'll do is, like, before I even put the fucking like barrel on, like before I even like I'm like worried about indexing or anything, I'll tighten that shit up 3 times to 80 foot-pounds, and then I'll take it off, slap my barrel in, index it, whatever I got to do, and then I'll tighten that shit up. And then like if it's depending on the gun, like I'll just tighten it up to like somewhere around like 60 to 80 foot-pounds if it's just like a cheap carbine or something. But if it's a gun that I really want accuracy out of, I'll just tighten it up to like 35 foot-pounds and then go out and shoot it. And then depending on where it indexes at, and how it shoots, I'll just keep cranking it up, and then as soon as it tightens up, that's where I'll know I'm indexed. That's where I'll know that's where I want it, and then I'll either lap the upper, or sometimes depending on what rail I'm using, I'll just add in shims. But lapping the upper is really the way to go. And then when you lap the upper, you can basically end up indexing your barrel nut so it indexes properly with your gas tube, but achieve that same exact desired torque that you want. Because if you want, let's say, 40 foot-pounds of torque, that doesn't, your barrel nut might not index right there. So you can't, like slide in your gas tube and shit.
Right on.
So by lapping your upper, you can achieve that 40 foot-pounds of torque to where your barrel nut now does index, or by adding some shims. But I don't really like the shims as much, but I've used them. They work. And then like what I've found, like honestly what I've found, because I've tried it, like I've experimented, and from what I've found is that most ARs seem to shoot better with a lighter barrel nut torque value around 35 to 45 foot-pounds than they do with 80. That's just what I found. They all seem to have tighter groups around a 40, 45 foot-pound barrel torque than they do at 60, 70, or 80. So it kind of like changes the harmonics of the gun too. And I don't know, they just seem to shoot better with right around 40 foot-pounds.
Oh, thank you very much.
And then on some guns, like you almost have to lap the upper or use shims, because you'll, let's say you're indexed perfectly at 30 foot-pounds, and you're indexed perfectly, your gas tube slides in and all that, but you're only at 30 foot-pounds, and you're like, okay, I want more than this. The next index point on, like, let's say a GI barrel nut from 30 foot-pounds can be over 80. So then you end up cracking your upper receiver by trying to get it just to the next index point, especially guys without torque wrenches and shit, because they really have no idea how much force they're putting on it. So, they're like, okay, like it indexes here and it's just barely tight, and then that next turn will be at 90, 100 or something. It would be something crazy, way over 80 foot-pounds before it indexes again. And then when you run into that issue, like you pretty much have to lap your upper. Like
Wouldn't you do, like, okay, say you do the whole tighten, loosen, tighten, loosen, tighten, and then freaking you go to index, say you're up over 80 pounds. Wouldn't you just go back and then increase the torque value when you do the 3-stage tightening and loosening, since it's supposed to expand the thread some?
It does stretch the thread some, but I've never taken the time to experiment to see how that changes torque value. That's just something I've always been taught and told, that if you go out and run the gun hard and you don't do that, your threads will stretch, and then your barrel nut will be, come loose on you. And that's just something I've always been told. So I don't even I believe it from the guys I've heard it from, but so that's just something I've automatically done, like very first thing is just to do that. And then I worry about indexing and stuff. So I don't know if I've never done that. I've never got to a point to where it's 80 foot-pounds and then been I'm not indexed yet. So I gotta, so I'm going to just try and crank it on and off again and try and stretch those threads farther. Like when I first ran into that issue, I looked at what I had to fix that, and everyone's like, oh, you just need to buy a lapping kit, an upper receiver lapping kit. And so I bought one from Wheeler, and that's what I use. And you just basically just use some of this lapping compound that it comes with and just put it on the end of your receiver and turn it. And it just barely shaves off a couple thousandths, and it also squares up the end of your receiver, because not all the ends of receivers are perfectly square with the way that the threads end on the end of the receiver there. So it will square up your receiver. And I've noticed that too, that by lapping a couple receivers, that it'll only take off a couple thousandths of material off of one side of it, because it wasn't perfectly square to begin with.
Well, that could definitely solve problems, squaring up your receiver. But so, is it like when you're lapping valves? You get in there, you lap it, do quarter turns for a little bit, then you pick it up, rotate it a little bit, do quarter turns, pick it up, rotate it, quarter turns.
What I do is I do about one full turn, and then I'll brush away any chips or anything that's come off of it with just a little brush, and then I'll give it another full turn, brush away some chips, and then usually about 4 turns, and then I'll pull it out and examine it. So, because it cuts pretty good, it's pretty sharp. I mean, and it's steel, so it cuts that aluminum kind of like butter. So it doesn't take very much at all to square it up, like 4 turns, and you can totally square it up. And then if you need to lap it farther for barrel nut torque, 4 more turns can be the difference of 20 foot-pounds of torque, of indexing. So where you were indexed at 50 foot-pounds, a couple turns could now make you indexed at 30 foot-pounds. It can be that kind of difference. A couple thousandths really makes that big of a difference. It's surprising. You don't think it, just by adding in one of those hair shims, same with one of those shims. This one of those shims can totally adjust your index point to where you're perfectly indexed at 80 foot-pounds, but you don't want it at 80 foot-pounds. You can add in a couple shims, and now you're indexed at 60 foot-pounds.
Oh, very cool. Very, very cool.
I don't know. I don't like the shims as much, but I've had to use them on several of different free float rails. That new rail I put on that 7.5-inch pistol, I fucking love that thing, man. That rail, I didn't have to index anything. No indexing for the gas tube and no indexing for the rail. Because most of those free float rails I've tried, they're okay, yeah, you don't have to index for the gas tube anymore, but you still have to index for the rail, and that can be more difficult than trying to index for the gas tube. Trying to get that rail to line up straight. And that new rail I put on that SQR rail is fucking awesome, man. No indexing whatsoever. You just tighten on that barrel and that slap on the rail, you're done.
That definitely sounds better.
And it's like a solid rail, man. It is. It's a solid rail. I'm going to buy more of those, I think. I think I found like my new favorite free float rail.
Who makes those?
Someone makes them for Palmetto State Armory. I can't remember the name of the it's a pretty big company, a pretty high end one. Like they make nice shit, but they make them for Palmetto State Armory. I have two of them now. I have I think like a 13.5 inch, and then that 9.2 inch.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Did you see my message there in the side there, Dead Horse, about the arts and crafts?
Oh, okay. Does acrylic work better than enamel, do you think?
I don't know. That's what I used on my Anderson uppers. It hasn't come off yet, so.
Someone told me that enamel works good because it'll buck off all my cleaning solvents and shit better. That's just what I heard. I don't know if it's true. I'm not a paint guy, so I don't fucking know.
Yeah, I don't know. I've still got the paints up later if it comes off some. But you might find some different interesting colors in there if you feel like painting up your AR uppers. Plus, you get a little bit more paint than you do in a fingernail polish bottle.
Yeah, and plus the fingernail polish is expensive, man. That stuff's like $5-6 a bottle.
Yeah, I think the acrylic paint that I was getting was 59 cents a bottle.
Holy shit.
So that might save you a little bit of money too. So
Okay, I'm gonna have to check that out. Usually I'm not all about that, but like about the color fill stuff, but on this build I want to. I want that red color fill. Oh, and then I ordered a piece of red anodized aluminum sheet, a 1 foot by 1 foot piece. And so that's what I'm going to laser engrave, and I'm just going to cut it out. So it basically is going to kind of be a cover over the side of my lower receiver on the magwell. And then that's what I'm going to laser engrave on, is that anodized red aluminum sheet. I'm going to practice on it.
how much did that run you?
$26 shipped. Fucking expensive, man. But red's expensive. Red was like twice as much as expensive as like black. It is more expensive than anything. Like, it seems like all the red anodized.
What did you go through?
Oh, I don't know. Some metal warehouse place. Metal, I think it was Metal Mart is what it's called.
Okay. How much did you pay for how much?
For a 1 foot by 1 foot anodized red piece of aluminum, I paid $26.90 shipped.
A 1 foot by 1 foot?
Yep, 1
Hey.
foot by 1 foot.
You got ripped the fuck off.
I know, I figured I probably did, but the shit was also hard to find. Like, a lot of places had it like in rolls, and it was like rolled up, and I just wanted a flat 1 foot by 1 foot piece.
I'll just order my stuff through GSG or what's the other place I always use? Whatever.
Yeah, I think it was 28 gauge. I think it was either 28 or 30 gauge. A 1 foot by 1 foot piece. Red anodized aluminum.
Dude,
but it was like flat stock. It wasn't rolled up, and a lot of the other places I looked at, theirs was all like in rolls.
yeah, I get that shit for about $90 for a huge ass sheet.
Red anodized?
Mm-hmm. I don't really get charged any extra for color or anything like that. That doesn't really matter.
How come red's more expensive, Flippy?
It's not.
It-
Or at least when I'm ordering it, it's not.
Oh,
I
yeah.
could have got a 1 foot by 1 foot black piece for like $11. Like it was like less than half the price than the red one.
So, Dead Horse, when you say you're going to practice laser engraving, are you freehanding it?
Oh no! I got 2 laser engravers. I got a small one and a big one, and I'm gonna probably use the big one on it. But I'm gonna try the small one first because I've already been working with the small one way more, and so I'm gonna try the small one on a little test section on its most powerful setting, and see if that even makes a mark in it. And then if it doesn't, then I'm just gonna go straight to the 40 watt, and then just practice on little tiny like 2-inch by 2-inch sections, engraving like really fine detail. Like it'll be like really fine detailed engraving, and you got to have your settings like just fucking right, man, or it turns out like shit. It burns off too much anodizing around the edges. You can fuck up your aluminum if it's too high. So yeah, before I I'm gonna like I might end up having to buy like another sheet, like because if it's anything like engraving polymer and stuff, it's going to take me a while. It's going to take me like a bunch of attempts. Like wood's easy. Wood's like pretty easy to engrave. Like your settings can be kind of fucked up and will still turn out looking pretty decent. Like wood, cardboard, paper, I've engraved all that, and that's like much easier than plastic, and then aluminum is even harder than that. Especially when you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You're just like, teach me, YouTube. Teach me how to be a laser engraver. Because it's more too than just like the power, right? So like you have like the power, like your power setting, how much power like you're putting into that laser. Then you have your like motor stepping speed. Then you have your burn time speed, which is like how long it stays like on every little spot, and then how fast the laser is moving from spot to spot. And then like it's kind of complicated, man. There's like a lot to it, like, and you have to have all your ducks in a row. You have to know all your shit. And if you don't know all your shit, and you don't like even guys who have like, I've watched YouTube videos who have like several different laser engravers. It seems like when they get a new one, it's like a whole new learning curve. Like every new one, they got to learn it over again because like every brand of machine is just like that different. And mine's a 40 watt, but it's really probably only like a 30 watt, but it says 40. But from what I've heard, people say like, no, yours is like really like a 30 watt.
I guess you could always test it to see what it's really at.
I want one of those fiber lasers, dude. Those fiber lasers go super fucking fast. They can like engrave anything super fast. Like supposed to be much easier to work with, like the settings and the stepping speed. Like none of that really matters because of how fast that machine can move. So like you don't have to have as like precise control and like everything dialed in as precisely. Those fiber lasers, but those fiber lasers are like super fucking expensive. And not only that, but like those fiber lasers, like you can actually not just like engrave and stuff, but you can just straight up like cut and like cut stuff with them. Like you can put a sheet of like sheet metal in there, and it'll cut out your sheet metal, and then it'll engrave your sheet metal. Like,
why aren't you practicing on just plain old clear aluminum, like just general aluminum?
because plain old clear aluminum's super hard to engrave. Super hard. Like the darker the color, the easier it is to engrave. So like black, like if you're like using if you're trying to engrave regular aluminum, they'll tell you to paint the shit black and then engrave it and then clean off the paint afterwards. Like, because like it's like it'd be like trying to like engrave a mirror almost. Like it would just like a lot of that like heat and energy and shit just gets like reflected and deflected off of it or something. So from my understanding, if you try to do this plain aluminum colors and stuff like that, or really shiny colors, or even like white, like you can have problems engraving, and then your settings have to be way different than what it is on like red anodized or green. Like even the color of what material you're engraving actually really matters on your settings because of the way that the laser, like I guess, hits it and the heat it can collect and the heat that compared to the heat it deflects, and like so the color really fucking matters. But like guys who I was watching like engrave like 80% lowers with their own engraving, just raw aluminum lowers. They were literally like painting the side of their lower black, and then laser engraving it, and then taking like some like acetone or some shit or like paint thinner, and then like wiping off the paint off the lower. Like that's what they were doing. Like they were literally painting the raw aluminum black just so they could get a good laser engraving on it. But that probably depends on like maybe one of those fiber lasers probably don't. One of those are so powerful that those probably it doesn't matter what color the shit is. Like those will probably do straight up raw aluminum. But I don't know. I've never played with those. I've only seen those on TV. So, and they look badass, man. It's like a phaser from Star Trek, but like in a box.
How's it going, guys?
Not bad.
Howdy.
So what's up with that gun rights policy conference? I missed all that today. I went out shooting and stuff, so like I missed all that gun policy stuff.
Good stuff.
Yeah, it was pretty good, man.
Whose channel is it on so I can go back and watch it later?
The Gun Rights Policy Conference channel.
Okay, so they got a YouTube channel?
It was on LFD Research or something. I forget the letters.
What the Polite Society podcast was doing it on YouTube.
Yeah, but it wasn't on their YouTube channel. That was one of the things that was kind of, like, because I was looking for it for a while. I couldn't find it. It was on like just some dude's channel. I'm looking it up here in a second. Hang on.
You can watch it on the second half of it, right, on the policy conference, Gun Rights Policy Conference channel.
Oh, is it on there now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, damn, I don't... Oh, there it is. LFD Research. They're the ones that did the live stream.
What's the cheapest you found that new brace for, the SBM4 brace? Moon?
$150.
Here it is for 109 shipped. It's on sale right now.
Oh shit! Don't tell
Yeah.
Flippy.
Yeah, 109 shipped, man.
Sounds about the cheapest.
Yeah. I think I would have to cut my old one off.
Did you use like baby powder or anything like when you first installed it?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I used that baby powder too when I installed that sig brace on my 10.5 inch, and it's like I don't think I'll ever get that thing off. Like, because the buffer tube itself was like a 100th of an inch bigger than what they recommended, right? So, like, yeah.
Yeah, mine's like all the way pressed up against the base plate.
Yep, so is mine.
Recoil.
Like, where the little anti-rotate tabs, like, actually into the lower and shit. Yeah. Yep.
It wants to go further too. It's like I want to keep going. A little bit of the tube sticking out of the end, tiny bit.
Now, do you have one of these braces?
The original one. If you were allowed to like cut the wings off the sig brace, like reshape it, that would be a cool little cheek weld buffer tube thing. But I don't think you're allowed to alter it in any way.
Flippy, what were you drawing there in the side chat?
That's what I was just thinking. It's like, what the fuck is that? Is it a kitty cat?
I don't know. He's not telling us. How do you do that shit anyway?
Don't worry about it.
I'm gonna worry about it. How do you do that shit? I see you use symbols, but a lot of varying symbols in a lot of different areas.
Copy and paste.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of alt keys in that.
Is it Sonic the Hedgehog?
Gotta go fast. No.
So what is it?
Is that a
Don't worry about it.
turkey?
Why won't you just tell me what it is? I'm not Mika. I'm not asking you to take a picture next to a damn fucking newspaper. It's interesting, I'll give you that. Just having trouble recognizing what it might be.
Huh. That reminds me. Hold on.
It looks like a kid quit in the middle of a connected dots.
Yeah.
Finish it, Flippy.
What are you fucking laughing about?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, Jesus.
Don't worry about it.
Forget about it.
Forget
I'm
about
reading a
it.
certain kind of meme about a certain kind of horse.
A globalist horse?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, man. I'm worried about it.
Why aren't you being so helpful?
When have I ever been helpful?
Never. You're right. You've never been helpful. You sent Z that grip for his AK. That wasn't helpful. You're gonna get him killed with that thing.
That is a funky looking thing.
It's a horse.
Sure. I can see where it has some similar traits to a horse.
I don't see a damn thing wrong with that horse.
It's the horse we need, but not the one we deserve.
He just looks scared about his upcoming race.
I can tell you right now that that is not the one that's scared in that image.
Well, do you have the rest of the image you could show us?
It's. Do you want to see the rest of the image?
Yes.
Yeah, you piqued my interest.
It's from a manga called Berserk. Let me see if I can find that comic strip. I guess this is close enough to the rest of the image.
It's not so bad.
It's pretty bad.
The horse didn't tie her up.
The horse did not tie her up. You are right.
It's got hoofs.
Yeah.
Hoofs. Who's saying hell no?
Yeah, this is the point where the horse gets possessed, and it's like, she's like, I'm going to ride you out of here. And he's like, hell no. And then it's followed up by this.
That's not so bad. So not so bad. Look, the guy interrupts. Hey, stop that.
And then
This
it
is disgusting.
leads to this.
Have you ever seen Ninja Scroll?
Yeah. This is 100 times better.
Have you ever seen Battle Royale High School?
Yeah, still like this quite a bit more. Oh yeah, and then this is how that whole scene ends.
So, guns are a thing and stuff, huh? Those are pretty neat.
Not in this world, there isn't.
Is her
Well-
head separated?
Certainly reminded myself why you never click on a flippy link.
Why'd he chop her head off?
Oh no, he chopped the horse's head off.
Just barely chopping her head off.
Well, I mean, it's kind of hard not to when the horse is trying to put it in her.
I think he got it in there.
So
Just a
Berserk,
little frazzled.
one of the best fucking mangas ever made. Probably my favorite.
Did you ever play the game for Dreamcast?
Nah. Unfortunately, I didn't know about Berserk's existence when I had a Dreamcast, or else I would have. But
It was alright. It was just like a walk around, beat 'em up type game where you had that big ass sword.
yeah, I always do a guts build in like any fucking what is it? Any Dark Souls game I play. I think I scraped enough of the oil out.
He has amazing control to be able to stop that blade right at her neck.
It looked like
Yep.
it hit the ground.
Yeah, it did a little
He was
bit.
willing to take the chance.
That chick's a little bit crazy anyway.
Oh,
Besides,
you don't
he
even
wanted
know.
his turn.
Cause like, I don't know. I just saw one of the pictures where she's like straddling the sword blade.
Yeah, that's when she gets possessed. I'm assuming you mean this picture.
That you are correct, sir.
Yeah, what you also don't see is in the next scene, while she's still doing that, she then like starts trying to strangle him at the same time for some autoerotic asphyxiation.
Where the hell do you find this shit?
Dude, this is Berserk. This is like one of the best written like mangas of all time. Which reminds me, I need to check to see if the dude got off his lazy ass and wrote any more. Ooh, did he? Huh, he did. Kick ass. Do, 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 do.
I was on Gunbroker looking for G34s. And there was one. There was one for like 509. Current bid. They had frames for like $200. Which is basically a Glock 17 frame.
If you're interested in reading more, there is a direct link in the side chat to where that whole rape horse story starts kicking off.
Well, thank you for sharing. Well, I just realized I cannot multitask at this point in time.
What were you trying to do twice at once?
I was trying to hold a conversation in here, which I wasn't doing very good at, and fucking link covers like with Z and it was Robbie. No, Z, yeah, Z and Robbie. Yeah, so multitasking right now is not a thing. Knives is back. What's up, Knives? Do anything interesting?
Purple Lamborghini song sucks.
That's what I've been saying. And the fucking video doesn't have a single purple Lamborghini in it. What kind of fucking bullshit is that?
Yeah. Bunch of crap.
And Flippy remains silent. Let's
Oh,
probably-
I'm reading the newest chapter of Berserk.
Oh, okay. There you go. It's doing something important.
No, I'm not.
So me and my buddy were talking today, and I was talking about how a while ago I went shooting, and this guy got one of those targets that's like a zombie, and you put paintballs in it, and then when you shoot it, like blood starts coming out and stuff. And he was mentioning how he has a whole bunch of old paintballs that are starting to, like, I don't know, deteriorate or something. Like, you really wouldn't be able to use it for paintballing because, like, you hit them wrong and they just blow up. And so we were talking, I'm like, oh, dude, that'd be cool to, like, make our own, like, bleeding target for up north, like some type of, like, zombie alien or something. And then he just started, like, laughing and had, like, a really evil look on his face. And he's like, all right, I know what I'm doing. And I was like, okay, don't even tell me. Just fucking make the thing and bring it up. So I'm not sure exactly what he's going to do, but it's going to be some type of, like, exploding target with paintballs or something.
It's gonna involve the Secret Service showing up, being like, "Yeah, this isn't cool."
Why would the Secret Service be involved?
Oh, they will be. You'll see.
I kind of doubt that, but okay. Oh, I forgot to fucking look when he was here. I gotta go see what type of venison I have left.
You still have venison?
Yeah. I still have venison.
Damn.
When's the last time you went hunting?
Well, not last year, but the one before.
Oh, wow. Well, how much
I find it hard to justify, like, defrosting a big-ass thing of venison, like, just for myself to eat it. So it might be a little freezer burned, but it should be okay. Oh, I got this fucking... Oh, damn. Forgot about that. I got venison sausage. That's pretty good. Broil that up like a motherfucker. That's a shoulder.
Daddy wants a sausage. Daddy wants a sausage. Yes.
Gross.
That is a fucking good old roast.
Get low when the whistle blow.
The fuck is this? Another chunk of stuff. And then I got some ground stuff. I'll leave the ground stuff for here because I can cook that up for myself. That's not as bad. So maybe we'll take a roast up there. I don't know if I got like a slow cooker or something where I could just like put it in there and let it cook all day and then eat it for dinner. Get out of the freezer, you dumb fuck. God damn it. I don't know if I have a fucking like crock pot or something. Do I own one of those? So I'll have to ask my parents. I don't know. They might have one up north. I don't have one in there. So, yeah, that should be good. Because I was just thinking about, obviously we were talking about up north and stuff, getting all pumped up and excited. I was like, we can't just shoot guns all weekend. We're gonna have to like eat at some point. So I was trying to think of what we could eat.
Oh, you kill yourself a deer and eat it. Part of it, anyway.
But it's not hunting season right now.
Oh, well then, yeah. Never mind.
Oh my goodness. So we are going to try squirrel hunting. So I might have some squirrel to eat, but I'm thinking that would be like just something a little extra or like lunch or something the next day. Oh man, it's nice to see hockey on TV again.
Oh yeah, it's so great. So happy.
Yep.
What game are you watching?
Canada versus Russia. It's the World Cup semifinals.
Who are you going for?
I don't know. I don't really care. Canada's gonna win. Is my guess. It's like 5-2 halfway through the third. It was 2-2 going into the third, and then they scored 3 goals. So they're pretty much opened that game up. Man, really lively bunch here tonight. Jeez.
Catching up on my reading.
Yeah, I don't care about you, not the other people.
Huh? Yep.
So the gun rights policy conference was pretty interesting today. Wasn't as much turnout online, but it was still interesting. Oh, they gave some time to, I don't know, some like dumb lady. I didn't really like her. And she was one of like the bigger speakers, so she got a decent amount of time, and that was annoying.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's going on, man?
Not much. What's up, Nathan?
You watch that body cam video of the guy from Charlotte with the ankle holster on?
I'm watching it right now.
No, they finally released the video.
They finally did, and it was because that wife of his released that video where she kept screaming, "He don't got no gun! He don't got no gun!" And so they released the video, and it's a terrible video. I mean, because the cop with the body cam is like moving fast, like he's doing what he's supposed to do. He's moving quick, but the body cam ain't really keeping up with his movements. But there's 3 different points in the video where I can see that guy's right ankle, and he's wearing a black ankle holster. Released in the video, the picture of. And then the gun he was carrying was
Did he have a gun in his hand, though?
Here's the deal: is the gun he was showed a picture of was a 380 Mustang. Okay, and this guy had bigger hands than I do, and all you can see is he's holding something in his hand, and it's not a book. And whenever he gets shot, one cop goes over and pins his right side as he's face down, and the other cop with the body cam comes up on him, and the guy who's kneeling on him to another cop says, right grip, right grip. And then the other cop goes, I got the gun. So, I mean, the guy who's kneeling on his right side is saying to the other cop, right grip, and the guy says, I got the gun, out of his hand, basically. So all their communication, like, it's not like these 4 cops, they weren't even going to find this guy. They weren't going to serve anything on him. There's no way they could have coordinated such an acting job as what they would have us think they could. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, the guy's quite obviously in multiple frames wearing a black ankle holster that's empty. He's carrying something in his right hand that is dark and matches his hand. And again, the footage is not good enough to see it, period. But if you watch it in slow-mo over and over again, it's fairly obvious what happened. And I mean, the guy was a felon. The guy supposedly had traumatic brain injury. So, I mean, he probably was like, oh, there's 4 cops here to arrest me. I'm not going back to jail. I mean, I can't guess what he's going through his brain, because who can? But it was also interesting because before he got out of the car, the cop with the body cam was hitting the back passenger side window with his ass, trying to break it, while another cop was aiming at him through that window as they're hitting the window like this. And as he's hitting the window, that's when the guy gets out of the car. And the cop with the body cam with the asp, I guess, drops the asp and moves around like this to the side of the car. And it shows him exiting and turning towards him. And he fires 4 times and walks left as he's firing and blocks the body cam as he fires. Because somehow the body cam is like, I guess, I don't know where you keep them. They're somewhere that when you're shooting like this, you can't see past the guy's ear. So, anyway. Very, very fluid, very professional, very good shot. Everything in it to me looks exact what you do in this situation training scenario. Does not look like anything was suspicious on the police's part. Everything was very professional.
Yeah, you're right. I just watched it there. You can't see anything in his hand, but you're right by their body language and everything. That yeah, he probably did have a gun. I have to say,
He had something in his hand, not a book.
Right, and you're right about the people saying, "Okay, I got it. You know, I secured the gun. You know, I got it now. We're clear." That kind of shit, like the stuff they were saying. So I don't know. I started
watch it.
The first video I clicked on was some dude like commenting on it. He's like, "I'm going to show the video, but I'm not going to show the shooting because YouTube's blah, blah, blah." It's like, well, wait a minute, dude. And then like his face was like bouncing around the video, like blocking half of it. I'm like, I'm not watching this shit. So I found a different one that's just the video. Like, I don't need to see this guy's commentary. So the first thing he said is, and the video shows what some people say is an ankle holster. It's like, what the fuck else would it be, jackass?
Well, okay, so the first body cam shot of the ankle holster is from the side, and I looked at it and went, is he wearing a black sock? Like with his pants tucked into it on the right? Is what I'm looking at. Because
I'm
his
looking at a
left
still
ankle,
frame of it right now, and it's like so obviously an ankle holster.
yeah. And here's the thing is when the body cam cop moves around the car and he's face down on the ground, you get two glimpses of his right ankle, and it is protruding out. It is not a black sock. It is an ankle holster. I mean, no doubt. I watched the video 30 times. No doubt. And what else is about it? Oh, yeah. And the other thing is the dash cam from where they parked the car didn't have the dash cam pointed at the guy, really. It was like he was on the very left side of the image. But it shows him, if you watch it again and again as he backs up, his left hand is open and like this. Like you can see daylight through his fingers hanging down on his left as he walks backwards and turns towards the cop at the back of his vehicle. On his right side, you can see his hand is like kind of like this, where it's in a like a gripping something, not a hard fist and not open, gripping something. If you watch it over and over, it's clear he's got something in his right hand. You just can't see what the hell it is, because guess what? His tiny little Mustang and his giant hand are hard to tell apart because he's covering that gun. I mean, I'm sure his hand just swung looking at the size of the guy. Because I know if I held a Mustang in my hand, you wouldn't be able to see it very well either if my hand was, if it was, I don't know, a tan Mustang. That makes me want to Cerakote all my guns tan on the slides. Kidding.
Yeah, I'm trying to kind of like pause the video. There's a point when he's on the ground, another cop runs up. He's got his gun in his right hand, and he does like a sweeping motion with his left hand, and he's on the right side of the guy on the ground. So if he did have a gun, that was probably him sweeping it away or like picking it up. But from this footage, you can't see if there's anything in the cop's hand that he just picked up off the ground.
Yeah, the problem is the when he falls on the ground, he's completely out of the dash cam. And when the body cam guy comes around, the guy pins him, which is what you need to do.
Right. And it is interesting, right after that, the one dude, the one cop is sitting there saying, go grab my gloves. We got to put pressure on the wounds. And I was like, they instantly switch over. Okay, threat's gone. Let's try and save him. So as all the whole people are like, oh, they don't care about his life and they wanted him to die. It's like they instantly started medical stuff, right after that. Yeah, I don't see it laying on the ground anywhere from the body cam footage, but it's one of those things. They're at this point now. If they were fucking making up the whole gun thing, like, they're really going to be screwed now. Which I don't think they were making up the gun thing. It's interesting, though. That footage was released 2 hours ago, and when did Yankee make a video? Let's see. An hour ago,
think
saying
Yankees
that they should release the video?
Yeah, Yankee didn't. He made that video before they released it. Now, in the link I just put up in the side chat, that just shows a still of the ankle holster, and then it shows a picture of the gun in the ankle holster as evidence pictures, and it also has links to the two videos. The body cam footage is the one where you really are going to kind of see what happens. But it's kind of like, as you watch these cops work, one's hitting it, they're doing this, and all the reactions. If you watch the video and you know anything about police work or have this before SWAT stuff, these guys are well trained. They are all automatically following their discipline. I mean, if they were going to shoot this guy and plant a gun on him, A, the guy wouldn't have his body cam on. B, it wouldn't sound like that. The way they're talking to each other and the way they're communicating, that they would have to be incredible.
It'd be one hell of a setup.
Yeah, these four guys would have had to act it out so much to where they could fluidly, in under 1 minute, go through all these lines to make it seem like the guy had a gun and then planted on him. It's just ludicrous. It's crazy. Now, if they kneeled on the guy and they went, oh, crap, turn off the body cam or something like that, you'd be like, oh, crap, what's going on here? Like they didn't show that ankle holster, didn't show him with his hand clenched, and all of a sudden they shoot him, and like one of the cops is like, oh crap. Then I'd be like, oh crap, they screwed up. They thought he had a gun and they shot him and they planted one. But that's not what they did. They talked just like the guy had a gun and shot him just like he had a gun. Period.
Yeah, which really makes you start thinking then, because I saw the wife's video a little bit ago, and it really starts making you think, why is she sitting there yelling, don't shoot him, he doesn't have a gun, he doesn't, and they're yelling, drop the gun, and she's all like, you better not shoot him, he doesn't have a gun. It's like, well, wait a minute, like, what, like, put yourself in her shoes, why is she yelling that stuff? Either she legitimately didn't know that he had it, or what the hell is she doing?
Well, they surrounded him, and they're yelling, drop the gun, and she says he doesn't have a gun, and he's got a TBI, which I didn't even know what that was, but it stands for traumatic brain injury, I found out. But, it's like she's trying to convince the cops, don't shoot him, and she knows what her husband is going to do. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you know your husband told you, there's no way in hell I'm going back to prison, ever, what would you yell at the cops? Exactly what she did, I think.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out, is what is her motivation in doing that?
She wants to keep her husband alive because he's an idiot.
And then when I get before he came out of the car, right, they're yelling, hey, get out of the car, and all this, that, and the other. And, and she's on the cop side for a minute there. She's like, Keith, don't let him break the window. Just step out of the car. Like, what are you doing? Get out. So at first she's, on the cop side, and then she's on his side again. It was just kind of weird.
No, she was always on her husband's side. She was telling them from the start, he's got a brain injury, he doesn't have a gun, blah blah blah. And the entire time they're screaming, "Drop the gun, get out of the car!"
Well, I mean, but
And because when we come in, when her video starts, they've already seen the gun in his hand, and he gets back in the vehicle. The reason they're yelling, "Drop the gun, put the gun down," is because they saw him with a gun in his hand, and he got back in and shut the door to his vehicle. And that's why when the guy comes around and on the body cam, you see the one guy like this with the guy in his sights, and the other guy's hitting the window with the asp. They don't just go and point guns and start breaking windows with asps, okay? This guy was not their intended arrest. This was not the guy they were serving the warrant on. So they saw a gun in his hand, and he got back into his vehicle with his gun. And if he had just put his gun down and got out of the vehicle with his hands up, none of this happened. But I'm willing to bet he thought they were there for him.
yeah, it's crazy. It obviously, I don't know. There's going to be people that will still, they're still going to want to protest. They're still going to want to riot, whatever. But I'm glad that they finally released that. I don't know why they just didn't do that earlier. Could have saved their city a couple nights of burning, maybe. But it definitely, that video right there just completely corroborates what the cops said.
Which video?
The one of the the body cam footage from that guy that got shot that people were saying had a book and didn't have a gun and all this.
Okay.
You still don't see the gun in his hand, but like you can tell by the cop's body language, they definitely think he has one. And there's one picture where you see he's got an ankle holster on. Like when he gets out of the car, you can see he's wearing a empty ankle holster. So you can only guess probably where the gun is. It's like, it's at this point, there's so much video that Nathan was saying earlier, like if the cops like wanted to plant a gun on him, well then they started acting, a couple minutes before anyone even got shot. Like they would have had to have planned like, hey, we're going to go shoot this guy and pretend he has a gun. So let's all act with our body language the way we would as if he actually was holding something.
Gotcha. They would have actually had to say, okay, when he gets out of the car, shoot him, you jump on him, I'll come over, you say it's in his right hand, his right grip, and I'll say, I've got the gun. And we'll all do this seamlessly with nobody messing up. I mean, that's the only way they could have pulled this off. And like I said, they weren't even there for that guy. The guy hadn't even done anything. They just saw this guy. Like when they drove up to serve the warrant, he saw the cops and got out of his car with a gun in his hand. They immediately are like, holy crap, why has that guy got a gun? And he climbs back in his car. So they all four cops suddenly call for backup and start to converge on this guy who they saw with a gun in his car. They weren't there to serve a warrant on him.
And that's what I'm wondering. The body cam footage is only a minute long, basically starting from he's in the car, they're hitting the passenger side window, he gets out of the driver's side, and the cop goes around the backside. He gets shot. He goes around the other car and goes up there and helps keep him down and secure the scene or whatever.
I guarantee the initial body cam footage that they probably have since that was on. Probably something like, hey, Bill, why's that guy got a gun over there? That's probably how it all started. I'm serious. Because they were not focused on that guy in that car. They were coming up, going to that apartment complex, going to an apartment to serve a warrant. That guy climbs out with a gun in his hand, and they look over at him, and they're like, what the F? And then all of a sudden it goes from, holy crap, maybe that's the guy we're supposed to serve the warrant on, or why's that guy got a gun? They don't know what's going on. If the guy hadn't flashed the gun to begin with, they never would have paid attention to it. But, what can you do? I mean, if I'm a criminal and I see two cops roll up, I'm immediately going to think, oh, crap, they're coming for me. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Well, I guess we got that problem solved.
Yep, solving all the world's problems one at a time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fucking tired.
You little sneaky bastards.
Huh?
One cat was on lookout in the dining room, and the other one was up on the counter in the kitchen. You were being his lookout, huh?
Working together to get that good venison that you were going to cook up. I don't know.
It's in the freezer, man. I'm looking for 2 weeks from now. I just wanted to see what type I had. I didn't think I had any like little steaks left, because normally I'll like butterfly the back straps or whatever, but I didn't have any of that left, which I didn't think I did. So I have a couple roasts and I have some ground beef. I think I'll take the roast up there. Like I said, I'll just fucking toss it in the crock pot and let it cook all day.
That sounds good, actually.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna make some beef stew tomorrow. I've just been wanting that for a few weeks, and I just said, screw it. I know it's not cold enough for it, but fuck it, I'm gonna do it. So.
Oh, did you go shooting today, Foos?
Yeah, at a match. I took 5th overall and 1st in production.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. And I zeroed a stage. I zeroed the classifier. I had 5 misses. Or 5 hardcover mics, I should say.
So if you zero the classifier, you're going to be like class fucking F or something now?
No. If it is...
You'll be like, wow, this guy really sucks.
No, if the classifier is less than 5% of what your... So I am a master, so I'm between 85 and 95%. So if anything is below an 80%, it doesn't count for my classifiers. So it doesn't matter to my classifying.
So that's just to keep, like, if you, like, just have a super bad day or something, it doesn't bring you down. Whereas if you're just, like, kind of worse than you used to be, it will knock you down a little bit.
Yeah. And because I'm a master, I will never be less than a master until I hit 55. Because they don't want people to, get to a certain skill level and then start zeroing stages or getting lower percentages on their classifiers to bring them back down to an A or B, and then just at major matches just start destroying people. So,
I'll always it keeps you from sandbagging.
Yes.
Unless you think far enough ahead and just always do bad on the classifier, but your actual skill is better.
Or like right now, I'm limited A because I have I'm classified in A, and because I'm a master in production, I can only be classified 1 less in other classifiers. So I am an A in there. So if I go out and let's say I go to a shoot and I use ballistics 40 cal gun, I'll be shooting against other A class limited guys. So I mean, that's one way some people take and, run one gun. Like, let's say someone runs a single stack, which is, 1911, and they get to a master. And then they go out and start shooting a limited gun, and they're A in that. They'll basically everything's exactly the same with that single stack gun, except for, you have a ton more rounds. So you could go out there and probably whoop up on people. So, which I do need to get classified. I need one more classifier to get classified in single stack. Which I need to borrow a buddy's gun. But yeah. Stage 5 was fun. That's when I had 2 mics on.
And what's a mic again?
A miss. Yeah, I won every stage except that one classifier.
So that just means your competition sucked.
Yeah.
So this was kind of weird how, like the USPSA thing does it, where, like, whoever shot the best, like, sets the standard, and then everyone else gets, like, a percentage of how good they did, and then that's how many points they got or something. Like,
Yes.
it seems kind of weird.
Well, I mean, well, for match points. So that determines the overall winner. So let's say, if it's 160 points and someone gets all 100, wins that stage, they get all 160 points. So it's basically, it just kind of levels out. So someone won't sit there and just blow someone out of the water, and then on next stage just suck ass. It kind of levels out, and since there's so many different productions, so many different classifications, like I could have overall, let's say I got like 73% of the points overall, but in production, I'll have 100% of the points because I won the match. Or won the me. So let's see. I kind of want to see. Yeah, so my shooting time was 94 seconds, and the next guy's shooting time was 135 seconds. So, and I had 695 points. The next guy, production-wise, had 498. So. $116 alphas, 1 Bravo, 21 Charlie, 2 Deltas, 7 Mikes, and 5 of those were on one stage. And then no shoots. Thanks, Mr. Knives.
Nathan, what are you doing? You're looking very intense at something.
I am putting when we do the edge coat stuff, you really don't want to make any boo boos.
Oh, okay.
So I figured out if I use Q-tips.
Huh.
Q-tips make too much.
One of these days, I might have to borrow someone's limited gun and run some stages to see what it's like. We'll have to do that.
You know what's limited? It's kind of like some modifications to a production gun, but not super crazy.
No, you can do limited. You can do absolutely anything you want with the gun, except your magazines have to be 127 millimeters long. I think it's 127. But you basically fit 21, maybe 22 rounds of 40 in it. And you can have any type of gun you want. You can do anything with it. You can stipple it. You can put gas pedal on it. You could do whatever the hell you want, except no optic and no muzzle brake.
So it's open minus optic and muzzle brake.
Yes. And you have, and shoot major, you have to have at least a 40 caliber gun. So it's either 40 or 45. So most people shoot a 40 because you get more ammo in your magazine. So that's it. And the scoring, A is still 5 points, but the B's and C's, B is right around the head, and then the C is right outside the A zone on the chest. Instead of being worth 3 points in minor, it's worth 4 points in major. And then D's, which is the very outside of the target, it's 1 point in minor and 2 points in major. So because of the additional points, you could be running a lot harder and just throw a couple bullets. And a lot of times, if you shoot like an Alpha Charlie, you could usually run fast enough to overcome that one additional point. So it's a lot higher speed, a lot more shooting on the move because of the added points. So. Yeah, almost everyone shoots. Okay, so production and production optics, everyone shoots minor because you have to shoot minor. Those are 9 millimeter. Limited, open. I even think PCC shoots. A lot of those guys shoot a major power factor. And then single stack, you could shoot major or minor. And most people do shoot major. With a single stack, though, if you shoot minor, you get 10 rounds in your magazine. If you shoot major, you can only have 8 rounds. So there is, depending on the stages, sometimes you'll be better shooting major, sometimes you'll be better shooting minor, depending on the stages. And a lot of the single stack guys, they'll go to a major match, and they'll have a 9 millimeter gun and all the ammo and magazines, and they'll have a 45 with all the ammo and magazines. They'll walk the stage the day before, and then that morning they'll decide what they're going to shoot, which major and minor. So. Yeah, it's cool to go to these matches and see what you could actually do with a freaking pistol. And how, oh damn, that was son of a bitch. And see how accurate people could be with these things. People still out there? Or?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just eating my dinner.
Okay. All right.
I don't know. Who's shooting pool?
Night Prowler.
What? You guys
I
said
was just
something?
asking who's shooting pool.
What happened?
Nothing.
Oh, okay, I thought you said something else.
No, Heavy just asked who is shooting pool.
So, Foos, do you ever shoot major or you just shoot minor?
Since I shoot production, I have to shoot minor no matter what. It's a rule.
Well, no, you could go single stack.
It wouldn't be a production gun then. Okay, production, you have to have a double action, single action, a pure double act, or a pure double action. And striker fires are considered pure double action, except for the Springfield Armory one. The Maudus, the crap, I can't freaking what their gun is.
The XD or the XDM?
Yes, the XDs. The reason the XDs are not considered, are not legal for production is because for all these striker fire guns, whenever you pull the trigger, your trigger bar actually moves your sear, or the sear moves the striker back ever so slightly before it releases. And the XD and XDMs don't do that. The sear drops straight down. So it's in USPSA, the XDs are considered single stack gun, are considered single action guns. So they're not legal for production.
Well, see, I used to. Well, that was IDPA too. Single stack big bore production. And I read my 1911 and then 45. But that's like I said, IPSC or IDBA.
I mean,
Yeah,
I would love.
Yeah.
I would love to get a 1911. I mean, okay, if I got another gun and I would be going somewhere, I would probably get a 1911 and 40 or a 2011 and 40. Because the reason I go 40 instead of 45 is you can make major power factor. And a 40, you can hold 9 rounds in your mag, but in USPSA, you just have 8. So you can only have, so let's say I go out and I get a 40 1911 and a 40 2011. I only have to load 40s. I don't have to load 40, 45, and 9. Then 45 brass is getting harder. Not harder to find, it's just getting more and more expensive. Then it's more expensive to shoot because of the lead. The added weight of the lead. So people are starting to dump 45s and go into a 40 1911. Which the only thing difference is the magazine and your barrel. And your extractor. Because that's to have a bigger claw to grab the 40 instead of the 45.
So why are single actions not legal for
It's just in the rule books. It's just in the rule books. I don't know why they say that. I'm guessing so people wouldn't be bringing 1911s in there or stuff like that, or 2011s in there, just to kind of, because production's supposed to be, you go to the store, you buy a gun, you go shoot that day, type of thing. Basically, production has to be any double action, single action, or double action gun that you could go to the store and buy. You could do all internal work that you want to do, but the exterior has to remain the same except for sights and grip panels. You can change those.
You can put a compensator on it too, can't you?
No. No, you cannot.
Does that become open?
Yes. If you could have milling done to your slide if it's for sights, and that's sights only, which I have a little bit of milling done for my rear sight. So yeah, and basically it's just supposed to, pick it up off the shelf and run with it. And there's a lot of companies like CZ. Mine comes from the custom shop, which has had a lot of work done to it before I even bought it. But because the custom shop has put out over 2,000 of them, that means that, hey, it's a production gun and it's legal. So
I still think that's bullshit on the XD.
it's because of how the striker is.
I mean,
at a area matches, you'll see XDs, and you'll see them in those shoot production. But at major matches and stuff, they're not legal. It'd bump you to limited. So yeah, it's just in the rule book. It's just how that gun is made. And the rule book was made before the gun. I mean, and if you said, oh, you can allow that, well, it's technically a single action, so you'd be bringing in your 1911s and stuff like that.
What's wrong with that? I mean, they shoot fast, but
well, no, they have their own division. No, that single stack is 1911s. It's a single action, single stack. So, and then your limited, you can have anything. I mean, there's some people with double action, single actions, but limited, you almost always have, or the majority of them are single action guns because it's better trigger pull, or you'll have Glocks. So it's usually a 2011 style or box.
Yeah, we used to call 2011s they make nowadays because they were generally in 38 Super. We just called them race guns back in the day.
Yeah. I mean, back in the day, there was a limited and an open, and that's it. Back in the day. So open was anything and everything you want to do with the gun. And then limited was anything you want to do with the gun, you can do with the gun, minus optic and compensator. So
I guess I can see why they're trying to break it up, because some people don't have the money to race out guns. And
right. And it's funny, this gun that I shot today, the only time I bring that gun out is for competitions. I'm going to shoot it tomorrow because I have the Missouri Fall Classic on Saturday that I'm going to. So I'm going to get out and verify zero at 25 yards and make sure everything's still good. Chrono my ammo out of the gun and all this stuff just to make sure everything's good. And all legal for the major match on Saturday.
So are you shooting master's class now?
Yeah, I got bumped to master, I think, on Monday.
Right on.
Yeah, I got home and I went to put my brass into my 5-gallon bucket of just range brass that I pick up. And I opened the lid, I went, shit, there's no more room. So at 4:30, I started to separate it. And I think I got finished like an hour and a half ago separating it. So it took me probably 4 hours to separate a 5-gallon bucket of brass. There was 38 super, 145 gap, several 45s, a bunch of 40s. I had some 25 autos and 32 auto, 38 auto, some 22s in there, a few live rounds in there. So
what do you do with the 22s and 25s and 32s?
I just save them. I never know when, let's say 10 years down the road, someone has a 25 and reloads for it. I don't know why you would, or a 32 or something like that. You just never know. I mean, same with 380.
Is there any way you could take like a 25 or a 32 and then like soup it up? I don't know why you want to, but I mean, make it run at a faster velocity so you get more energy out of it.
Yeah, put more powder in it. But then, are going out of the specs of what the gun's made for, and you could blow up your gun just like any other firearm. Because it's only made for a certain spec.
Yeah, so I keep my brass for everything. And hell, I don't even reload anything yet. And when I do start, I'll probably just do 9. But I got a handful of other calibers too.
Yeah. And, I had probably 3,000 or 4,040 not too long ago, and I just picked up off the range, and I traded that in for probably about 115 pounds of lead. And it's stuff I picked up off the ground, good stuff that I'll end up using to shoot or put in 22 cases or something like that for my 5.56 rounds. So it's something I'm not using to get something that I will use. And then I could always pick up more 40 off the ground whenever I pick up brass. If other people are picking up brass, I try to keep it to 9s because that's what I shoot. But if there's no one else picking up brass, I'll pick up anything and everything.
Oh, Foos, I thought you were shooting a reel round, like 40 or 45.
Nope. I shoot 9s. It doesn't look it whenever my recoil, you can tell I shoot 9s because there's not much recoil.
As Smeggy well knows, I do not save my brass at all. Him and G-Whip's gonna be, you save this? You said, no, I don't. Throw it away.
Sweep that shit down the line. Who cares?
One day, maybe when I start reloading, I'll kick myself in the ass for all the brass I could have saved. But
yes, you will.
I'm not too worried about it.
It just makes me think of that song Oh my God, what's that guy's name? He works for Jaeger now. Had a mohawk. Always sings like gun songs. Anyways, he got a song. He's like, I don't reload. Do, 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 do. I don't reload. Do, 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 do. It's like,
Yeah.
I just think of that song. Like, it's funny as hell.
Fucking the guy with the mohawk that works for Jaeger?
Yeah, he doesn't have a mohawk anymore.
Is he that guy who's going to the Larry Vickers class?
No.
I were saying that.
That's the MF armor or whatever.
No. There was another guy behind him in the truck, and on that video, and
no.
They want Nate to get better, kind of thing.
It was like Tunes or something like that. I can't remember.
All I know is he used to do music, and then he hasn't done music in a while on his channel, and
well, he's working for Jaeger. He's teaching.
Well, I know, and he started doing like workout videos and shit. But I was just like, yeah. I'm gonna unfollow.
Yeah.
Like, sorry. Dude.
Yeah, same here.
You did a pivot. You didn't keep me along because I really don't care about your like personal life and stuff. I just liked his songs.
I mean, if you really think about it, he had maybe 2 songs that were good, and then he was forcing everything else.
I think he had more than 2 that were good. I liked most of his.
My opinion, he only had 2 good songs, and then
I liked his Glock song.
I don't remember.
Come on, Smeggy, sing it for us.
I'm trying to remember some of the words. I mean, I know the chorus is like, oh, what the fuck? I don't remember. Whatever. Look it up. Type in I Hate Glock song.
Well, that's maybe why he doesn't make music. James said, I'll hire you, but you got to get rid of that song. So no more music.
No, because it was like, I hate Glocks because they're reliable and all work the same or something. Like it was like a compliment, even though he was saying he hates them. Like, it definitely was. He wasn't necessarily really hating on Glocks.
Oh, well. I'm hoping James Yeager sees that 1911s aren't bad guns for self-defense or combat, because they're not.
Jordan Winkler. That's his name, Jordan Winkler.
Yeah, what's his channel name, though?
Jordan Winkler.
Oh, he must have changed it. It used to be something else.
Well, I don't know. Let's see. Evidently, he grew his freaking hair out again.
Hey, when y'all get done with this line of questioning, I wanted to ask some questions about what's going on in Missouri.
Go ahead.
Ask.
Are they going universal carry in Missouri? Is that it, or constitutional carry?
Yes.
Yeah, constitutional.
That's constitutional carry.
Okay. Because I was just reading this Washington Post op-ed about how awful it is in Missouri, and I'm like, what's going on?
They passed it. The governor vetoed it, and the first time they passed it, they had 2/3 of both House and Senate. And then after the governor vetoed it, it went back to the House and Senate, and both of them had the 2/3 vote and said, "Fuck you, governor."
Yeah, because that's what I was just reading about it, and that's what triggered my interest, because it read how the governor had already vetoed it, and then they passed it, how they buckled to the gun lobby's pressures. And I'm sitting there going, wait a second, they passed a law, the governor vetoed it, and they overrode it, and you're saying this is just some lawmakers that buckled to someone? No, that sounds like the majority of both houses, if I'm not mistaken. That sounds exactly how our law is supposed to work.
Yeah, it's over 2/3 in order to override the veto.
Yeah, and then they're saying, oh, this will allow people to carry concealed weapons that couldn't pass a concealed carry course. I don't know, like, what do you mean, like criminals who already carry anyway if they want to? It just
and
it would just be in illegal possession of a gun instead of concealed carrying in illegal possession of a gun.
Right, exactly. Because
Right.
in order to conceal carry, you still have to be lawfully able to own a gun.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous the way they think of this. They're like going, oh, now criminals are going to carry concealed weapons. Like, that's never happened in Missouri before now.
Right. And the other thing is, like, I think they have open carry, so if people couldn't have passed, like, whatever that means, can't pass a concealed carry course, I mean, that you'd have to be pretty much a moron to, like, fail a test or something. But anyways, if you can't pass a concealed carry test, then you could just open carry. Not criminal or anything, but, like, just regular people, if they're like, oh, I don't want to take that class. Well, then open carry. Problem solved.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, my dad, he lives up, or my parents live up there. They're like, oh, everyone up here doesn't want it. I'm like, why? What's the difference between that, now and what it'll be in a month? He's like, well, anyone will be able to do it. I'm like, anyone's able to do it now. If it's concealed carry, no one knows if you're concealing or not. He's like, oh, you should be trained. I went, if it's open carry, it doesn't matter. And, yeah, we still have talks about it, and I'm going to have more conversations with him. So.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, the same people that think that everyone should have to get training and blah, blah, all that shit, they've obviously never been through a concealed carry class because it trains you basically bullet come out barrel, pull trigger thingy,
but
don't shoot good guys.
Basically,
okay.
Basically,
Problem
what it
solved.
does is the Arkansas one. Basically, it says here is a 30,000 foot view of the laws. Here is where you can go and read more about the laws. You should really do that, but it's not necessary. And shoot a few rounds downrange to make sure you could, you know the operation of your firearm, and that is it.
Yeah, see, mine was pretty decent just because, like, my buddy was teaching the class, and I already knew a lot about the laws anyways when I went to go get it. So me and him just got in some pretty good, like, philosophical debate type things of, what about this, what about that, blah, 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 whatever. And, it was a small class. It was me, my dad, my girl, and her friend. And that was it. 4 students.
When I did mine, it was a one-on-one. So it's just, and I went out into his yard. I'm like, yeah, I do competition stuff. This is back here, I think 2012 or something like that. And he's like, all right, put some rounds down, about 7-8 yards. I'm like, where do you want me to aim? Because it was just a white sheet. He's like, just aim somewhere, and we'll see how close your rounds are. Well, I put 3 of them touching, and he's like, all right, that's enough. I could see you could shoot. I was like, yeah.
You're like, really? Do you want me to, like, shoot a USPSA classifier or something?
Yeah, I'm like, rounds, that's it? He's like, yeah, if you could have them all touching it, I think it was like 7 yards. He's like, if you could do that, you're good. I went, okay.
You don't want me to shoot El Presidente or anything?
Yeah, I wasn't slow with it. I probably had half a second splits. It wasn't blistering fast at all, but it wasn't, a minute each shot. So, but, yeah. I was like, whatever. I got to renew next year. And I am going to renew even though Arkansas is a constitutional carry because I do travel outside of state. So, that's another thing. Everyone's like, I can carry anywhere now. I'm like, only inside your state. So, until we have constitutional carry nationwide, it's always good to have your concealed carry so you have reciprocity with other states, so you can carry outside of your state when you choose so.
So constitutional carry. Now, I'm going to admit that I'm not exactly hip on that since, where I live, I'm not full on
You're
understanding field.
You're breaking up.
All right.
So I think I kind of get what you're saying. Basically, you don't understand what constitutional carry is? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
I understand what it is. What I'm saying is, I don't know, does it mean you can carry concealed or does it mean you have to carry exposed?
You could do either one. Like Missouri, they had where you could open carry pretty much anywhere except for venues that hold more than 5,000 people or government buildings or hospitals and stuff like that. But now you could pull your shirt over the firearm and you're good.
And you can just conceal carry at will.
All right, so what I guess, am I still breaking up because I shut down my video, so that should help a little. So state that does constitutional carry like Kansas now, I as long as I'm legal to own a firearm, I can carry a concealed firearm on me, right?
Correct.
Okay, now, should I still, that's cool, but should I still I'm thinking about still getting a permit just because, because I don't want to freak some cop out. And I think if I have a permit, I don't think I should have to have a permit, and I don't think a cop should freak out, but should I get a permit just for the sake of, showing that I have a permit?
There are definitely benefits to getting permits.
Yes.
So one would be that. And then the other one is if you travel, because of like state reciprocity, you would be able to conceal carry in other states.
That
if you don't have the permit. What's that?
Yeah, that have reciprocity. Yes.
Right.
So look, you're in Kansas. Let's say you go to Oklahoma or Nebraska or something like that doesn't have constitutional carry. If you do not have your concealed carry, you would not be able to carry in those states because you have to go by the state law.
Okay.
But if you have a Kansas, those most likely have carry reciprocity. You'd be able to carry in those states.
Okay, that makes
sense. So you always have to go by that state law.
Okay, right. So that makes sense. So there is benefits to having a permit.
Also, if you get a permit and you go to buy a firearm, sometimes in some places, your CCW acts as kind of like whatever background check they want to do on you or whatever.
Yep.
And
in Arkansas, in here, I could walk into a store, and go, I want that gun. Fill out my paperwork, and here's my CCW. They take a copy of it, and I'm out the door.
Yeah,
I've literally walked in, said I want that, and been out of the store in 5 minutes.
Not to mention, I know Yankees talked about it before, and I know they kind of squashed private sales over there. But, I think in Kansas I can still do private transactions without an FFL. So if let's say I'm dealing with somebody, he looks uneasy about selling a firearm to me, I pull out my concealed carry permit, that should put him at ease and stuff, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's I know a handful of people that's just it's their own personal rule of thumb. If it's not someone that they already know, like a friend or family, even if it's like a friend of a friend or or someone they met on Craigslist or whatever, that's just their rule is that you have to have a CCW. Because that proves that at least they were checked. And, you know, there could be other people who don't do that, and I don't think there should be a law that says you have to. But if that's your own personal morals, like you just feel like, hey, that's what I feel like doing, then go for it.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
What I do,
and it's good for CYA.
yeah. What I do is, if I ever sell a pistol, what I do to another legal resident of Arkansas, what I do is I talk to them a little bit because, I mean, we're all gun owners. Usually within, 5 to 10 minutes of talking with someone about firearms, you kind of know if they know their shit or if they are sketchy or whatever. And what I do is if I sell a pistol, I say, okay, can I take a picture of your license? You can cover up your driver's license and your address. I want to see your name and your picture. And I take a picture of that and I email it to myself, and with the subject of like Ruger SR9C. And then I have a store of that in my email at all times. So if someone ever comes to me and say, hey, we see that you were that you bought this X amount of years ago, I could be like, yes, I did, and this is the person I sold it to. Go after him.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge
Rifles, I don't care.
Do that. I mean, I should be able to sell my property to whoever I want. I get it. I completely understand.
Yeah.
To cover your own ass, I mean, like you said, I see where that would be a benefit,
If I sell it back to a dealer, I won't. I'll just say, oh, yeah, I sold it to that dealer, and there's paperwork on it. And
Right.
And it's really not
if I sell
my trouble. It's the fact that you're going to spend a lot of money to protect yourself.
Correct. Yeah, it's just cover your own ass. Rifles, I don't tend to do that. I'll be like, I sold to someone, I don't know who. And go on.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Now, someone ever comes for me and say, hey, we have this AK-47, Oakenfoos 1. I'm going to be like, dude, Night Strike. Go after Night Strike. He's the one who killed someone.
Night Strike.
What?
No, I think I'm just talking.
Yeah.
Speaking
I gotta
of
pick on
AK-47s,
Yeah.
well, that's okay. But speaking of AKs, all right, I'm not an AK guy, but to my best recollection, IOs are not very good guns, right?
Yeah.
Except but his came out all right.
Whose?
Matt?
Matt, never enough.
Yeah, never.
He did get a good one. From what he said, he did get a good one, but they're few and far between. I would rather. Okay. I'm not going to say I would rather not have a firearm than have an IO, but I would seriously have to think about it. I mean, either have an IO or not have a firearm. I just IOs they're not put together right.
Well, I understand that they're not good AKs, judging by the response I'm getting here, and from what I've heard before. But like to say you'd rather have no gun than even if it is an IO. I mean, that's some pretty heavy shit. I mean, like, what would be the issues that would make you say that?
I would take that money and spend it on anything else. I mean, seriously, I would not do an IO at all. I wouldn't do it.
Because I heard someone mentioning that nobody in gun channels, they're going to buy themselves an AK. They live out of state. And they said they found this awesome company. It's all American, all this good shit. And then he's like, IO. And I'm like, I don't think you should do that.
Yeah, pretty much.
But let me check into that. And he's like, no, it's a great gun. It's a great company. It's like only $650. And I'm like, yeah.
Yep.
For 600 and something bucks, that's a better AK, couldn't you? If you threw like another 100,
Yes.
you could get like a AK.
For $650, you could probably get a Wasser, a new Wasser, or you could go and get one of these classic firearms AMDs that's $500. That's a better AK than an IO. Or if you want to add another 100 to it, you can get a DDI for $750, and that is, oh my God, 100% better than an IO. Probably 200% better than an IO.
Yeah, so it's like,
I love my
if
DDI.
you're gonna, I wouldn't want to, wasting $650, then having to go spend a bunch more money to have somebody fix it. That doesn't appeal to me.
Well, I mean, not just fix it, but IO use cast trunnions, so they're not as strong, and they'll crack. So if that cracks, number one, your headspace is gone. You're going to have to take absolutely everything apart of your gun to fix it. That's rivets, rear sight, all the way forward. Is going to have to be pulled out. You're going to have to push your barrel out. Then you're going to have to find another rear trunnion, push your barrel back in, re-headspace it, re-drill your cross pin with a bigger cross pin, and then reassemble your entire rifle again. It's not worth it. It is not worth it.
Yeah, I mean
a cast trunnion. No.
Yeah, if you were talking like a gun that was like $300, I could see going through all that trouble. But $650 is a lot of money to spend on a gun that's a shit.
Well, even if it's $300, unless you know how to do it yourself, then you wouldn't be getting a $300 AK. But if you didn't know how to do it and you sent it off to a gunsmith that knew AKs, it would cost you $500 or $600 for them to tear yours apart, get a different front rear trunnion, and put it all, or front trunnion, put it all back together, and then you might as well have gone out and bought a good quality AK to start off with, and you probably would save money.
Yeah, I think because I'm kind of in the same boat right now. I want to buy my first AK when I leave. When I leave California, I want to buy an AK because I was out riding around in the mountains one day, and these guys were out blasting with an AK, and I was like, I've never shot an AK before. So I shot one, and I was like, oh my God, this is the greatest thing known to man. So when I leave California, I'm buying an AK. Like, I'm looking forward. I'm probably going to get an Arsenal or something. What happened?
Yeah, I mean, I love my AKs. I really like building my AKs, but looking back,
I would love to get in
because it's great, and the knowledge I learned building my AKs is I love it. But looking back, was it smart financially?
Probably not, because every time I get into a hobby or something, I think I do just because I want to do it for knowledge's sake. Financially, it breaks me every single time. It's like I'll get all into it. I'll buy the best equipment I need. I'll fishing, or it doesn't matter, whatever the hobby is. I'll go full blown into it, waste tons of money, and then great, I learned something, but it wasn't the best way to go about it.
Very, very true. Yeah, I mean, and like last night on Edge's chat, when he was like, "Is there any gun or gear that you bought that you really regret?" And some part of me says firearms, because this hobby is it's consumed my life. I mean, well, it's a life. it's a life choice, or I was born this way type thing.
You identify as a gun owner?
Yes. I'm an amosexual. But I'm like, oh, I'd like to have land and do all this. I'd like to get out of my house, but I can't because I got 85 grand sitting in guns and ammo, or I just use that number. I don't know how much I actually have. I quit counting them all ago. But I'm like, holy shit.
Well, it sounds to me like you're a Transcaliber.
I like that.
Transcaliber. Oh my god.
I like that.
It,
I'm going to next 4473. I'm going to write Transcaliber and put an X next to it.
Oh yeah, there you go. And when you have to put whether or not you're white, race, or whatever, you got to find something that. How would you classify that as a gun thing for like a? Are you multicam or something?
No, I'll still be white. I'm fine with that. It's the gender. I'll put was it a Transcaliber? Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
You mentioned how, all the money you have tied up in guns and ammo and whatnot. It just reminds me of, I was packing up my bags for going up north, and, I packed the one bag up with a bunch of ammo, and it's kind of like, it's almost like gathering firewood. I got as much ammo as I thought, this is probably what we'll shoot, because I know two of my buddies are coming up. They're going to bring their own stuff too. So I don't mind sharing with them, but it's like they'll have their stuff also. So I got as much as I thought I needed, and then I grabbed a couple more boxes, and a couple more, and a couple more, and then that bag was full, so I put a couple more in the other bag, and then a couple more, I just kept doing this. So
you can always bring it home.
Exactly. Oh, definitely.
Get more.
I got no problem with that. So anyways, my buddy comes over, and I'm showing him because we're getting all hyped up. I'm like, dude, I unzip the bag and show it to him. He's like, oh my god. I go, try and lift it. Go on, try and lift it. He picks it up. He's like, holy fuck. I'm like, yeah. I go, that's going to be empty after that weekend. And so he's like, how much is it? I go, I don't know. I wasn't counting. I was just grabbing handfuls of boxes of ammo. And so I ended up unpacking all of it, counting all of it, putting it all back in. And then it was like, I forget how much, whatever, a couple thousand rounds here and there or whatever. And then I'm like, I wonder how much that's worth. So calculate it out. It's like, yeah, that's over $500 worth of ammo, sitting in that one bag. If I shoot that all up in one weekend, it's going to be an expensive weekend, but it's going to be a fun, expensive weekend.
Your friends are going to be like, Smitty, having a great time. Venison's good. Shooting is fun. We know you're showering, but your clothes are about to walk away. Can you change? And you're like, no, I don't have any room. It's all ammo.
And then you go home and eat ramen noodles for 2 months.
Oh my god, that's exactly the way it is with all anything I get into. It's all, I'll just put off food or whatever just so I can afford whatever I want to do.
Back in 2011 and early 2012 before the scare, I was actually kind of keeping track of how much I was spent on it. And in those 2 years alone, I spent 15 grand on guns and stuff. And I was like, I'm going to stop keeping track because
I like how instead of just budgeting yourself, you're just gonna stop keeping track of how.
Yeah.
If I don't look at it, it doesn't count. I don't want to know.
Okay. Well, just think about this. If you really love a vehicle and you drive the shit out of that vehicle, you love driving it, it's just like you're all about that vehicle. But it gets 5 miles to the gallon. Are you going to keep track of that 5 miles a gallon and have that eat on you all the time? Or are you just going to go to the gas pump, put gas in it there, close your eyes, swipe your card, and go and not look at your credit card receipt?
Well, if I need to make sure I'm going to pay all my bills that month, I need to know, am I paying $100 in gas or $1,000 in gas? So I will kind of keep track of it, sure.
Fucking Smith, always being responsible.
Yeah. The thing is, I've never let my gun hobby. Okay, I've never carried a credit card bill in my life. Let's just say that. So, I don't buy anything that I know I cannot pay off that month. So.
Well, that is very good to do, but and you're right. Especially when I'm at the range, I'm not one of them guys that like shoots a mag and goes, well, there was $3. Shoot something else. Oh, that was $2. Like I don't keep track of that. Pull the trigger, there goes a quarter. Like I don't do that, but it was an interesting exercise. Like I said, bag full of ammo. I wonder how much is actually in there. Oh, it's like over $500 worth.
Yeah. Now, whenever I did start reloading and making my own 223 projectiles, I would go through a mag and go, oh, that's $3. A full 30-round mag. And people are like, that was only $3. I'm like, yeah. People are like, oh my God, for them or 20 or whatever. So, yeah.
It'd be like $10, right? Because it's like 30 some cents a round. So
yeah,
you shoot 30 rounds.
This was back during the ammo scare. Because I got my set of dies. I ordered my set of dies, like a bunch of brass, bunch of primers. Everything I needed to start reloading 223 2 or 3 days before Sandy Hook. So,
and I picked up my first handgun 3 days after Sandy Hook. I put the deposit down on the Sunday before it happened.
Is that when you bought the High Point?
No, that's my CZ.
Oh, never mind.
So yeah, it's like I knew that was the gun that I wanted for a while. Like I said, I didn't really want to do the whole like online thing and trying to find like an FFL or whatever. Because I did ask the one store, and they're like, "Yeah, we charge $50 for a transfer." I was like, "That's dumb." And they're like, "Well, we don't really like people buying stuff online and transferring it. They should just buy it from us." I said, "Okay, do you have one?" No. Can you talk to?
Well, then I can't buy it from you.
And I even said, like, can you talk to like your distributor? Like, can you special order one? Like, I'll wait a couple months if you can get me one. Like, I'll do business with you. I don't mind. And they're like, no, just keep checking back. And I'm like, what the fuck? You won't even put my name on a list if you happen to get one. Remember that I want one. Like, fuck you. And granted, I wasn't in there all the time beforehand because I was still kind of new to guns. I mean, I had a shotgun since I was a teenager. But that was it. My handgun was the first gun I bought myself. And so whatever. But then it's like, then don't get all pissy about it. So anyways, it took me a while to find it. When I finally did see it, I'm like, all right, I need to buy it. And this was when Michigan still had a purchase permit. So you had to go to the police department and get a purchase permit. And like it takes 3 days to get it back. It wasn't like a set waiting period. There's other counties that do it quicker, but because I'm in the county that Detroit's in, they purposely go slow. And I think the maximum is 3 days. So they just always make you wait 3 days no matter what. They don't do that anymore. That's awesome. They got rid of the purchase permit. But anyway, so at the time, so that was on a Sunday, I put the deposit down, go into the police station Monday morning, take care of that. Go in on Wednesday, get the permit, go to the store to pick up my gun. In Sandy Hook, it happened since then, and the place was a madhouse.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad I bought that ahead of time.
Right. Oh, yeah. And that's the thing. And I'm still 50-50 on this. When I went to go pick it up, the guy was in the back room for a long time, and he came back. He's like, "Oh man, like how long have you like had this?" I think he said on layaway, which pissed me off. So I'm like, it's not layaway. I could have paid for the whole thing. Like, fuck you. But whatever. And I'm like, dude, it was on Sunday. Like, I'm here as fast as legally possible to pick it back up. And he's like, oh, because we've been selling guns that have been waiting here for a while if no one came to pick it up. And I was like, well, you better freaking go find my gun, dude, because I'm not leaving without it. And anyways, he went back. He did end up finding it. He's like, oh, yeah, it got moved to a different shelf, whatever. I haven't decided, was it an honest mistake because they were crazy, or was he hoping that he could just refund my $100 I'd go away and he would resell it for, a couple $100 more.
That was
I'm not
probably
sure
right
on
there.
that.
I'm thinking he wishes you would have went away.
I'd like to hope not. I mean, they seem like decent people in that shop, but
But you have to think that's at that time. I mean, they were selling like crazy. So I probably he was wishing he would have gotten more money out of it.
well, the stuff that they did have on the shelf wasn't necessarily overpriced.
Okay.
Like it'd be one thing if it's like, oh yeah, we can't find it. Here's your money back, and then like on the shelf is a freaking Glock for $1,200 or something.
Okay.
That'd be different. But I should take it back. The stuff they did have was the more expensive stuff, but it was like the high end ARs that like before the scare were over $1,000. So they were still over $1,000. Like that makes sense.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So I'd like to think the best, but you never know, I guess.
Oh, Smeggy, way to avoid that going to a gun store and trying to transfer a gun into you from online or through out-of-state FFL is find a pawn shop that deals in firearms.
Yeah.
Pawn shops that deal in
they'll
firearms
still
are
do
going to charge. They're going to charge you less, and they're not going to give you shit about it.
The pawn shops around where I live is $20, and then my barber is $15.
Well, yeah, and I'm hooked up now because after that one, I got talking with some other people, and they told me the guy that they use, and he just runs it out of his basement. Like he just does transfers, and yeah, it was like $20. So since then, I got more comfortable ordering online. But like I said, at the time, it was still just like a little overwhelming. Like I got to find the thing and pay for it. Then I got to find someone to accept it, and I got to like cold call and be like, hey, I'm a stranger. Can you give me this gun? Like, I don't know. I get kind of weird about talking to people I don't know sometimes. So, but since, like I said, because of that, I've transferred, what have I done? 3 different guns through him now. And then my dad got his lower from him. So it's like I'm at least comfortable with him now, and I can just, like, I have his business number, but I also just have his personal cell. So I just freaking, like, text him, be like, hey, remember me? I'm sending you something. He says, okay.
Yep. Yeah, I usually do that. I'm like, hey, I'm sending you this or that. Or he still won't give me a copy of his FFL, but I'm hoping one of these days he will.
What do you mean by that? Like, why would you want a copy of his FFL?
So I could send it directly to wherever I buy a firearm.
Oh, instead of having to call him up, be like, hey, you got to send your FFL to this website.
Correct. And I'll just call him and say, hey, you have one coming for me. Okay.
Right. Well, that's so far everything that I've found online, like when you search their database, he's in there. So it's like they already have a copy of it. So
Okay.
I just call him up, make sure that he's like not on vacation or whatever, and be like, hey, I'm sending you something. He says, okay. I hit checkout. So I've never had to tell him like where to send his FFL.
I've had every time I bought one that went through him, I've always had him to send it. So, I mean, it's no big deal. He usually sends it that day or the next morning.
Right. Well, what's nice is like after you do that once, if you ever get something from like the same website again, then they should still have them on record.
Most of the time, yes.
But I don't know, man.
My FFL, he's on with Buds and a bunch of the other ones, so I just order it, and like he's with what's it called? South Carolina Armory, no, Palmetto State. he's got Palmetto State and Buds, which are the only two places I'll really order from. So I just send them to him, and then I send him an email going, "Yeah, I got a gun coming in a week," and he's like, "Okay."
Yeah, I'm trying to remember where I've sent him from. I know he's in Atlantic Firearms because that's where I got my AK. What was that? Joe Bob's Outfitter? That's where I got my lower. He's in there. And I forget where the pistol came from. It was the third one, but he was in there also. So it's like, oh, that works out great.
Hold on. I gotta see this or show you this.
What's this now? What are you talking about?
Hold on. I'm going to screen share. So you know how Halloween's coming up?
Yes, I do know that.
Check this out.
Sweet.
That's hilarious.
That is hilarious. Anyway, that.
What's that in the background, Foos? Is there a knock on your door?
Tomorrow on the news, Foos committed suicide tragically, 4 shots to the back of the head.
Actually, I was, for whatever reason, I clicked on a link to Jeff Dunham, the guy who does all the puppets and stuff, and he's the comedian, and he's like talking about how he's like how viewers keep complaining because he only makes fun of Donald Trump, and he's like, well, it's not only that, but we have other reasons that we don't make fun of Hillary, and like this female hand comes in with a 38 to one of the dummies' heads. all this stuff, like Hillary's off screen threatening the dummies not to make fun of her. It's pretty good.
Yeah. That woman, I just don't understand.
What don't you understand?
Everything about her.
You know, if you look through history, there are awful, horrible people who become leaders of countries. Period. It's actually fairly uncommon to have so many good ones in a row.
Well, no, aren't the
early time of America?
Well, aren't most leaders of countries like psychopaths or something like that?
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know. Let me see if I can think of one right now. Vladimir Putin, maybe. Kim Jong Un. Anyone who's in a dictatorship or a third world country pretty much is. Anyone in the Middle East. Yeah, it's very common to have a psychopathic person take power and the reins of power and take out their competition.
Yep.
And I mean, it's interesting that here in America that because of the way our forefathers set up the electorate and the way that we voted for people, that up until we got TV, we pretty much were pretty good at electing fairly decent people. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the suspected for killing the guys up in Washington is now in custody.
Sorry, what happened in Washington?
The guy that shot up the place up in Washington last night.
I missed that story.
He is in custody. Yeah, with I'm not sure what firearm, but it's something all wood.
Dead Horse would say it looked like a 1022.
It was a
Oh,
10/22. There's not a doubt in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, I took a look at the picture. It kind of does look like a 10.2.
If you watch the video when he first walks into the store, he does not have like a banana mag coming out of the gun. It has just like the regular 10 round rotary mag. And then halfway through the store, like the next pictures it shows, all of a sudden it has a banana mag sticking out of it, and it looks just like one of those clear like BX25 round mags or a Butler Creek mag or something. So, and it's identical to the 10/22 25 round mags. And so like he started off with the 10 round mag, and then somewhere through the middle of the store reloaded to that Butler Creek mag. But yeah, I'm 99% sure it was just a 10/22 and nothing fancy at all. All it had was a sling. No tactical stock, no nothing.
Yeah, it was a wood stock, full length wood. And you can tell it was a small gun too. So yeah, I fully believe it was that. Absolutely.
Yeah, I was just checking
Fucking
it out.
commercials.
And of course, this guy wasn't one of the murder-suicide ones. It's always better when they shoot themselves on scene. Just wraps things up.
So did they find out if he was Hispanic, if he was, as Flippy would call him, a Muslim, or?
What's his name? Does it at least have that? I know we don't.
I'm looking.
We don't say the name on air, but if you could put it in the side chat, that would definitely give us an indication as to his heritage.
Right.
You know, if it's Jimmy Olsen, it's one thing. If it's Juan Martinez, it's another. And if it's Muhammad, whatever.
I'm still looking. Doesn't say.
Yeah, but at least they captured his ass, so he's gonna fry no matter what. So.
Well, I mean, with this administration, I'm surprised if he gets less than 10 years.
Yeah, he'll be the victim, and it'll be the gun's fault.
Well, hold on. It's Washington State, right? Not Washington, D.C. Okay, so if it's Washington State, then it's probably a matter if they're going to prosecute him. Because if they prosecute him in Washington State, then it's 5 counts of murder. If they do it as federal, then it's like a terrorist act or some crap. And I don't know if they have the death penalty or not in Washington State, but they, at least for 5 murders, would probably lock him up for the rest of his life, I would hope.
Did it mention anything about the FBI being involved?
I think it said state police guy is the one who reported him captured.
All right, I'll see you guys later. I'm jumping over to G-Web's chat. He's doing
All right.
ammo chat.
All right, yeah, I'm in the lobby of his chat right now.
Is Island It still in here? No, dang it. Uncle Sam's misguided children as a meme. Muammar Gaddafi, the former Libyan president, demonized by the West. But here are some facts about the Libyan under Gaddafi. Free healthcare, free electricity, interest-free loans. Newlyweds received $50,000 to find a home. Mothers received $5,000 on the birth of a child. Citizens received a percentage of all oil sales, and petrol was 14 cents a liter. Government paid 50% of the price of your car. Unemployed Libyans received an average salary for their profession in benefits, and now is breeding ground for terrorists. That's just funny.
You know, it is interesting how whenever Middle Eastern countries that sell oil are under a strong regime, how the rich people who sell the oil want to keep control and use military and then also pay the citizens socialistically from the sale of the oil to keep everything smooth and running smooth. Because, you know, he didn't want anyone jacking with his cash cow. I mean, you should see the way that, like, have you ever watched The Kingdom, where I think it's Jamie Foxx and stuff? They go over to Saudi Arabia, and the prince and stuff, they crack down on the terrorists. They're like, not in our country. They're like, who do you think you are? You need to.
Because they hate competition.
Yeah, the royalty doesn't want anything bad going on. They love being the royals. They don't want.
No, they love being the ones that do the bad things.
No,
they don't want any competition.
Yeah.
I mean, fuck, yeah, they don't do it there. It's like fucking television to them. They pay money to fucking terrorists to go do shit in other countries, and they just sit back and watch it and laugh. Ha ha ha. We supply the oil. Like, we don't care. No retaliation on us.
Now, thanks to our terrific commander-in-chief, who has systematically, through his incompetence, screwed the Middle East up royally through helping to destabilize countries, causing little wars and things to happen, leading from behind and all that. He's just totally turned that place into a big ant mound that's been kicked over, and now nobody's able to control the money or the oil. OPEC is like on the rails. Which is funny because it'd be a problem except for the fact that we have enough oil that we can live on our own now without having to buy their oil. So now their number one customers become oil independent.
No, that's going to ruin our strategy. Our strategy is to buy everyone else's fucking oil, even if we have to pay like high prices for it right now, until they all run out, and then we'll be the only ones left with oil, and then we'll get whatever we want. Like, we'll be selling oil like for 10 times more than what it is right now. Like,
yeah, that's
our whole strategy. It's the end game.
Correct. No. It's of course it's use other people's first. So whenever there is another war, we will be able to supply our own military machine, and they won't be able to.
Y'all are looking way too far into this because my opinion is Barack Obama wants everyone driving an electric car and pedaling it to work, and he doesn't understand how the oil business works. And because he tried to keep prices up for so long, he didn't realize that trying to make everyone go green makes Exxon drill. His attempt to help encourage democracy in the Middle East turned into destroying every country and making them all completely Muslim. But he wanted to have them become Americanized like us, and then when they all destabilized and overthrew their governments, they didn't elect democratic governments. So, oops. I mean, for all Trump says about blah, 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 credit ISIS, really, Obama's actions led to the fall of Al-Qaeda and the rise of ISIS because of what he was doing in the Middle East, trying to influence things and totally screwing up the entire region. He created the petri dish to grow the virus because he doesn't know what he's doing, period.
Yep.
And I still remember whenever Benghazi got attacked and on the news, they were talking about this video, and I had to go on YouTube to go watch this video, and I finally found it after looking and watched like 45 minutes of this video, and they're saying how the people there were attacking and blah, 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 and I was like going, this video was dated from like 7 months ago. And I said, this doesn't make any sense what they're saying. How would a video, no matter how much it upset the Muslims in general, put up 7 months ago cause a problem now? What doesn't make any sense. It's not like somebody turned around and burned a Quran yesterday and it got published. You know, why are they freaking out? And then you come to find out that that's totally not what it was about. It was all smokescreen.
Yeah, speaking of that, Obama blocked the 9011 civil suit against Saudi Arabia. He stopped that shit dead cold. So.
That's ridiculous.
He
The
vetoed the bill that would have allowed the 9/11 victims to sue the Saudis. So basically, they get no retaliation. We don't go over there and bomb them into fucking oblivion, and then we can't even sue them for civil damages. So yeah, fuck Obama and fuck Saudi Arabia.
Well, hold on, dead horse. Come on. How are we going to sue Saudi Arabia, a foreign country? I mean, that's...
There is a bill that would allow us to do it. They were trying to pass a bill. That would Obama vetoed that shit.
In international courts, we would have been able to do it. I don't think it would have held water because it's two sovereign countries.
Yeah, and anyway, it's ridiculous. It wouldn't have ever gained traction or done anything. It's ridiculous that you just can't up and do that. I mean,
do you have any idea how many people in foreign countries sue the United States?
Well, and yeah, I do, and that's how dumb everything is. They sue us because one of our drones blew up something or something like this happens. Do we actually pay them? Is my question.
Well, judging by Obama and the Iran, in Iran, yeah.
Well, that was paying a bribe to recover hostages. That was paying a ransom.
Yeah, the good news is that the Congress leaders on both sides of the aisle said that they'll override Obama's veto next week. So, that's what Congress said. But he's issued 12 vetoes so far in the past 8 years, and all of them have stood ground. Congress hasn't overturned a single one. So if they do actually veto his shit, Congress, then it'll be the first one that they do. So hopefully they do it.
Look at that. You chased Nathan out.
Fucking Saudi Arabia sympathizers. Loving all that gas. Those gasaholics. Hey, Wendy, did you get any ducks?
Yeah, you see my picture? That was this morning's work.
No, I don't see your picture. It's just a black screen. Oh, wait, okay, wait. Now I click on it. Yeah, okay. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 19, 20, about 22, 23.
Some of those are gross too, right?
No, 24 ducks and 2 geese for 3 people.
Holy crap.
And tomorrow morning should be just as good.
Are you going to make some Peking duck?
No, we already drank a bunch of beer and then deep fat fried a bunch. So that was kind of the plan.
Sweet.
Sweet and sour duck.
It was some fast shooting this morning. It was really foggy and rainy, and like the teal would just come flying in. Like you wouldn't have time to pull shots. It was just crazy. It was pretty awesome. And then the Canadians, I'm surprised we got those. They were pretty high, but all 3 of us just started opening up on them, and 2 fell down, and I don't know, probably 10 or 12 took off. So Canadians are hard to kill.
Well, we got to make sure we tell Bob that you're out after Canadians.
That's right. They're not welcomed here in North Dakota.
Oh, man.
I thought North Dakota was considered like mini Canada.
Yeah, don't you know?
With their bags of milk and crazy denim outfits.
Yeah, like they don't, like A's not even like the first letter of their fucking alphabet. Like that's how messed up they are.
It's like A, eh?
Yeah, it's like A.
Or when they say a boot.
Yeah, it's a boot that.
I don't mind Canada or Canadian.
Man. So I jumped into G-Web's lobby chat over there for the AKU. And Smeg and him were like, howdy, good evening. I went, hola. No response. So I put, bonjour? Question. And he's like, none of that French business here. We got standards. And I said, oui, monsieur.
This is my last week on gun channels for a little while.
Why that?
I took a job in a different town, and I'm moving to different housing, and they don't have internet there, so I'll have to work on getting it. But I might be gone for a little bit.
Oh, right on. Hopefully it's a step up in life.
Yeah,
I took a promotion, so.
I would just steal some of that free Canadian internet if I lived in North Dakota. That's what I would do. Is I would just hook up to the Canadian Wi-Fi.
Yeah, but then he'd have to apologize after every time he said something.
No, you just have to apologize for stealing it, and then they'd be like, "Oh, okay, it's all right. Like, you can steal it."
What are you doing on our Canadian internet? Eh? I'm sorry, I stole it. Oh, okay. You're fine. That's a crappy Canadian accent. I don't know. I don't plan on going to Canada to learn how to do one, so.
You guys ever follow the Canadian justice system? Like, if you get like a 20-year sentence in Canada, you might serve 5. It's kind of crazy.
Sounds like California.
Just give peace a chance, man. Like, you know. Every time they release a habitual criminal out of the justice system, I hear that they tell them just give peace a chance.
Hey guys, I'll catch you later. There's the guard over here at the bar, the new security guard over here. So I'm gonna show him some of the cool AK videos and shooting videos of my son and stuff. So I'll catch you guys later. All right?
Later.
Laters.
Be heavy.
Don't shoot your eye out.
So over on the AK chat, are they just talking about the new AMDs that are out and cheap?
No, it's supposed to be 7.62, about 39 ammo chat. And when it starts, it starts. Mule Team just showed up over there. I haven't seen Mule in a bit.
Fucking that dude's awesome.
Yeah.
That guy's like a fucking hero, man. Like that guy, yeah. I have a lot of respect for that guy, dude. That fucking guy's the shit. Like, I want to piss him off just to, like, listen to him, like, rant at me. Like, in fact, where is he? I'm going to go tell him that I want to vote for Gary Johnson.
Freaking DF is out there talking about Nightcrawler. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna go show the new security guard these pictures. He's like, okay, dude, he's getting kicked out. They're booting him from the bar. That's funny shit.
He's like, yeah, this is the new security guard over here. He says I can't be filming.
What do you mean I've had too many drinks? I've only had 12 in the last hour.
I always thought he was shooting from like his basement where he had a pool table. Apparently,
no. He goes to the local bars around where he's at out there in Foam, Montana. Actually, I think he's not. I think he's out. He had a video going to 74, which is, I guess, California State Highway 74.
Did he post his video yet of him, like, eating ass on his fucking bike? You know?
Yeah.
Drip, drip, drip.
Drip, drip, drip. Why everybody's so quiet up in this bitch?
We're all getting our chat napper patch, so quiet. Flippy is unusually quiet tonight.
Okay, videos. Okay.
You gotta find a way to wake up that fucking panda.
I watched that lobby chat the other week when they called him out. I was kind of chuckling quite a bit.
Are you for real?
Yeah, it's under Pink's lobby. I think from like 4 or 5 days ago or something like that.
Are you real? Just show me again.
Oh yeah, the whole Flippy conspiracy. I'm still telling you, he's Skynet, and you know everything else is just computer generated facsimiles. The good news is he seems to like gun channels, so when he takes over the world, I think gun channels will survive.
2 days till we can watch the crushing blow to Hillary's campaign when she has a seizure on stage.
According to Dead Horse, she's a drone, and the reason you don't see her is because they're working on her to fix her. They have the technology, and they're going to rebuild her. She's going to come back more Hillary than ever.
The $6 billion woman.
Yeah.
No, the truth is Hillary's a fucking reptilian, man. I've said that I've said that even back when she was like the first lady. That bitch is a reptilian.
I still say she's Emperor Palpatine.
Like David Icke, he said that she's a reptilian. I tend to believe that guy more than her. So she says she's human. He says she's a reptilian. Who are you really going to believe? Are you going to believe Hillary or him? It's obviously you're going to believe him. So she's a reptilian.
She's Emperor Palpatine as a cross-dressing Emperor Palpatine.
I think she's a robot with a mouth that kind of, when she has that like seizure outside the band, that was like a software glitch. Something will happen before November. I think this will be.
So you want to know what's really fucked up? My girlfriend's all asking me about my gun, right? Like how far I'm done building it, like my special little build I'm doing. And I told her, oh yeah, like I'm just like pretty much waiting for the stock for it. Like, I should be here like Tuesday. And she's like, oh, what stock did you get? And I showed her the Magpul MOE rifle stock. And she's like, no, fuck that. That's ugly. You're not putting it on that gun. And then she gets on her phone and she starts looking at all these stocks. And she's like, hey, what about this one? Look, this one's like way better. And I'm like, but that stock's $350. And she's like, yeah, so? Like, dude, I created a fucking monster, man. Like, I can't even like put what I want on my own guns now.
Buy a soft
one of your kit guns that you're building?
I want a fixed stock for sure. I don't want no piece of shit SOP mod, dude. Those things are fucking ugly, and they're just, yeah, they're ugly. And like, what's that one guy from Practically Tactical? Like, even didn't he say that they're fucking garbage? I've been saying they're garbage for like ever since I first saw them. I was like, oh, that looks like a giant piece of garbage. That's what I've said. And then that Practically Tactical guy that everyone likes, even he said they're fucking garbage. So, yeah, like, I might as well just buy like airsoft shit and put it on my rifle and be like, look, it's fucking like, this is like the same quality.
What kind of build are you doing?
It's going to be basically a coyote hunting rifle, but kind of like a SPR type, 18-inch barrel. So.
Go for the Ace with the foam tube. I had that on a Banner rifle, and I kind of liked it.
Yeah, see, I'm thinking about that, dude. I can get the whole fucking Ace kit right here. Look, there it is in the side chat. The whole kit with buffer tube, everything for 109 shipped. And I'm like really, like, I don't know. I've wanted it, and I've wanted one for a while. And the only thing I don't like about it is like there's just no fucking storage. So I don't know.
It's a good stock. If I ever build another rifle like with a solid stock, I'd consider putting that on.
Do you already have one?
I sold the rifle when the ban ended. I traded it in, and like right now I got a build going on, but I got like a 20-inch with a regular A2 stock, and that seems to work fine.
Yeah, see, I like A2 stocks, man. Like, I'm all about the A2. Like, the A2, like, oh, it fucking works great. It's awesome. Like, it's everything I think a stock should be is like the A2. Like, I have no problems with them. And that's what I wanted to put on this build. But But then my girlfriend talked me and she's like, no, you need like something different. Like you need something like aftermarket, something that's better. So then I was like, okay. So I looked around and everyone said, oh, like if you like an A2 stock, then you'll really like the Magpul MOE stock because it's basically like an A2, but it has a better cheek weld and better designed storage. And I was like, oh, okay, if it has a better cheek weld and shit, like, okay, then I'll just get that. So I just bought that like whole stock assembly for like $98 or something shipped from Joe Bob's. But now when she found out what I actually bought, she's like, no, fuck that. You're not putting that on your gun. And I'll admit, like all the pictures, when I looked online for that Magpul MOE rifle stock, all the pictures of all the guns that I saw that stock on did kind of look pretty fucking ugly. So
I return it and get an ace. You won't be disappointed with the ace, I don't think.
yeah, it's only $9 more. It cost me $9 more to get that ace.
So this is a full-length rifle you're building?
Oh yeah, 18-inch barrel. Well, I'm building 3 of them. I got a 20-inch barrel and 2 18s. I'm building one of the 18s like very plain Jane mil spec, except for like a free float rail, and then the 18-inch barrel. But other than that, I'm just doing like mil spec lower parts kit. Like there's nothing fancy or special. And so that's going to be like a plain Jane type SPR build. And then I'm going to do my Little Red Riding Hood build, which is all like fucking fancy aftermarket shit. And then I'm building a 20-inch one. And like I have the barrel, the upper, the lower, the bolt carrier group, but I haven't really decided like what trigger I should use or what lower parts kit or what I'm going to do with that. Like my plain Jane 18 inches is going to get an A2 stock. And I actually bought 2 A2 stocks, so I'm thinking about using an A2 stock on the 20-inch. But if I get this A stock, I might put the A stock on the Red Riding Hood build, and then put that Magpul stock on the 20-inch. I don't fucking know. It's just, I don't know. I think I'm just gonna order that Ace 2 right now. I think I'm gonna buy it right now, dude.
The ugliest fixed stock out there is that Voltor one. Have you ever seen that?
Yeah, that is an ugly looking weird. It looks like erector set shit like put together or something. Like when I saw that, I was like, oh wait, that looks like erector set pieces like someone made into a stock. Like that's what I thought the first time I saw that.
Yeah, I've never seen one in the wild. I've only seen them in pictures online. So, but it's
they're so ugly nobody buys them.
Yeah, it's $108.99 for this Ace ARFX skeleton complete stock assembly kit, and that's the one you had is the ARFX, right?
Yeah, it was on a gun I bought like in 2002. I bought one of those. They called it the modular gun. It was a Bushmaster. It had one of those stock carbine length gas system with a floated or fluted 1 1/8 twist barrel with flip up lights.
Did it have the entry length stock or the rifle length stock?
Rifle length.
Okay, because it says here that the rifle length, or they say here that the A stock without the rubber butt pad is the A1 length, and then when you put the rubber butt pad on it, it becomes like A2 length. So
if you're gonna, it was plenty. It was good for that. If you're gonna shoot off the bench or prone, you want an A2 length. You want that little bit of a difference on the length. Makes a pretty big difference when shooting prone.
Well, that's all this rifle is going to be for, is literally going and sitting up on top of a hill on my little shooting bench and then just baiting coyote. And like that's all this gun's going to be for. It's just nothing but a dedicated coyote gun. And even though coyotes aren't wolves, but like they don't, that's why I'm calling it Little Red Riding Hood. It's because it's going to be to hunt the big bad wolf. All right, checkout. I'm checking out. Visa card number, bam, bam, bam. Submit and complete order. So this should be sent out probably Monday, and then, dude, I ordered a BCM parts this morning at like 5 this morning, And like at 7 a.m., my phone beeps and I get an email from BCM like, oh, we shipped your stuff. Like on a Saturday at 7 a.m., 2 hours after I ordered it, like they shipped my shit. I was like, that's pretty good. Like, that'll work. Okay, I just bought that ARFX. So either way, like worst comes to worst, I'll just end up with like one of these stocks. Like one of these stocks will be extra. I'll either have an extra A2 or an extra Magpul, or this ARFX is extra for something else. That's going to be the worst case scenario. So I'm okay with that.
Well, I'm out for the night. I gotta get up at 5, so I'll see you guys later.
Later, man. I gotta go get my hair dryer out and heat up this upper receiver in this barrel to get the barrel out of it.
Yeah, we're losing everybody to the AK ammo collection chat.
See, I have like 2.5 fucking cases of AK ammo, and I think it's like Romanian or something. I don't know, but that's for my SKS, just in like the 400 and I think they're 480 or 440, something like that round span cans. So I already have over 1,000 rounds of AK ammo, and like it's just regular steel case shit, and you know, like it'll work out of the SKS just fine. And yeah, like I don't know anything else about AK ammo at all. Like I don't fucking know, dude. Like that doesn't really interest me. Like now if it was like a 5.56 chat, like a real, like an American caliber, not communist, then I'd be like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it's all interesting. But he's pretty much just going over the same stuff he went over on the late lobby last night, so.
Yeah, it's interesting to a point, but I just don't know about any of that shit, and I don't really, not trying to like sound mean or anything, it's just it doesn't interest me because I don't own AKs and I don't shoot that round a lot or anything, and it's not, I don't know, I don't think about it ever. It's never on my mind. It's just not something that interests me. So I just, to me it's just like, yeah, whatever. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. No idea. I have no idea what the difference is between this manufactured AK ammo and this one and this one and these head stamps, and I just have no idea. Like I couldn't even begin to like try like I don't even know that about like 5.56 ammo, like, you know, like.
Yeah, neither do I. I mean, you got people out there that collect that stuff, but there's a niche for everybody, and you're right. I mean, just doesn't interest some people. I mean,
yeah, like even if like I might listen to it if it was 5.56, I might be more into it, but still I don't know any shit about that. It's like XM193, M855. It's not one of those two, then whatever it is, I don't really care. That's like me. It doesn't interest me.
no, I get you. I mean, that's why I'm still here. I mean, not to mention, you know, like I heard him talk about this last night in depth, and he was even going over, well, maybe not as in depth as he's going into now, but you know, he even went over the 50 BMG rounds. That was actually pretty cool. You know, there's actually a lot of interesting things, but again, you know, I don't own an AK. It's like my friend has an SKS.
I tell everyone that's my AK, and when they're like, "Do you got an AK?" I was like, "Dude, I have the best AK ever made." And they're like, "An Arsenal?" I'm like, "No, an SKS." That's what I tell people all the time, dude. It pisses me off.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I'm sure they love you for that. No, you can always say, "No, I got a VZ-15."
Oh, then I'll sit there and fuck with them, and I'll tell them, "No, dude, like, don't you know the SKS is like the newer, better, more updated like version of an AK?" Like, it's not a stamped receiver. It's you know, it's totally different. I'm like, no, it's just better. It's the same, but it's better.
Then you got to give them shit and tell them, yeah, but it's a California legal version because it's only got a 10-round mag.
My SKS has a 20-round fix. I guess mine's a rare one, someone told me, because the 20-round fixed mags are like, I guess, a lot more rare, like the Chinese Norinkos. Mine's a Norinko. And someone told me, like, oh, you got a rare one because of that 20-round fixed mags. Like, they didn't really make those like that much compared to the 10-round ones. And like when I got it, I got the 20-round fixed mag with it, but the guy who had it had like taken the mag off and had this like AK style mag with this like front fucking lip that stuck out like 2 inches to fill that gap. But it looked like an AK mag, a 30-round AK mag, and it came with one of those. And like that mag sucks so bad to like load that gun with that mag. You got to pull the bolt back and then be like holding the bolt back with one hand, then insert the mag and then let the bolt go and it'll strip a round off, right? And then when you want to unload that gun, it doesn't have a last shot hold open for that mag. So you got to pull the bolt all the way back and sitting there be holding it by hand to take out the mag. So every time you load or unload that gun to take out that mag or put it in, you have to hold the bolt back with your other hand at the same time. And it's just really fucking awkward, especially if you're just standing there shooting or something to do that with. And like, so after I went out and shot with that mag like one time, I put back on that fixed 20-round mag. I was like, fuck this 20-round mag's going back in the gun. And like, yeah. I don't even think I've ever had a malfunction with that SKS or anything. Like, that thing shoots actually pretty nice for what it is.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, my friend's got is it a Russian? Yeah, I think he's got a Russian SKS. And, of course, you know, he put the freaking, like, Butler Creek synthetic stock on it and shit and totally just took away from the value of it. But that's cool, whatever. It's his gun, he can do what he wants.
My SKS is the only gun I own with a bayonet, dude. You know, that's the only bayonet I own is that bayonet on that SKS.
I don't know a bayonet for any gun, so yeah. I don't, you know.
Yeah, I'm not a bayonet guy either, man. Like, the only reason it's on that SKS is because it's actually, like, pinned to the fucking gun. Like, so I'd have to, like, pound out a pin and shit, and then there'd be a gap, like, in the stock and shit where it folds up. So I just like leave it on that SKS. It's a spiked bayonet too, which are the good bayonets.
Freaking, yeah, if I like, okay, I have an AR. If I were to throw a bayonet on it, the blade would probably stick out just barely in front of the muzzle because it sits back so far because it's carbine length. So it's like, yeah, there's no point in having it. You know?
They make special bayonets for the carbine length ones that are like the 2 inches longer or whatever. Like, I've seen those like on Amazon and eBay and shit, the special bayonets just for like carbine length. For the carbine like 16-inch, barrel for like the civilian.
Yeah, and you know, it's like I'm just not down. I'm just like, okay, I don't see the point in having a bayonet on it. I mean, I don't see myself getting into any bayonet, you know, fights with anybody in the near future. So
I can definitely see like their purpose at a time like trench warfare and shit. I can definitely see their usefulness, like when guys would just like jump into a trench with 10 other guys and have to fuck shit up. And I can definitely see like the usefulness of it back then, but nowadays to me it's just like extra added weight on a gun and it's like looks type of thing, I guess. Just doesn't interest me.
I mean, if I was building like an A1 build, if I did an A1 build and then I get like a Vietnam era bayonet for it, I could see it.
None of those guys in Vietnam ever used their bayonets. Like, like it was dead even then, dude. It was dead even during the Vietnam. Like the guys are like, "What the fuck is this? Like, you want me to stick this on the end of my rifle? No, that's not happening."
They actually, like, when I was in boot camp, we actually got to do the bayonet training, dude.
Where you run at the fucking like sandbags or whatever.
We'd actually we'd put the bayonets on our guns and we'd go through the steps, you know, learn the different techniques, parries, the strikes, the counters. And then, yeah, we did the combat course, and then we applied it against each other using pugil sticks. And so we did that like twice. We did that in first phase and then third phase. Third phase was a little more of a fucking free-for-all. Like you go through, you run this course, you do these things, all these different things. And then your last thing is you run into the dome. They call it Thunderdome. And you go in there, and it's a dome that's covered by like camouflage netting and stuff. And you go in there, and it's like a free-for-all, literally. Like you run in one door, other person runs in another door, and then like you go at it, and then like other people are running in, and you're going at it with like everybody around you. It's like just a total free-for-all. And once you get knocked out, or not physically knocked out, but you get taken down by points or whatever, you get booted out. And it's like generally it's you got the shit beat out of you, then you got kicked out. It's like it was like mayhem. That's pretty much what it was. It just mayhem with pugil sticks. It was fun, But yeah, other than that, that's the last time I even saw a bayonet in the Marine Corps.
I think I'm going to sell my 10.5 inch AR pistol, the first one I built with the SIG brace on it. I think I'm just going to sell that whole gun. So I think I'm going to sell my first AR that I've sold in like a long, long, long time. I think I'm going to sell one.
4K.
No, I'm probably going to ask like, I don't know. I'm probably going to ask like $500 for it.
Yeah, that's cool. That's not a bad price. If I had 500 bones, I'd buy it, but I don't. So
yeah, well, I think I'm only into it like 450, so that's why I'm only going to ask 500 for it.
Is it one of those polymer frame ones that you built, or is it an actual?
No, it's on an Anderson lower, but it's a Radical Firearms complete upper, 10.5-inch upper with their like FSG M-lock rail or something. So it has like I think like an 8-inch M-lock rail. Then it's a 10.5-inch barrel. The whole upper is a Radical Firearms upper. They built the upper with the bolt and the bolt carrier group and the charging handle. And then I built the lower just out of an Anderson. And then it just has a normal pistol tube with the SIG brace. Well, with the SIG brace, I'm probably, oh no, wait. I paid, because I remember I got the SIG brace with the upper. That's right. So that I paid about I think I paid $370 with the SIG brace and the complete upper. And then so the lower, I'm probably only into the lower like $130. So actually I'm in that gun about $500. So yeah, so I'll probably sell it for like $550. That's what I'll put it out for. And if anyone offers me like $500, I'll take it. And then
dude, put it out for like $650. You're not fleecing anybody. I mean, this is your time and your effort doing this too. So
I don't want two 10.5-inch AR pistols, and I wasn't happy with that first one. And then after I wasn't happy with it mainly because I don't know, the rail's okay, but I'm not about it. It just feels kind of weird to me. And the SIG brace, I don't like the SIG brace. It's just too wide and I don't know. It's just too fucked up. And I've only shot I think I've only shot one box of ammo, like 20 rounds out of that gun. So it's like still like brand fucking new. But it's a Radical Firearms upper, and ever since AK Operators Union did that Radical Firearms AR thing and showed their problems, I'm like, oh God, maybe I want to get rid of this. And it sucks because my 458 SOCOM is a Radical Firearms upper, and fucking AK Operators Union all scared me on those guys now.
Well, I'm sure Rob Skis just said, because he only did the one, right?
Yeah, he only did the one.
And what do you say the problems were with it?
Like, I think it had like a loose barrel nut or something on it, like right from the fucking factory. Like it wasn't tightened or something, and then like the lugs were like starting to shear off the fucking bolt carrier or something, and like it had several different fucking things that he found wrong with it pretty much. Like he wasn't happy with it. And I think there was something going on with the trigger. He said that the trigger like felt weird, like something was ended up going on with the trigger. But I don't have a complete gun of theirs. I just have 2 uppers. I have the 458 SOCOM upper and then that 10-inch pistol upper. So I didn't buy complete guns, just the uppers.
How many rounds did you put through that 458?
10. I got 20 rounds and I shot 10 of them, and I'm saving the other 10 for when the dinosaurs invade.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, because I figured that's going to be like my T-Rex hunting gun, you know? Because it's a 16-inch barrel 458 SOCOM, so.
That thing probably bucks pretty hard.
I don't know. The 16-inch barrel probably definitely helps compared to like the other kit they had. I think only had like a 8.5-inch barrel or 9-inch barrel or something like that. The other upper they had in 458. So I went with the full-length rifle version. But, you know, it's not bad, but you can definitely tell that there's a lot of fucking power there. You know, it kind of like, really, it kind of feels like shooting a 308. Like I don't know. That's how I would compare it to. Like that's what it felt like to me. It was kind of like standing there shooting a 308, but I don't know. It wasn't like it didn't like knock. It's not gonna like knock you on your ass or anything like that. It's not like that big of a round, but it's basically like a 50 AE. Like that's like coming out of a rifle, so it's really not that bad.
I don't know. I guess they're trying to say that it's supposed to be like the semi-automatic version of a 4570.
No, the 4570 is a lot more powerful, dude. A lot more powder behind it. It like might be like the same size bullet, but it's there's a lot more powder behind a 4570, I think. So I don't know. I haven't got a chance to like shoot like reactive targets with it yet to see like what kind of damage it can really do. Like, you know, the only thing I shot I think was pretty much just paper just to try and get it close to sighted in, and you know, and that was it.
Freaking Demolition Ranch did a video on it. That was funny.
I want more ammo, but all the ammo for it's like $3 a round, and then I go, oh fuck, you know what? $3 a round. I should have just bought a 50 BMG. Like, what the fuck was I thinking? Like, you know, that's like what I kind of felt like after I bought it. I was like, oh dude, I should have just bought a 50. It would have been like the same price to shoot. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but the price of the 50 BMG would be way higher.
You know, there's these billet lowers right now on sale. These blend billet lowers, like in like the mag catch is like cut wrong, or the bolt catch is like somehow cut wrong on them, and they're still 100% functional, but they don't have like last round hold open capability. So like none of your your last rounds, like, you know, it's not going to hold the bolt back, but for like using on like a single shot 50 upper or something, it'd be like perfect because you don't care about the mag well or anything on that. So they're like $30 too for these 80% lowers, and I was thinking about just buying like 4 or 5 of them just to kind of have. And I don't know, I wouldn't mind actually like turning one of those into like a 50 and buying one of those like shit hits the fan 50 single shot uppers for it. Like,
yeah, I don't know. I'm still not down for that. Especially with billet. Like, for some reason, like, billet's got a different hardness to it.
It's fragile. Yeah, it's more hard, so it's fragile. It cracks more. It's not near as strong as forged.
That's my thing. It's like, put on the upper, you got all that recoil coming straight back. It's going to transfer into the lower. Cracky, crack, crack. Then you got to put on another lower, do the same thing.
That's why guys are buying steel lowers. There's a company that makes like stainless steel lowers, AR-15 lowers, and they make a special lower just for those 50 kits that doesn't even have a magwell on it. But the good thing about that is like, oh, like you can have a lower for one gun for like a regular AR-15, take off that lower and go use it on your 50 if you want, and switch back and forth. Even though I don't do that, I prefer to have complete guns, but it's an option. And but like the guys who I've seen like really like those 50 AR type single shots and stuff, those guys all have like stainless steel or steel lowers. on them. They make a 5-round mag one too, but it like loads in the side of it, and I don't like that whole loading in the side, especially since it loads in the left side, and it's like that mag's kind of like right in your face. Like, I don't know. I don't think that receiver is probably as strong with that cutout to accept the mag as the single shot one is. And if I'm shooting something as big as a 50, I probably want that thing to be as strong as possible. So I'm like, oh, a single shot, I'm okay with that.
Oh yeah, I mean, the one with the side magazines, they're running for like $2,200, and it's just the upper.
The place I was looking at,
magazine, but no, I'm talking about the 5-round mag.
The 5-round mag ones are $1,800, and then the single shot ones are $1,400 right now.
Shit, dude, $1,800, Midwest Industry AR 308, done.
I don't want to build any more 308s. After my first experience building a Frankenstein 308, I'm over it. Like, I'll never build another 308 like that again. The only thing I'll ever do.
Dude, I'm talking about a complete rifle. I'm talking about the complete rifle. You know, it's like you can get a key mod or M-lock, so you can have dick mod or fucking pussy lock.
Yeah, like I would do a complete rifle, or even like a complete upper with just a matched lower. Like, I would totally do that, but I'll never ever build the Frankenstein 308 again, dude. They can turn into a fucking nightmare and a money pit from hell. You're like, oh, I can build this whole rifle for like $700 and have a 308, okay. And then you get into it, and then you find out, oh, my bolt face needs to be recessed, and my chamber needs to be reamed, and this and that, and like, you get into it, and then by the time you're done paying your fucking gunsmith, you're like, oh, my $700 rifle is now a $1,200 rifle. It ends up costing you $500 more than what you expect just to make it run good and work, you know, like, nah.
It's like Midwest Industries. They built the 308 AR plat rifle, and then they made one for James Yeager too. It's the same fucking gun. It's just for James Yeager edition. Literally, it's the same fucking gun. I think it's the same price too. It's like $16.99 for the whole rifle. You know, so I'm like, fuck yeah, dude! If I'm gonna spend that kind of money on an AR, that's what I'm getting.
No, when I spend that kind of money on AR, I'm going to go Armalite National Match every time, or Colt National Match. That's it. Maybe a Rock River National Match. Those are the rifles I'll spend that kind of money on. Like, yeah, you know, because I think my national match was like $1,600, and I got it at a deal because I think it was like a $2,200 rifle. I think that was the sticker price in the store. But I got it for like 16 something.
That's not bad, I think.
But you're talking about like a guaranteed one MOA gun, you know.
Yeah.
That really shoots half MOA.
Speaking of sub MOA guns, back when I was making good money and before the market took a shit, I had a chance to buy an M1A Carlos Halfcock White Feather. That fucking thing has got a trigger on it. It just, oh god, it's so beautiful. It's a sub MOA gun out the box, and then the scope that you should put on it costs about the same amount as the gun. The gun was like, I was gonna get it for like almost $4,000. Oh fuck, that was a beautiful gun, but I didn't get it. That was when my best friend's ex-wife decided she wanted to steal all the money out of my bank account.
Oh, someone would have been buried.
Well, she almost went up on federal charges, but my friend Brad begged me not to because he was still in love with her at the time because they were still married. And yeah, he paid me back for it, and I made her fucking do all sorts of work around the house. Like, I was like, look, more than what she'd normally do for her and Brad. Like, for like a year, she was like vacuuming my room, making my bed, doing my laundry, folding my clothes, hanging them up, ironing them, you know. I was like, okay, I get my money back and a good housekeeper for a while. Oh, and she was cooking meals, so you know.
Nope, I don't care, dude. I still would have buried the bitch. I would have been like, okay, you're going to pay me back. You see this tractor? I want a 12-foot deep hole right here. Come back in an hour. All right, the hole's done. All right, now stand right here. Look that direction. And then that would have been the end of it.
Nah. I got my money back, so that was cool. And she obviously got put on a short leash after that, and then obviously they got divorced. But she got bit by the gambling bug.
Oh, the gambling bug. Yeah, see, like when I go gambling, I never take more than $100 with me, ever. Like I make sure my car has a full tank of gas, right, to go back home. And then I only take literally $100. If that $100 is gone in 20 minutes, then it's gone in 20 minutes. Like no credit cards, no debit cards, no nothing, just $100 bill. And usually that'll last me all fucking night. And I usually like end up getting bored, and I usually end up leaving, breaking even, if not with like 20 or 40 extra bucks for like breakfast. That's because I just usually sit at the roulette table and play the outside. And just by doing that, like I'll get free drinks all night long, and I never lose money. Like I always break even or make a couple bucks. I never get rich off of it, but.
So when you say you play the outside, you just bet red or black?
No, I never do that. Like I bet first 12, second 12, third 12, and then first line, second line, third line. So that's all I bet on.
Oh, okay.
And it's the best odds in the house at 66.1% or whatever it is. So, like, it's the best odds in the house doing that, really.
Lately, like, I love to play Bet It Right. I know it's a fucking fool's bet, but I love to play it. Just fun. But lately, it's been craps. I've been decent at craps lately. I don't get all, I bet the pay line and Big 6, Big 8. And I usually end up fucking making tons of money.
Dude, I was at the roulette wheel one night. This fucking young kid comes up. Had like it's more like early one morning, right? And like probably like 4 in the morning or something, sitting there playing the roulette wheel. This kid walks up, like partying with all of his buddies, and like they're all getting ready to leave. And he's like, he walks up and he's like, and like the wheel spinning, and he's like, can I still bet? And she's like, yeah. And he lays down a $25 chip on the number 25, and he's like, it's my 25th birthday today, and like we're celebrating all that, and his friends are talking to him, and the dude starts fucking walking away, and he hit it, a 25 chip on 25 on his 25th birthday, dude. And the dude was like just gonna like walk away from it, like he was like walking away. Like everyone's yelling at him, "You won!" Like,
yeah, 35 to 1 odds, man. That's pretty good. That's a good chunk of change.
Dude, fuck yeah, it is. Like that's like probably one of the craziest bets I've ever seen. Like someone actually pull off and hit. Like straight up last bet. Like they were all leaving. Like last bet of the night, $25 chip on 25, and like he fucking hit it. And like that was just crazy, man. Like I've never gone like, oh, like 21's gonna come up this next run and put like 10 on 21 like that. No, that shit's never worked for me. Like
my friend Jeremy did something similar to that. He thinks he's psychic now because of it. And he was like, I feel the number, and I forget what number it was. And he bet the number, and he lost. And then he bet, and he lost. And then he bet, and he won. And then he bet a couple more times and lost. And he bet again, and he won. He won like twice in like 10 spins. He was like, yep, yeah, he paid for the trip, dude. Literally, he paid for the trip because of the money he won. It was like, holy shit, Jeremy. Yeah, he thinks he's psychic now for some reason. I'm like, no, you got lucky. Just take your money and run. So, and he's not a big gambler, so.
Like I've sat there and I've played like the penny slots, which is really like a penny video poker thing, right? And they'll have like 100 different games on the screen, but you just basically like put in $1, and then like the minimum ante or whatever is like a penny to play like these video poker machines. And the good thing about those is like where they're located at my casino, they're like located at the fucking bar. Like so like you get like by playing like the video like the penny slots or the penny video poker or whatever, like you get like the best service in the house, and you get like constant drinks refilled, and like because it's just right there at the fucking bar. So I'll sit down and I'll play that just to get like for drinks, and just because like usually like when I'm sitting at the table, like the free drinks they bring me, like I'll usually order like whiskey or vodka sours, and they come in like such little glasses, like like you don't like even if you order like 2 of them, it's like the second she brings me my shit, I tell her, all right, I want another one of these, and I'll give her a tip to make sure she comes back. But it's such a little amount, it's like gone in like 2 seconds, and then you're like waiting 20 minutes for the bitch to come back with another drink. So it's like, yeah, so the penny slots is where I like to sit at to get like my buzz on. And then once I get my buzz on, then I go over to like the roulette table and then just sit there all night.
Dude, last time I was in Vegas, I was playing 2-cent video poker, and I put in like $5 and I won like 160. Then I lost it back down to about 100, brought it back up. I walked away with about 125 off $5 on a 2-cent video poker machine. And I was like, and I was just playing while I was waiting for my friend Danielle to blow all her money gambling because she was on a losing streak. And she comes back and she goes, "Oh, you're up. We should go." And I go, "I'm not done yet." Because I was pissed at her because she was fucking gambling all her money. And she was like, "Well, I want to go." And I'm like, "Well, you know where the fucking shuttle is? I'll meet you back at the hotel."
I practically got kicked out of like this little, like up in Montana, like their casinos aren't even casinos. They're just fucking like little dive bars with like gambling machines in them, right? And because they don't have any like, I don't know if it's because of the Indian reservation or like what the deal is, but they don't have any like card games or like roulette or like any like, they called it something like hard gambling or something. I don't know, but they don't have any of that. So everything's like a video poker machine or something, or like a video roulette, or not video roulette, like a video slot machine. And we like go into this little fucking dive bar. I'm up there like on vacation. Like they walk up to get some drinks and stuff, and I instantly go over to the like this machine, and I put in like $1 or something, and I did like hit max bet on it, and I like instantly won like $400 something, right? And like there was someone in there that was so fucking pissed at me, like they wanted to fight me and kick my ass because I had won, because apparently they had been playing that like video game machine like all night. And they had only like gotten up and left it to like go to the bathroom or something, right? So like, and like they were like convinced that was their fucking money, and they're like, "Give me my money." I'm like, "Fuck you!" Like it's not your fucking money. Like they wanted to, like it got so bad, like we had to like this literally just leave. Like we just straight up had to leave. Like I had to take my little receipt because the machine doesn't pay out any money. You got to take the receipt to the bartender, and then they give you your money and shit. So like I basically had to like get my money and like get the fuck out, and like this person like wanted to just like kick, like they wanted to fucking kill me, man. Like it was on like.
Well, you know, it's like they fucking walk away from the machine and there's no money in it. You know, it's not your fault.
Like I just walked in the fucking door, dude. Yeah, like there was no money in it or nothing. I just like walked in the door, looked around, be like, "All right, let's go get drinks." And I was like, "All right, get me like a Long Island." Walked over to the video poker machine, put in like $1, hit max bet, and like won like the max jackpot, like the $400 jackpot. Like it was like 440 or something. And it was just like, yeah, right on. I was all excited, and next thing I know, "You motherfucker, that's my money." Like this drunk fucking redneck dude, like, okay, whatever.
That's like, yeah, it may have been the money you put into it, but it's mine now. Peace out, you know. Fucking, I don't know, dude. Like the only time I really gamble was like, I can't say nothing. I went gambling last week with my sister and my brother-in-law. It was last Wednesday. I got off work, like, road trip? I'm like, yeah, road trip. So I cruised over to their place. We went, we got dinner, ate at Famous Dave's. That was cool. And then we split out.
Famous Dave's is fucking awesome barbecue, man. Awesome ribs. Awesome shit.
It was fucking, I mean, we didn't order, like I got the, fucking, the Devil's Spit burger. and garlic mashed potatoes, which are good.
You didn't get ribs and you went to Famous Dave's?
Oh, just chill. Hold on a second. We got a sampler platter, so I got to check out the ribs and I've eaten at Famous Dave's before, dude.
Oh, okay.
It's not new to me. I had the catfish. I really like the catfish too. It was good. My sister got the brisket nachos, so we all got to try those. Those are pretty good too. So we left fat, dumb, and happy, and then went out and hit up the casinos. And well, my sister and my brother-in-law both went up together. They went up a couple $100, so like about $100 a piece. And like we hit like 4 different casinos. And by the end of the night, I only lost $40. I was like, yeah, cool, yeah, whatever. I had entertainment, and it's because I was playing slot machines. I can't stand. For some reason, I've only won on slot machines once. But where I normally win is generally at 21 craps, which they don't. They're craps. They use cards for craps out there, and I ain't down for that. And then like video poker, or let it ride. But yeah, video poker and Keno, but mostly video poker. And then I always find the cheapest one, like, 5 cents. Okay, cool, I'll play that. Just sit there to bet a dime at a time, and I last for all night, and I do pretty good, So, but yeah, I'm not a huge gambler. I don't go in there and just drop money.
Now, like the minimum bet, like at our roulette table at my casino, is $2 for the outside, right, or inside. It's like a $2 minimum bet. So I bet $4 like per spin on the outside, and that pays like 2 to 1. So like if I bet $4, like I'll win like 8, and like that's all I do is like just just sit there and just play small bets, sit at the roulette table, drink my drinks. And like that's it, and just sit there all night making those small bets. Like I never bet over that. Like I never I don't care if I'm feeling it. I don't care like what numbers have come up the same. Like some people are like, okay, black has come up straight like 10 times in a row, so red has to come out this time. So $100 on red, and then it's black again, and they're like, like I see so many people lose their asses like that. They're sitting there watching, like, because they'll have this like little digital board that shows like the previous like 10 numbers that have come up or something, right? And so they sit there and they watch this board, and then like when black or red or something has come up so many times in a row, they're like, okay, like, or when like 00 or something hasn't come up at all, like in a long time, then they're like, all right, I'm feeling it now. Like 00 is gonna come up, so 10 on 00. Oh, I lost 10 on 00. And then they'll spend like $100 betting on 00 like 10 times in a row, and it still doesn't come up. Like that's how I see people losing their ass, dude. So I just do my small little bets on the outside, like the same bet every single fucking time, and I just sit there all night long with my free drinks, and I never really ever lose money. Like I always come back with my $100 or more, or a couple bucks more. Like I never get rich off of it. Like I'm never fucking balling. But like I usually have enough extra for like free breakfast in the morning. So the way I figure it is, I got to go party and drink for free all night. Like, and I get like free breakfast in the morning, and it really didn't cost me anything. Like I'm down.
Well, hell, even if you go broke, you got to party and drink for free all night.
Yeah, like and then like, and even if I do lose, because a couple times I've lost. A couple times I've gone in there and stuff and just had really bad luck, and at the end of the night, bam, like my $100 is gone. That's happened a couple times, but but still, that's it. I lost $100. Oh well, that was like my night out. Like I could have lost that $100 just going to a regular bar, just going to a club, just doing anything else. I could have lost that $100 just as easy. So
yeah, shit, just taking you and your girl out to dinner and a movie is $100.
Well, yeah, and plus like that, and then when you count in like all the tips, like given like the cocktail waitress, right? Especially because like the first time they come up to you, what you want to do is you want to tip them like $10 the first time, and you're like, all right, thank you for the vodka sour. Here's $10. Give me another one like right away. And then they come back, and then you just start tipping them 5s, and then you just start like tipping them like $2 every time they bring you a drink after that, and and that's usually what I'll tip is like $2 per drink, and like they'll just keep coming back to you and stuff, and sometimes you get a really good one and they're on it, like they're bringing you a drink every 10 minutes, man. Like You know, it's like good.
It's because they're making money on you, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, well, actually, dude, fucking, I don't know what it was, but none of the fucking serving girls had change for a 20. That's all I wanted was change for a 20 so I could tip them. And so they were bringing me drinks. And I'm like, got change for a 20? And no. I said, well, get change for a 20 and come back and I'll tip you. Okay, come back. Oh, no, I don't have change for a 20. And they would just keep bringing me drinks like I was tipping them all night. I'd just smile at them and say, I'm sorry, thank you. And they're just like, oh, you're so welcome. And then they just keep coming back. And I was like, fuck, that's awesome.
Like
I guess
the
I
guy
reminded them of an old uncle or something.
like the couple times I've gone out there and I've like sat at like the nickel slots and stuff, they never bring you fucking like you're lucky, like you'll get 1 or 2 drinks the whole night sitting at like the slots. Like you have to be sitting at like a card table, like blackjack or roulette, or you have to be sitting at like a table to get constant drinks. Like if you're at the slots, you might as well be fucking like lost on a desert island, man, because it's like you can even ask for a drink and like they're like, all right, I'll bring you whatever you want, like be right back. And then like an hour later they still have never come back. Like the slots are like the worst, it seems like.
Well, it's simple. Tables have chips. Chips equal tips.
Yep.
So it's like, you know, somebody is more likely to have a stack of $1 chips or $5 chips or, you know, whatever. And then when they bring you a drink, it's easier for them to just reach over and go, here you go. You know? So, yeah, of course they're going to be around the tables. Not to mention, it's like, even though it's like I've seen people dump thousands of dollars in the slot machines, I don't think they want to be bugged, dude. They're sitting there just pushing buttons. Ding, ding, ding. I'm not winning yet. Put more money in. Nah, 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 I'm not winning. And then when they like win a couple $100 after they spent like 500, they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm hitting it." And I'm like, "No, you're still down."
I don't know, like at the casino I go to, like right inside the door, they have this like one big free poker or like slot machine, and it's like everyone gets like one free pull on it, right? So as soon as you walk into the casino, you get a pull on this big slot machine, and it's always like $100,000 jackpot or something like that. And I think I won like a $50 chip or something out of that once for a free pull. What I like to do with like my casinos is we have buses called and you pay $25 for a ride out to the casinos on this bus. On the way out there, they play games and stuff, and then like chances to win prizes. Like they do all these just different kinds of games, and then as soon as you cross state lines, they break open the liquor, and then you can start drinking on the bus. And then when you get off the bus, they hand you a $25 chip, so you get your $25 back that it costed for the bus ride. So like basically, you got like the bus ride completely for free, got free drinks, got a chance to win shit, and you get a free ride home. Like it's fucking awesome. Like I don't know if you guys have that, but they're called the Lead.
Yeah. We got buses that take you to every fucking casino you could possibly imagine that we have. I mean, like right here in like where I live, we have like San Manuel, then we have Pachanga, Morongo, Saboba, fucking Spotlight 29, Agua Caliente, Fantasy Springs, and those are all within an hour drive. It's like San Manuel's right down the street from me. It's like one of the largest casinos in like Southern California, money wise, because they're making money hand over fist constantly. And it's like shit. Like Saboba's pretty big, Pachanga's huge. Fucking Morongo's pretty big. You know, it's just like there's casinos everywhere out here. We got all these different reservations out here that have their own casinos, and then I mean they're cashing in, and it's like, wow, they're making money hand over fist in these places. So yeah, casinos, like you just Google, oh, I want to take a charter to Pachanga, and then we're like, oh, right here, you load up here, you park here, you didn't, you know, it's kind of like a ride share thing. drive down there, then you jump on the bus and they take you back. They take you to wherever. I mean, they even do them to they do state line runs to go to state line in Vegas. They do Vegas runs. Shit, it's fucking crazy.
There used to be a thing here where you could take a private chartered plane. You basically like a little twin engine Cessna or something, right? This little tiny plane, or I don't even know if it was a twin engine. I think it was maybe just a single engine like Cessna or something. And you basically take this little private chartered plane, basically room for 4 people. So you got you and 2 friends, because you always have the pilot, of course, right? And it would cost $80 to fly down to Vegas. And then if you flew down there in the plane, the casino would pay for your flight. So what you do is you'd fly down there. The pilot would drop you off. You'd go party at the casino. The casino would give you this voucher, and you'd come back. And when you you would have a certain time, you'd fly down there and arrive at 8 o'clock at night, and the pilot would be like, all right, we're leaving 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So you'd be down there for 12 hours. And when you'd come back, you'd hand the pilot the voucher. And apparently from what I heard is they only charged you $79, but then you got the voucher for that $79 off. But then I heard the casinos were really paying those pilots $300 a trip to do that, to come down to Vegas and basically stay for 12 hours. The casino was paying a lot more than that.
Oh,
but
they
you
were
could take
probably
a little private plane down to fucking Vegas, dude. And show up like a baller, you know? Oh, how did you get here? I flew on my private plane.
You gotta think about it, dude. If it's within range for a small charter plane, they're gonna fly from wherever it is to Vegas. Then they're gonna go back and pick up more people and come back, and they're gonna do that for 4 or 5 hours. And
it's like a 2.5 hour trip. Yeah, it's like a 2.5 hour trip, or by that little plane straight to Vegas, a straight shot. So it's really fast.
Yeah, so if they're well, shit, I can drive out to Vegas in 3, so I would just drive personally. But,
yeah, see me, it's an 8 hour or more drive, depending on traffic and stuff.
Yeah, I would just drive out there, fucking camp out in my hotel, just go wherever I wanted. So, but of course, it would cost me gas money in the hotel and all that shit. Now we got little charters. We got smaller airports out here that run charters out to Vegas and shit like that. Vegas, San Diego, LA.
If I want to sleep at the casino, I'll just straight up ask the pit boss to comp me a room. I've done that before. I'll just wait for the pit boss to come over to the table, and he'll sit there and be changing out dealers or something. I'll be like, hey, what's up, man? I was like, are you guys gonna comp me a room tonight or what? I'll just straight up ask them, and they always say, yeah, you want a room? Sure, man. Here you go. Okay, thanks. I've never had to pay for a fucking room at a casino ever. Ever. There's a couple times I've literally passed out at the tables, from being drunk, blacking out and shit. But I've never had to pay for a room ever at any casino, man. I think that's such a scam. If you just straight up go in there and ask them to as long as you're gambling, sitting at a table, if you ask them to comp you a room, they're like, oh yeah, sure. They always have extra rooms and shit. At least where I go, which it's probably totally different in Vegas. They probably would say fuck you in Vegas, but the little ho-dunk fucking gambling town I go to, called Wendover, Nevada. They're oh yeah, you want a room? Here you go. Sure, have one. They always have rooms. They're hoping that you just have some drinks out of the mini bars. $10 fucking shots out of the mini bar,
Yeah. Oh man, I fucking did that once. I was at the Lucky Lady or Four Queens or something like that down in Old Fremont Street in Vegas. And I went up into my room. It was a nice room. It really was. And they had these bottles of Fiji water there. And I was just oh, okay, I'll drink them. It was $6 for the little one and $8 for the big one. And I was like, what's this? It's we drank the water. And I go, it was in my room. It's complimentary, right? And they're like, no. And I'm like, well, there's no sign saying I had to pay for it. And they're like, it's in this. And I'm like, are you serious? I would have never drank it if I didn't know that. They're like,
Yeah, like when you open up the mini fridge in your room where I go, they'll have like a little card in there, and on the card it says like, you know, like mini bottles $10 a piece, bottled water $4 a piece, like a can of soda is like $2 a piece, stuff like that. So everything's like really expensive. We got comped a room one night. We go up there, and my friend like just gets in the fridge, opens up a mini bottle, starts like taking shots out of these mini bottles. So I'm like, didn't even really notice at first. I'm like, what the fuck you're doing, dude? Like, you know, that shit's like $10 a piece. We're gonna have to like pay for all that shit. And he's like, oh no, man, no, it's fine. He fucking like walks over to the tap, fills all these little bottles back up, screws the fucking lid back on, and sets them in there. I'm like, dude, like they're gonna come up here and they're gonna look at that shit. And he's like, did you give them your credit card? I'm like, no. And he's like, see, like that's how they like when we check out, they're not gonna come up here. They won't come up here until they service the room, and then the maid will mark and shit. And then if you have anything, they just charge your credit card later. I was like, okay. So then when we went and checked out the next morning, it was exactly that. Like they did not send anyone up to the room to know what we had. Like we just literally went up to the counter. Yeah, I'm checking out. Okay, have a nice day. Bye. You know, and then since the room was comped, they had like no credit card information on file or nothing. Like they had no way to fucking charge you. So if you ever comped a room, the mini bar's free, dude. Like that's the way it is. So I'm telling you, dude, like next time you go to like Vegas, I would be curious, like just straight up, like ask the pit boss, hey, are you guys gonna comp me a room? And I'm like, even if you don't want one, I would just be curious if they're like all cool like that, like they are in London. Be like, yeah, sure, here's a room.
oh shit, dude, if they comp me a room, I'm gonna go fucking sleep in it. Even if I've already paid for another, no, I wouldn't. I'd probably just be like, oh, cool, thanks. I was just fucking around, but thanks, you know.
No, like my usual thing is like drink all night till like 5 a.m. like super fucking drunk, and then go have breakfast and sober up, and then go home. Like that's I don't ever like really ever sleep in fucking out at gambling and stuff. Like I'm there to gamble, not sleep, man. Like
no, generally when I go down there, like my friend Danielle or one of my other friends, Kelly or Teresa or whatever, they fucking play this fucking video game shit, and they get free comps by playing the video game shit. So we get free rooms that way. We generally have to pay the resort fee, which is like a deposit, and then we get it back when we're done. So,
dude, I'm digging these new Chinese sites, man. I got from China. They're fucking awesome. I don't know what sites they're copies of, but whatever sites they're copies of, I want them. Like it's fucking badass. Like these things are like so well made.
Wasn't Matt talk? Oh, you already have them physically in your hand?
Yeah. They came today, and they're fucking awesome. Here, I'll show you. Let me turn on my camera here. Okay, Google Hangouts. Camera.
Oh no, dude! If they're the ones you linked earlier, on top of the rail.
Yeah, these ones.
You really like those, huh?
Dude, I'm telling you, like, okay, you know, they're a little taller. You know, they don't sit as low as like Magpoles, right? But I don't really give a fuck about that. Like, no spring-loaded shit, rock solid when you pop them open. Like, does not even move a fucking fraction of an inch. Press this little button in on the side, fold them back down. That's the front sight. Rear sight, it has this like little recessed button, kind of hard to get to actually, to close them, which is a good thing. But this one's, you know, it still doesn't quite sit it sits flatter than the front one does. But you know, like you just push it forward when you want it. It locks super tight. You can change the aperture by just twisting this wheel to a little small aperture. Has like 4 different apertures in it. Fucking, and everything's like rock solid about it, dude. And it's like from China. Like, I don't know what brand these are a copy of. Like, I'm sure they're a rip off of something, but they're fucking. Like, I'm really impressed. And I'm like, wow, like everything's real tactile. Listen.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, that's cool. Can you adjust for elevation too?
on the front post, not on the rear sight.
Oh, okay.
So most of these flip up sights, none of them have like elevation for elevation adjustments on the rears. That's why I like an A2 so much, is because sometimes on like these flip up sights, you can't precisely zero your gun where you want, because if all you have is that front post, you know, you can be a ½ inch low and you want that extra ½ inch, and by the time and you crank it around, and all of a sudden you're, you know, a ½ inch high or some shit. Like we're having that elevation knob on the rear, and then between the front post and the rear, like on an A2, I can get dialed in a lot more accurately, I guess, than just standard flip ups.
Okay, I got the flips ups you gave me, which are cool. But on mine, because I have the front sight, the A2 or the standard front sight, the A-frame front sight. And I got the UTG. It looks like it's just like an A2 carry, like A2 sight group without the carry handle on it.
Oh yeah, yeah, I like those.
Yeah, I mean, it fucking thing is pretty good, dude. It reminds me of the A2. I know how to work it. I know, okay, I set for, okay, put it down to 8.3, shoot my shooting, and then, okay, I need to drop it like 8.3 -2, then 5 clicks to the right, and I'm good. You know, that's my BZO.
All my A2s are 6.3s. I don't think I have any that are. I know they have the 8.3s, but I think all mine are the 6.3s. My new shirt came today.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. It was pretty kick-ass.
Yeah, like $6 shit.
Oh, fuck. You are a fucking bargain hunting motherfucker, dude.
Yeah, $6 shipped, like all the way from Florida. Like I was like about it. I was like, okay, it's fucking awesome.
It is pretty awesome, dude.
Yeah, I am a bargain hunter thing. Like I have this thing on eBay that automatically like shows me people's lists of anything to do with like AR-15, because that's like one of my keywords is like black rifle, AR-15. So anything that like people like put on their lists off of eBay, I get like notified about it. I'll get an email saying like, oh, like we have updated your list of like collection list or something like that. And it's like what it is other people do the research for me. So it's what other people find and what they hit like the watch list button on, like the stuff they're watching or the stuff they buy. And then I get notified about it because whatever they bought is using one of the same keywords that's in my thing. So like I'll just get emails. I probably get like 10 emails from eBay a day, and I'll look through them and it'll be like, oh, like we've updated your list, and like this t-shirt was in there for $6 shipped. Like someone else had like watched it, and I was like, oh, okay. Like, so I think I might buy more now that I got it and I kind of feel the quality of it. It's not like super nice. Like it's not as nice as the 511 t-shirts, but it's for $6, it's definitely a fucking t-shirt, you know? Like
yeah, dude, a whole $50 for a t-shirt is not a pretty cool thing.
I wait for 511 to have those like $5 deals, like on all like last year's 511 shirts, and then I'll usually buy like a bunch of those and then give them to the kids and get a couple for myself. I wish 511 made like
jeans with the what I like to call the karate crotch in. You know how like a dobok or a gi is cut in the crotch area? It's like a oval piece and it has two like support things, so you can like have flexibility and you don't have to worry about ripping out your crotch.
Instead of one seam, it kind of has two, right? Around
yeah. So it's like 511 does that with or they used to. I don't know if they still do with their old duty pants and stuff. And I really like that. If they would make jeans like that, that would be fucking kick ass. I know Chuck Norris did that for a while.
But, yeah, he had jeans. I remember. He had his own jeans and
but
shit.
his were all fucking skin tight shit. I want like relaxed fit, you know?
I know people talk shit about 511 a lot, but I like the quality of their t-shirts. They're thick t-shirts. They're actually like really decent quality t-shirts. And like I said, like the place I buy them from is called like Field and Stream or Field Supply, something like that. I think it's Field Supply, and they have their own website and an Amazon store. But Like they put that 511 gear on sale all the time, and they'll have like 511 shirts for $5.99. Like buy as many as you want, only $5 shipping, shit like that. So I'll buy like a dozen shirts, buy like a dozen shirts for $30, and like I was like, yeah, I'm down for that.
Yeah, that's not a bad deal. Fucking, actually, I got those duty pants I was telling you about. I got one of my friend Danielle. She's a bargain hunter. She's a lot like you, but she does like for clothes and shit because she's a chick. But went down to a place called Dee Dee's Discounts out here. Found 3 511 pants that just needed to be hemmed. I got them for like $5 a piece. I was like, literally, like $5 a piece. I was like, shit, I'm taking them, and that in my size. I just grabbed them right up. I still got one pair left. I cut one into a set of shorts because, well, I was lazy and didn't want to do laundry, and I hardly ever wore them anymore because I don't I'm never in uniform anymore. So, and then the other one I wore when I was like painting a wing on a plane, and I got all sorts of paint on them, and I was just like, oh, I'll keep them around, and then I was like, fuck them, I threw them away. And I kind of regret that, but the one pair I still got, I've had these things for like 7 years, and they're still fucking tough as fuck. They're a little faded because they're older, but
like I buy like Wrangler jeans, and I buy Levi 501s, of course, and then there's another 501. It's like the 551 or 550. Like there's a
Levi 550s are the zippers.
Yeah, and they're like a relaxed fit or something. And so I buy those ones, and then I'll buy the cheap ones. I'll buy what is it that Walmart sells? Like it's like the Walmart brand. Like they're like rip-off Wranglers. They're called like Rustlers or something.
Yeah,
right?
that's it, Rustlers.
Yeah. So like I'll buy those too, and like and I don't give a fuck. And there's another like a Faded Glory or something, another cheap brand that I'll buy.
Actually, Faded Glory used to be a fucking hell of a brand back in the day.
Yeah, like I'll buy those, but that's where what I wear is like Levi's, man. Like I never wear shorts or anything. I pretty much wear nothing but Levi's year round, and like that's what I feel like. Those are my tactical pants. Like if I want tactical pants, I'll buy a pair of like Levi Carpenter jeans with like the extra pockets, and like now I'm tactical, dude. Like I got a place for my extra mags and shit. Like that's.
I got a couple of pair of BDU pants. I got some straight OD green and a pair of straight black ones. I bought the black ones for work. I hardly ever wear them for work because, like, in the summer, even the ripstop ones that are supposed to be thinner and cooler, they fucking are fucking hot as fuck. I actually prefer the old Woodland style, the thicker, what they say cotton is rotten, but whatever, the cotton poly blend ones. Not the ripstop, but the actual like Woodland style. They're thicker. We call them winter camis, and but they're fucking so expensive, dude. It's like shit, dude. If I'm gonna spend $50 on a pair of pants, I'm gonna go get something that I really really like. But yeah, I don't know, dude. Fucking those are the only two like. Well, I do have some camouflage cargo shorts, but that's about it.
Yeah, dude. Like the only time I ever wear shorts is like around the house, and like that's kind of like my pajamas, and they'll be like basketball shorts or something. But to me, that's kind of like my pajama gear, I guess you could say, is like those shorts. Like like just that's the only time. And if I'm like leaving the house, I take off the shorts and I put on a pair of fucking pants. And I don't know if it's always been because I've been like a motorcycle rider and stuff, and I've always been taught and practiced never to wear shorts on my motorcycles and shit. Like I've always had long pair of pants, but I'm just not a short guy, man. Like I've never been into shorts, like ever.
Oh, dude, I'm hugely into shorts. I love shorts, dude. I got like different levels of basketball shorts. I have like good ones that are like lined on the inside and shit like that, and those I'll wear out in the public. The other ones, I'll either use them in bathing suits or, like you said, just like for around the house. But like, I like cargo shorts and like denim shorts, and then like I'll wear those like because I'm always wearing pants. I'm always wearing like work clothes, and work clothes are generally pants, you know, fucking polo and shit like that. And like the polos I wear, I spend the extra money and I go get like the Reebok polos, like the golf polos, because I like the material. They hang loose, they're comfortable, and but yeah, it's generally like some kind of cargo shorts and fucking like a polo for my off duty. When I'm at work, it's fucking pants and all that shit. Fucking, I don't know. It's probably because I'm a Southern California boy. You know, born on the beach, raised in the mountains, and grew up in the city. So,
Did you see that my D60 drum came today?
I did see that. I saw your Instagram picture. That looked fucking pretty sweet, dude.
Yeah, dude. I'm telling you, that drum fully loaded, when you put it into the, like, it weighs as much as like that 7.5 inch pistol does. Like, you put it in the gun and it like doubles the weight of the gun. And that gun, dude, like bump fires without even trying. Like it automatically wants to bump fire. Like, so like, okay, you know how you're not supposed to shoulder the brace, right?
Yeah.
So, but you can cheek wield it, right? So that's what I did today. Is like I go in right to the range, and I'm like cheek wielding the fucking brace, and I got my hand on the forend, my other hand on the grip, and I load up that D60 because I wanted to shoot the new gun and the new mag, right? And the very first trigger pull, like a 3-round burst went off. And I was like, wait, what the fuck? Like I thought I like at very first, the first thing I thought was that I was gonna have a runaway gun and it was just gonna shoot like all 60 rounds. I thought like the disconnector snapped or something fucked up, and I thought I was gonna have like a runaway gun. But it stopped after like 3 rounds, and I'm going like, what the fuck? You know, because I'm just sitting there cheek wielding it. Well, like when you're sitting there like cheek wielding and you got your head down on it, it's almost kind of natural to kind of push forward on that rifle to kind of keep it off your shoulder, because you're kind of like thinking about that, like, oh, don't let it touch my shoulder, right? And then the gun's so small and light, like it recoils so easily with that round, with the 5.56 round. And then since you don't want it to touch your shoulder, you're like thinking about like, you know, keeping it off of your shoulder. So you're kind of like pushing forward on it a little bit, and you just got your cheek on it. And like, it was sitting there. Like I ran through that whole 60 round mag in 3 seconds, like, or like 50 or like 57 rounds, whatever it was like left in it, the 57 or 56 round. So like the next time I'm like, oh, okay, like let's try this again. Dude, I'll tell you what, that fucking gun was smoking. Like there was literally like all like the oil and shit. Like it looked like it was on fire.
Holy crap. I got it hot. Hey, how'd that pig nose work out?
Oh, dude, those things are fucking awesome, dude. That's like my 3rd one. I fucking love it. Like, I don't think I don't know, like, for any future AR pistols like I ever build, that's going to be like a must-have mandatory thing. Like, I'm so afraid that like that company like might get bought out or raise prices or something, that I wouldn't mind just buying like 4 more and just having them. And like that thing is so effective. It's like, even though it'd be kind of ugly on the end of the carbine, it's like, like I almost want to like throw this on some other guns, like on some other rifles, like, because it's just so effective. It just works that good. And for $22 shipped, how can you beat that, man? Like you can't fucking beat that for something that actually does a job and does it very well. Like, you know.
Did you get those off Amazon?
No, Providence Manufacturing.
Yeah, you might as well buy 4 more, dude. It would be cheaper than 22 shipped. Each, anyway.
Yeah, 22 shipped each one. Like, and they fucking work. They reduce muzzle flash, they reduce recoil, but more than anything, what makes them so great is just how quiet they make your gun to you. Not to anyone else, like downrange or anything, but to you, it makes that gun sound way quieter, like, than what it should be. Like, how I compare it is, like a 10.5-inch AR pistol is really fucking loud and annoying. But when you put one of those on a 10.5-inch pistol, it now makes it sound like it's a normal 16-inch carbine with an A2, which I can shoot without hearing protection on, like outside, you know? So now, like, all of a sudden, this 10.5-inch AR that's really loud and annoying, it like sounds like just a normal carbine to you.
Yeah, you definitely got to put one of those on like a carbine or a rifle and see what kind of noise deflection it does for you.
That's what I'm thinking, man. What I'm thinking is actually maybe putting one on my 300 Blackout, because my 300 Blackout with subsonics is already quiet as fuck. And since these things are kind of like a single chamber thing, right? I don't want to say the no word, but it's basically like a single chambered ATF approved muzzle device, but that actually has a chamber in it, like, you know, kind of like silencers do and shit. But it just has one. It doesn't have any baffles or anything, but it just has that single open chamber. And it, like, I bet you, like, a 16-inch barrel 300 Blackout shooting subs already sounds kind of like a 22. Like, it's very quiet. And I bet you if I put one of these on the 300 Blackout, I bet it would just be like phenomenally quiet. Like, I wouldn't need a suppressor at all. Like, just, oh, okay. Like,
you should try it. Well, I would recommend trying it. Obviously, get one for 30 caliber.
oh, that's the thing, is I don't think they make one for 30 caliber yet. Like, well, actually, it says that they have one for 5/8 by 24 thread. So I guess that is the 30 caliber. It doesn't say it's for 30 caliber. They just list that they have one that's available for that thread size. So I'm just gonna assume it might be 30 caliber.
I'm thinking isn't like the AK threading like odd compared to
the AK threading is like, yeah, that's
So-
like 14 by something. Like, yeah, that shit's like all odd. Like left hand thread too, or I don't know. That shit's weird.
That would be cool, dude. That'd be a good deal. Yeah, fucking. If you
Yeah,
do try it,
$21.95
let me
shit,
know.
dude. I bet you that little 7.5-inch pistol. I almost want to unscrew it off that little 7.5-inch pistol. That little 7.5-inch pistol a couple times without it on, and then put it right back on, like instantly, and then be able to really tell the difference right there on the spot, you know?
Oh.
Because like on YouTube, like I watch all these guys shoot like 7.5-inch pistols, and I see the huge fireball that's coming out of them. And then like this thing, I did not have like that huge fireball at all. Like I couldn't even see a muzzle flash. I was like, oh. Yeah, I need to go out and shoot it in low light, like at night, and then I'll be able to tell for sure, like how bad the muzzle flash is, or how good it, you know, sucks up that muzzle flash. But in the indoor range, I couldn't fucking tell. I couldn't tell like any difference at all. Like that, I couldn't tell that it had a muzzle flash at all. Like it seemed to like just completely eat it all.
That's fucking cool, actually. Very cool.
Yeah, like I
want to ban AR pistol.
I'm actually kind of digging this 7.5-inch pistol so much. Like after I went and shot it today, like I sat there and went, man, I wish I wouldn't have put a shitty lower on this gun. Like, so now I'm thinking to take that lower off and use that lower on something else, and then put it like a decent lower on the gun. like that's what I'm seriously thinking. I'm like, like this thing's like so neat. I'm like enjoying it so much that maybe I should like take the shitty lower off and put on a good lower, because like I actually might want to shoot this thing more often.
No, but I mean, okay, well, oh, it's because it's one of those polymer lowers, right?
Yeah, the Tennessee Arms hybrid, or like their metal reinforced lower. Yeah.
So like, I don't know. Why don't you put that Anderson lower from the 10.5 that you want to sell on that, and just take the SIG brace off and put your CAC on there?
That's what I should do, is just swap out that, like, that's what I should do, is just unscrew that buffer tube, because, that SIG brace is actually like going into like the end plate, right? And like it's actually sitting inside the notch of that end plate, and so I don't think that I don't think I could unscrew that buffer tube. Like because I don't think I could even move that sig brace like even like the fraction of an inch back to be able just to unscrew that tube. Like that's how tight it's on there. I don't think I'll ever get that. Like even Moon was saying he thinks he might have to cut his off to get his off. I think if I want to remove it, I think I would have to cut it too, because that's how tight it is on there. Like I had to use baby powder and beat it with a rubber mallet just to get it on.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like so, like I knew like when I started putting that thing on with how tight it was, and I contacted SIG and I was like, hey, like you say to use a buffer tube that's between this diameter and this diameter, and my buffer tube is like 1/100th or 2/100ths like larger than what you say is okay. Can I still use this, or should I just get a new tube? And they're like, oh no, yeah, it'll still fit on there. It'll be tight, but it'll still fit on there. So like already like the buffer tube that SIG brace is on is like 2/100ths bigger than what it should be. And I hear that they're, even if you get the right sized ones that are made for the SIG brace, it's still a tight fucking fit. So with me having a larger buffer tube, like I just don't think that thing's ever coming off. Yeah, that'd be a great thing though if I could just swap out those lowers if I can get that SIG brace off. But I don't know if I want to deal with that, dude. I might end up ruining that SIG brace by trying to do that. And then,
well, I mean, do you have any other ARs that you built that you wouldn't mind throwing that polymer lower on?
no, not yet. But I could buy just like a cheap P-Tech upper from like Palmetto State Armory, and I would throw that polymer lower on that, no problem. Like they have that P-Tech, the whole kit for like $350 right now, I think shipped. So like I could throw that lower on that, and then that'd be like a $380 AR. You know.
Yeah, that wouldn't be bad.
Because those lowers were only like $30 a piece, like $35 a piece, I think. You know, and I want to talk shit about those lowers, and like, you know, and I do talk shit about them, that they're like the flashing was bad, that they're super thin walled, that they feel like they're like airsoft quality, that, you know, I've talked all sorts of shit about them. I've pointed out all their like imperfections and all the shit that's wrong with them. But the fact of the matter is I haven't broken one yet, and they still work. So like, you know, and like today, out of that 7.5-inch pistol, I did a 60 round mag dump on it, like pretty much like almost running like fucking full auto, pretty much, like, you know, and like that lower didn't even bat an eye. Like I don't see any cracks in it. It hasn't done anything yet. So, but I bet you the second I drop one on the ground, that might change. But like, you know, but so far, yeah, like nothing's like broken on them. So maybe I'll just use maybe since I like the 7.5-inch pistol so much, maybe I'll just keep this lower on it and just shoot the hell out of it, and then just wait to see when that lower finally does fail, like the failing point of it. And then I can say, oh, look, it failed, and it broke right here when it failed, and it did this and it did that.
That's not a bad thing, but I mean, for just like a household AR or just a range AR, as long as it's holding up.
Yeah, that's all it really is a range AR. Like it'll be good to like maybe take camping, stuff like that, throw in a backpack, because I can just like that whole gun just fits right in my backpack. I don't need like one of those side folding stocks or nothing. Like that whole gun just like drops right in my backpack and it zips up. So like, so it'd probably be a neat gun for that kind of stuff. And
well, you know, fucking I don't know, dude. Fucking yeah. I mean, you got so many fucking ARs. It's hard to keep track of, and like I don't know, man. I'm digging those ATI fucking polymers that you showed me a long time ago.
Those are awesome, dude.
Why don't you throw one of those?
I got one on my table right now. I'm building my lightweight gun. I have everything to build it except for basically the lower parts kit I want. But I have I have everything for the upper to build it: the lightweight bolt carrier, lightweight barrel, the carbon fiber rail, the lightweight charging handle, lightweight dust cover. For the forward assist, I need to order like just one of those caps, I think, that just plug the forward assist, because I don't think I'm going to put a forward assist on it. And then I have like the the stock. I 3D printed the stock. I 3D printed my own grip. I have the buffer tube and the buffer in the spring. The only thing I don't have is like the lower parts kit, because I need to order all that shit individually, because like I already have like titanium trigger pins and like a titanium like some titanium detents and shit like that for it, but I need like the titanium takedown and pivot pin. I need like the fire control group, like a titanium safety. So I need like those parts for it. Like I haven't had the time to shop for those parts yet, but that's basically, I have everything I need to put it together other than like a lower parts kit. And because I wanted to buy all that shit separate, you know. But I was going to build that upper tonight, actually. It's sitting right here on my table. Watch, I'll turn on my camera.
Right
show
on.
you. That's my plan tonight, is to build this upper just to make room so I don't have these parts laying around. Okay, let's see. There it is. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, there's the ATI hybrid upper, the polymer metal reinforced upper with the lightweight barrel. And then I never do aluminum gas blocks, but I'm going to do an aluminum gas block on this one just because, you know, I'm trying to build something lightweight here. And then the carbon fiber rail. Then I'm probably going to take these off, these 3 pieces of Picatinny section off. And if I wanted to, I can even take off this this whole entire top section of Picatinny rail and just have nothing but the tube.
Well, I mean, aren't you going to throw a light on it or anything, or is it you just totally stripped down?
I don't know. I'm thinking about completely stripping it down because these sections are all aluminum. So it'd make it even a lot lighter taking all these off. And then I'm thinking about just doing nothing but like a little hollow sun red dot. And that's it. Like no sights, no nothing. Because this isn't going to be like any kind of, you know, go to war or emergency rifle. It's just strictly going to be something fun, right? And then there's a 3D stock I printed. The titanium castle nut and end plate. The QD. Those are titanium. And the polymer lower. That's metal reinforced. And then
is that the buffer tube included on the printed stock?
No, the buffer tube's just one of the Delta Team tactical heavy duty ones. It's not a special lightweight one. But if I wanted to, I could put it in my little mill, and I could actually mill a lot of this off, all this different positioning shit off, and make it lighter. But I don't care. I'm not trying to build the world's lightest rifle. I'm really not. I don't, you know. I'm hoping for something like sub 5 pounds. I'm hoping when I get done, it'll be like 4.8 or something like that. And then I'll be happy. But like the 3D printed grip, super lightweight, like doesn't even weigh an ounce. Not even like this thing weighs like, I think like half an ounce. You know, the bus stock I think weighs like, I think the bus stock weighs like 1.1 ounces. So, yeah. But I gotta.
How do you get that butt stock to lock in like that? I mean, aren't you worried about it coming loose?
Nope, because I designed it with a hole up in here, and I just do a little nut and a bolt, and it locks into the. It locks into the buffer tube, and then it'll never move. But I printed it small in the first place, so it's on there super tight as it is. Like it does not want to. Like it's on there super tight. You can see the marks on the buffer tube where it slid on. Like it's super tight on there. Like it's like you gotta pound it to get it on. Yeah. So it's on there super tight in the first place. So that's the way I printed it, was to be a little bit smaller. So I would have that. I don't like wobbly shit. So.
Well, that's cool. Shit, dude. So, okay, so how much is the pencil barrel and the upper assembly weigh?
Let's see, I don't know. I can go grab my scale. I think this barrel weighs like 1 pound. I think it weighs like 1 pound 4 ounces. So it's not as light as some of them, because first of all, it has a 750 diameter gas block area, whereas the even lighter weight profile ones will have a .625 gas block journal, right? So that shaves off a bunch of weight in steel. And then because this is 223 wild, 223 wilds have to have a little bit longer chamber out here to hold the higher pressure than a 5.56 does. Whereas a 5.56 will start to taper down sooner and it'll taper down faster. This has like a longer spread to it because it's a 223 wild barrel, and that's going to add some weight. But it's still what I wanted. I wanted a 1 in 8 twist, 223 wild, because not only is this for to be like a lightweight build, it's supposed to be, in my mind anyway, like something kind of like a sporting type thing, like maybe something you could go do 3-gun with or whatever, So I wanted the 1 in 8 twist. I wanted the 223 wild chamber. I wanted the 750 gas block diameter. I could have ordered it with the 625, but what a lot of people don't know is this bigger gas journal area actually acts like a heat sink and will keep heat off the upper. And since this is a polymer upper, I want to keep heat away from it, right?
Yeah.
So that's why I went with the bigger diameter gas block. But I think the barrel weighs like 1 pound 4 ounces, and then I think the upper itself weighs 1 ounce less than a regular aluminum upper is all. So you only save an ounce on this upper. And there's like a couple other polymer uppers out there that weigh less, but they're not metal reinforced either, So like the Chiappa crap ones, like nothing but polymer. Those just like blow up in people's hands. So I would get something that I can actually, this is my third one building. This is my third hybrid build. So I've already built 2 of them, one on a 22 platform and one in a 5.56, and they've held up great. So
the 223 wild, you can still shoot 223 Rem and 5.56 out of it.
Yep.
Oh, there you go.
And this rail, even with all the aluminum on it, it's light as fuck, dude. This carbon fiber rail, like the barrel, like look at the size of the barrel nut, dude. Like the barrel nut's so fucking tiny. It's just like, and it's a steel barrel nut, but it weighs like nothing because it's just so small.
How much do you think that carbon fiber rail weighs? Yeah.
How much does it weigh? Yeah. I'm guessing with the way you see it, with all the rails and the barrel nut, I'm going to say half a pound. I'm going to say like 8 ounces.
Oh, wow.
Like that's how, with all the rails. And if I take all the rails off, it would probably be like 4 ounces or something crazy like that. It's like that light. It's just like nothing. It's like I have like 7-inch rails, like 7-inch key mod rails that weigh more than this does. And this is a 12-inch, I think, 12-inch rail. And I could have got this in shorter lengths, like a 9-inch or a 10 or something, and saved weight. But I don't want my gas block visible. I want to cover that shit up. So.
Oh, that's cool shit, dude. Yeah, I mean, if you take off all the rails, if you do go completely stripped on it, that thing would probably weigh you. It would probably take off about 3-4 ounces or 2 ounces, something like that.
When I figured out this build before, I figured I could come out under 5 pounds. I figured that it would come out to be about 4.8. So I don't know, and that's just going off what like all the different manufacturers have said that their shit weighs. And sometimes there can be a discrepancy there. So I don't know for sure what it's going to come out to, but I think I'll get it down to under 5 pounds. Like have a 4.5 pound or so rifle when I'm done with a full 16-inch barrel. They can still fire full power loads.
Oh, dude, I mean, you can use that as your coyote gun and take that thing out.
Oh, fuck no, dude. I don't want to be out there like walking around. No, dude. I'm gonna be sitting from my nice little shooting bench and
using a bait sickle and my little electronic coyote collar I have, and just calling them in and just sitting there from like 400 yards away, you know, and like that's what I'm gonna do. Not too many times have I gone out in the fucking bush and actually like walked around like hunting coyote and shit, and actually like tried stalking them and walking around to run into them. And nah, dude, fuck that. That shit's like, nah. You make them come to you. That's the best way to do it.
So you're gonna be up there playing like Navy SEALs, like this is God. I vaporized him.
You see that little gap right here between the barrel and the upper? How it's not pressed all the way in?
Yeah.
This fucking thing is stuck together like this. Like I can't get it apart. Like it is stuck like that. All I did was like press in the barrel to the upper, and then it stopped right there, and I'm stuck. Like, so I gotta like get out the heat gun and heat this shit up, and try and take this barrel off. It's such a tight fucking fit. Oh, damn. Oh. Spray some shit in there.
You can't just use a rubber mallet and tap it all the way in?
Well, I don't want to tap it in. I want to pull it back off. I want to pull it back off for a minute. I was just doing that to like test fit it. And this one's so fucking tight. It's just unreal how tight it is. Let that soak in oil for a minute, then I'll go out and pull out the hair dryer. And then what I'll probably do, since it's so tight, what I'll probably do is I'll probably stick the barrel in the freezer and then turn my oven on to like 200 degrees and put the upper in the oven, and then get the upper all nice and hot, the barrel all nice and cold, and then put them together. And then I should be able to, then it should go together like no problem. And then,
yeah, but are you sure it's a good idea with a polymer upper, even if it is a hybrid?
What's that?
Are you sure that's a good idea with a polymer upper, even if it is a hybrid?
200 degrees shouldn't hurt it at all. Like 200 degrees, like should be like nothing to it. It should shake that off like it's nothing.
Okay.
Like maybe up over like, I don't know, 350, 400, then I would probably run into some issues maybe. But 200, it should just shrug that off. Like Glocks can take 200 no problem.
That's good to know. I have a Glock, so yes. Man, yeah, I gotta get the fuck out of state. I gotta go to a place where I can do that shit. Because I want to build an AR pistol. I've been wanting to build an AR pistol since I saw Matt's AR pistol. Like, fuck, that thing is bad. And then when I saw yours last night, I was like, fuck yeah. I want one of those.
Oh, dude, that little like 60 round drum, dude, like fucking changes the whole looks of that pistol. Like it's.
Honestly, I'd be happy with a 30 rounder. You gotta remember where I'm at. I'm used to 10 rounders here, so.
I'm telling you, dude, that's like, I don't know. Like now that I've played around with that little 60 round drum and it ran like perfectly today, like absolutely perfect out of a brand new build with a shitty ass lower. And it still ran perfectly like that. I'm like about it now. I'm like, okay, I can like, I can see this.
How much did you pay for that?
$70.
That's made by PMag or Magpul?
Yeah, by Magpul. Yeah, I think that someone said they saw them on sale today for like 109. Like I bought it from a guy who I think he says that he loaded it up once, shot it once, loaded it up again, and then never shot it. And then he just didn't like it or something. And like, so it was like brand fucking new, like $70 cash. I was like, okay, I'm down for that. Like $70. So I went and met him today, bought it, then went instantly, like straight from buying it, went straight to the range, walked in there. And they're like, oh, because they all know me there, you know, and they're like, oh, hey, what's up, da da da, and I was like, oh, you guys want to see what I built? And they're like, yeah, and I was like, oh yeah, like I built this and like 2 others last night, and they're like, holy shit, like you know, like wow, like that's cool, da da da, and then I go in there and I shoot, and it sounds like I'm shooting full fucking auto, right? And then I walk out, and like the guy's like straight up, he's like, did you get a drop in, Sear? Did you get like? And I was like, no. Like I was bump firing. He's like, you were bump firing that little pistol? I was like, kind of. Like I wasn't trying to. It just like does it. And he's like, yeah, okay. Like, and I'm like, no, seriously. Like this fucking thing just like wants to bump fire. Like, you know, like I got that trigger pull down onto it, like that pistol, like that trigger pulls it, you know, like a 4.5, 5 pound trigger pull. So with very little, you know, with very little travel. So it was just really, really fucking easy to do that with it. Like you don't even have to try.
Have you tried it with a 30 round mag yet?
No, I only straight up shot that D60. Like that's all I shot today was that D60.
Try it with a 30 round mag because I think maybe the weight of the mag might help.
Oh, you think the weight of the mag might have been like causing it to like kind of like
well,
do
I would say it might assist in it because you've got that. If you're pushing forward and you've got that weight up front, it kind of acts like it kind of naturally would throw the weight forward. You know, I don't know. It's a theory. It's just a theory. So like 2 things: take off the pig nose and put it on your 300 blackout, shoot it, and then try shooting your pistol with just a 30 round mag. And it might be that pig nose might help out too. That comp you have on the end of it, that might be assisting as well.
That definitely could, like, since it, you know, it catches all that fucking gas, it might be, you know, pushing the gun forward. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know how it was. I don't know how it was all working. Like, I don't know the mechanics all behind bump firing. Other than just, I know how to do it pretty good from the hip with like a carbine, and like I can't bump fire from the shoulder worth of shit, but I can bump fire from the hip. But this thing was like, just put it up to my cheek, and it just did it all by its lonesome. I was like, okay.
It's like I want to be free. It identifies as a fully automatic PDW, even though it's just a semi-automatic handgun.
Oh, there it goes. Woohoo! Didn't have to go through all that shit. Nice.
Any damage?
No. Looks good. Looks fucking awesome. Definitely about this.
Are you checking for burrs inside the gas block area?
Yep, always got to do that. I've run into too many that'll catch like pieces of jacket and shit as you're shooting. Oh, is this a fucking Torx? No. No.
Oh, you don't have any Torx wrenches?
No, I do, but I don't like Torx that much. Let's see here. I got some Torx right here, I think. Let's see.
Why don't you like Torx?
Because, yeah, it seems to be the right size. Because I don't know. I just don't. I don't know. It's just kind of weird. I can never find a Torx driver when I need one and shit. It's just not common. It's not. I don't like in my range bag. Like I'll always have a Phillips and a flathead screwdriver and a couple little tools, but I never have a Torx in there. Just adds more shit you need to carry around. Like I prefer just Allen wrench, like Allen head stuff, because that's what everything else is. I have is Allen wrench stuff. Ooh, damn! Look at this like assembly, man. Look at this shit. So I'm guessing I got to. Let me see here. How does this work? So I'm guessing I got to put this on first, and then put the barrel nut on, and then smush the barrel nut with this piece, and then slide the rail back on and bolt it up. That looks like what I might have to do.
Do you still have the instruction, or as my father would call them, destructions?
Oh fuck no! I don't even think this thing didn't even come with instructions. You kidding me? Like nothing I buy comes with like that D60 mag came with instructions, and I'm all reading through it, like, and it's like making you paranoid because it's like, yeah, if you do this, you'll like fuck up your mag and like bind up the spring, and like if you do this, you'll fuck it up, and if you do this, you'll fuck it up. Like that's like what the whole instructions were like. Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. But really, that PMAG's pretty easy. Other than like it's a bitch to load. It's time consuming to load. Like I could probably load like 5 30-round mags for the time it takes to load that PMAG. Like that's 60 rounds.
It doesn't have like, yeah, because you gotta freaking wind it up and shit, right?
Well, you don't wind it up. It's like it has this little lever on it that moves like a quarter. Like you slide over like an inch or two. And it says that you're supposed to be able to load like 3 rounds at a time. Like you crank it, you load 3 rounds, you let it go, and then you crank it again, load 3 rounds. But I'm only able to load 2 at once. And sometimes once it starts getting fuller, like past 40, 50 rounds, then you can only load like 1 round at a time. So it's like you got to crank this lever, hold it with your thumb while you're holding the mag, drop in 2 rounds, you let it go, crank it again, drop in 2 rounds, let it go, crank it again, drop in 2 rounds. And so it's just like way more time consuming to load that mag up.
So other than it just having 60 rounds of ammo at your disposal when you need it, it's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, it definitely was. So it's just the way this thing goes, as it drops in like, that's what it looks like. And then the screws come down through this side. So this is a kind of a weird setup right here, man. This isn't like normal. Put a little bit of oil on this shit. All right. I want to see how this thing all indexes to make sure I don't got to try and like lap the front of this or anything for this rail to index right. Okay, let's see. So we're indexed right there. And that's hand tight. And my next index spot will probably be around 35, probably like 35 foot pounds or so, which I will call all right. And then this piece somehow bolts. So once you get it indexed, you slide this up, and this piece bolts over the front. So like sandwiches that fucking barrel nut in here. Like this is like a weird design, man. Like I haven't installed like done one like this before. And then, okay, so basically this just keeps this piece from spinning because it indexes off the barrel nut. That's what that does. And then this will slide over and it'll sit like that. That's what it'll look like on there. Something like that. So looks kind of fat on there. Like, I wonder if they make one of these carbon fiber ones in a slim, like a slim version.
They might.
This is kind of fat actually. I don't know if I like that look. It looks kind of, looking at it from the back there, you can see how far it sticks out the side of the receiver there.
Yeah, but it may not be slimline, but it might be able to keep it's probably fat like that to help dissipate the heat from the barrel to your hand, the transfer, because it has more air to act as a coolant.
Yeah,
Especially if you're running a thinner barrel. You're not liking it, are you?
We'll see. I'm gonna build it anyway. I already have it. I'm not gonna plan on sending this thing back. I'm already waiting for them to send me another rail, the right one, because they sent me another wrong one again, dude. Like get this, okay? Like I ordered from them, like the last order I made from them, I bought 2 rails from them, right? And both rails they sent me were the wrong ones. But I needed them like right away because one of them was like for my girlfriend's 22, and I was like, I got it for her birthday, and I wanted to put a free float rail on it because she just had like, you know, regular fucking handguards and shit, and so I wanted to free float it out for her. So I needed it by her birthday, ordered that rail, got it like, you know, 2 days or like a day or something before her birthday. So I didn't have time to send it back and do all that shit, or she wouldn't have had a present on her birthday. So I said, okay, you guys sent me the wrong rails. They'll still work, da-da-da. So I'm going to keep them, but I just want you guys, I sent them like this big long thing about how disappointed I was that they actually sent, like, both rails were the fucking wrong ones, right? And I was like, you know, and like, it's okay. Like, I'll go ahead and keep them. I'll use them because I fucking need them. But I'm just like very disappointed that you guys sent me the wrong shit. So this time I ordered 4 rails from them. And then I put in the notes. I was like, by the way, the last time I ordered from you, you sent me like both rails were the wrong ones. Will you please check my fucking rails this time and make sure they are the right ones? That's like in the little note section where you buy shit, where it says like optional notes or whatever. That's what I put in there. So I get the package from them, and 3 of the rails were the right one, but one of them's a 308 rail for an LR 308. So I can't even use it. I can't even say, okay, it's all right, you sent me the wrong rail, I'll still use it. Like, I can't use it at all. It's like fucking worthless to me. So I called them up on the phone, got a hold of them, and I was like, yeah, you guys sent me the wrong shit yet again. And like, you know, this is like the wrong shit, like, you know. And he was like, oh, I'm so sorry, da-da-da. And I was like, yeah. I'm like, do you see my order? Like, after he pulled up my order, I'm like, do you see like the little note section on the order? And he's like, hold on, let me look. He's like, and then you can hear him reading my little thing. He's like, so this isn't the first time we've sent you the wrong shit. I'm like, no, like, it's not the first time. Like, can you see how I put in the like comments, like, please check my shit this time? And like, you guys didn't. Like, after I've already like had a bad experience with you once, and I give you a second chance, come back, buy from you again, and all I ask is that you just make sure that you send me the shit that I'm actually paying for. That's all I ask. Like, nothing special, not to go out of your fucking way. And I was like, now you think the next time I want to buy 4 or 5 rails, do you think I'm going to go to you guys? I straight up told the guy that. I was like, do you think I'm going to come back to you guys the next time I'm going to buy 4 or 5 rails and make a $400 or $500 order? You think I'm going to be like coming to you guys, or do you think I'm going to go to someone else next time? He's like, oh yeah, I see your point, man. I was like, yeah, you fucking better.
So did they fix it? Are they going to fix it for you?
He said he sent me out a new one. He emailed me the return RMA to send the old one back, but I'm not sending the old one back till the new one comes in the fucking mail, and I know that the new one's like good, you know. So I'm not, you know. So the new one's still sitting up here. Let me see. Or maybe it's in my fucking car. I don't know. Like it's supposed to be on its way, and this was like I think on Thursday. I called them, but I didn't get a shipping notification or anything that they had sent out the new rail. Like who fucking knows if it's even in stock? Like that's what I'm thinking is like what they do is like they don't always mark their shit out of stock on their website. So then you buy something and they're like, oh shit, we don't have it. And they're like, oh, just throw this other rail in the box. It looks close to it. Like, you know, like that's what I'm like. That's honestly what I'm starting to think that they might be doing.
That or yeah, just send him this one and he'll realize it's the wrong one and send it back. And then by the time, you know, by the time all that shit gets worked out, we should have that stock back in. We should have that other part back in stock and send it to him.
Or you're buying like $20 rails and they think, hey, this guy probably isn't even going to notice the difference.
Nah, that carbon fiber one wasn't cheap.
Nope,
I'm sure. So
anything that says carbon fiber on it's fucking expensive. All it has to do is say the word. It doesn't even have to be real carbon fiber. It just has to like say carbon fiber.
It could be aluminum with like carbon fiber sticker looking stuff on it.
Dude, my son's racing motorcycle has like a custom carbon fiber skid plate. And keep in mind, all the skid plate for is to like go over rocks and shit, right? And that skid plate was like $160, and it's like a piece of carbon fiber like that big, like you know, and like it's like 8 inches wide by like a foot long, and that was like $160 to have that custom fucking made, just to save weight over an aluminum skid plate.
Oh, does your son race?
He raced for I don't know, like 4 years. He raced, so now he's really into baseball. So. Now he's doing the baseball thing, so I pretty much let my son like kind of do what he wants. Like, so he raced from the time he was like 4 to the time he was like 8, and then he was like, I want to take a year off of racing, and I was like, okay, take a year off of racing, and then he's like, now I want to play baseball. So okay, play baseball. Like that's fucking cheaper for me. Like I have a $12,000 racing motorcycle in my fucking garage right now, just sitting there. Like that has like been to Pro Circuit in California. The motor's been balanced and blueprinted from Pro Circuit. Like just that motor in that bike is like $4,500. Like, you know, like just the motor, dude. So
so he doesn't even take it out to ride it anymore? Or?
Nope. He's like not about it like anymore. Like he won 2 state championships and 2 different racing circuits. So
well, maybe he's just like, yeah, I'm good at that. I don't need to do it anymore.
Dude, like I used to have like an entire room just full of trophies. He at one point, I think like the last time I counted, he had like over 120 trophies, like just from like racing 4 years. Like because like we used to travel all around the state and then go to like Nevada, Idaho, Wyoming, go to like states around us for these racing circuits for him to race. So he's had like big time sponsors and everything, like, you know, but he just wasn't about it anymore. I think what it was is one of his little friends, what I honestly think it was, the last year he raced, one of his little friends got killed out at the track while we were racing. And like he was actually in the race, and then with the kid, they were always buddy at the races and stuff and hung out together at all the races. And he got killed. He got ran over by another kid on a bike and he got killed. And my son had all that, like saw all that happen and go down, and he was like part of it all. And like, so ever since then, like I think that's what really turned him off about it. Like he still has fucking scars on his back where he got ran over and shit. And like, so he's been in some like really bad wrecks himself, but you know, like I think that's what really did it for him, is after his little buddy died, he was like, oh, you know what? I'm like not about this anymore. Like I'd rather go play baseball where, you know, I don't know. That's what I think. He's never said that, but that's what I think. That's what I think happened.
It makes sense. So, Flippy, did you finish your manga?
Or yeah, I finished that a while back. I was watching Longmire because the new season
What?
that came out.
They got another Longmire season out?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit.
Came out like 2 days ago.
Oh, fuck. I didn't even know. I thought it had ended.
Ah, dude. Although, like, I forgot what happened at the end of the last season, so like it started up like seconds after, like just really quickly after it happened, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on?" So I had to go back and watch like the last episode because I'm like, what? None of this makes sense. I don't understand what's happening.
So you went back, you were like, oh, okay, I get it now.
Yeah, basically, and I'm like, all right, I'm good. Let's go.
Fuck. So, shit, so it came out 2 days ago, so they got first season, or first episode of the season out. All right, cool.
Well, they have the entire season out because it's a Netflix show now.
Oh, okay. Well, that means... Ah, fuck. That means I have to renew my Netflix. Still got that gap in there, or did it seat fully this time?
Yeah, you know, it's seated this time. I just oiled it a little bit. Pretty happy with that. That'll work. Nice tight fit. Can't complain really about that. But this whole barrel nut fucking, or this rail bullshit in barrel nut, like all this shit's just weird. This one's just its own beast, man. Never done one like this. So this will be exciting. Where's my fucking grease at?
Freaking... Oh, Smeggy decided to pop in now, too.
Smeggy doesn't exist.
Smeggy and Flippy are both non-existent.
What the
think
fuck?
they're the
I
same
exist. Fuck you.
Even though I've physically seen you and been shooting with you and all that, Dead Horse says you don't exist, so it's got to be right.
Yeah, I want to see a picture of Smeggy, like holding a gun, in person. No, not a picture, because he'll just Photoshop that shit. So I need to see Smeggy in person, and until I see him in person, he doesn't exist.
You know, and just like with Flippy, you know, I've seen Smeggy in person. I've never seen Flippy in person, but he's texted me shit, and you know, I guess.
Yeah, Skynet can use phones and shit. Like, what's that movie with Will Smith? Like I don't know, where like the NSA and shit has that supercomputer.
Oh, Enemy of the State.
Or no, wait, that wasn't the Will Smith movie. What movie was it? Or that was a Shia LaBeouf or whatever. The one
Shia
that was-
LaBeouf. It's
the one with the
Eagle Eye.
Yeah, like he had a twin brother and shit. Yeah, like that supercomputer shit. Yep.
What kind of AR tool is that?
The Larry H. Vickers Delta series. Yeah. Like you need this to work on Glocks too. It's, like this is what you buy to work on Larry H. Vickers Glocks.
So you just take that and you smash it into a Glock and it fixes it?
Yep. Pretty much, you just every time you have a malfunction with your Glock, you just smack it with this and it fixes it. Now this tool is actually like really handy because it has like the little star, like those torques and shit that I was talking about that I can never find. So like that's my backup Torx, or like these ones on here. Then like this big ass flathead is like the perfect size for like the A2 butt stock screws, so you don't strip them. Like it's made for the A2 butt stock screw, so it's a little bit thicker than a normal flathead, and it's like the perfect width and everything. So like this really, like this tool's like fucking come in handy so much, dude. It has like different muzzle brakes, wrenches, your barrel nut wrench, your castle nut. It has like everything you pretty much need on it. And it's not cheap. It's like thick, like fucking like pieces of steel. So it's like the first one I ever bought was like a cheap one off of eBay, and I bent that on my first build. Like it bent, like just collapsed. I was like, oh.
I got that brick that was made, I don't know by who, got it off Cheaper Than Dirt for like $10. I was like, castle nut wrenched it, and it was too big, and I was like, holy shit, really? It's supposed to be made for commercial. Which one's big? Commercial or bigger than mil-spec, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so I guess it was made for commercial stuff. I don't know. Is it straight?
I think almost. I think I gotta go there's like a fucking millimeter more, and that's the sucky part, is whenever you gotta go just a hair more, then you like overgo, and then you're like, fuck. And this one, I don't gotta like sit there and tighten the barrel nut down 3 times or anything like that, because this is a steel extension on the front of this. So I'm not going to be stretching that steel like you do aluminum, you know, so. Yep, now I think it's lined up. I'll take this cheap ass gas block and take some.
What was it?
Flippy's having a Hillary seizure.
Oh, okay.
No, I think that's Smeggy.
What's wrong with me?
Are you having a Hillary seizure?
Kind of weird shit.
I don't think I'm having a Hillary seizure. Do I sound okay? Do I sound all fucked up?
Sound good.
Oh, okay. And I'm confused what the problem is. Did any of you guys watch G-Web's Ammo Chat?
No.
Oh man, he went to this like private collection. This guy's got fucking like drawers and drawers and drawers of just like thousands of rounds of ammo.
Yeah, he showed us all that last night, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like that guy had like a serious military type collection of like 50 BMG and shit like that. Like it was insane, dude. And he had like prototype rounds and shit. That's what would be cool. Is like all those prototype rounds, like fucking heat sinking 50 BMGs and shit like that.
He did. This is just a 7.62x39 chat, though, right?
Tonight, that's what he was showing off. Yeah.
Yeah. Because they're like, man, there's a lot of different 7.62x39. Like some of those bullets were pretty funky.
I really like the ones, I don't know what you'd call them, but like they almost look like needles. You know what I mean? Like they were, like they had to have been super light. It almost picture like taking a regular bullet and then like just having the core and then sharpening it.
Yeah, those we were talking about that last night. I think they're like armor piercers. Is that bent?
Yeah. These cheap little ass roll pins, man. I'm trying to get rid of them all.
That's what I said. But you had the cheap ass roll pin, and then you all accused me of being Hillary.
Nope. So I gotta like fucking like Dremel them all down and shit, and Dremel the tips on them, and then oil the fuck out of them just to get them to work.
Nobody got time for that.
But since this is an aluminum block and not steel, I'm hoping I don't gotta go through all that shit and I can just pound them right in. That's what I'm hoping. Let's see here. Oh, I need a gas tube. Is that a mid-length? Yeah.
Let me just go to my inventory of my 50,000 gas tubes.
It's like, oh yeah, hold on a second, be right back. Open it up. Gas tubes, gas. Oh, right here.
Oh man. I don't know why I decided it'd be a good idea to go for a walk at this time of night. I'm already freaking tired.
Well, there's nothing wrong with going for a walk. You going down to the 7-Eleven to get something to drink?
I am going to the 7-Eleven.
And I gotta see if that fits, dude. Ooh.
Now, is that that's polymer too?
Yep. Because that's like one of the whole things behind this gun is I want to use like unconventional materials, like not the normal shit. So instead of like using steel, I want to use like titanium or polymer or like aluminum, like wherever I can. Or carbon fiber or whatever.
I got string cheese. The roll pins are all toenails I piled down.
Oh shit, that shit fits. Yeah, dude, that looks even matches like the fucking.
That does look pretty sick.
Yeah, that is pretty cool looking for sure.
Yeah.
Considering what it does too, right? I mean, that there's no reason polymer wouldn't work.
No, not at all. So now that I know that it fits, I'll actually twist that little spring around. I was worried that it wouldn't fit. Because I have one of these hybrid uppers where the dust cover does not like to stay closed on it at all. It says, fuck you, I'm not staying closed.
You're just gonna open me when you start shooting anyway. Fuck it.
It was funny. I was talking to my buddy earlier, and I don't know. He was kind of just being a smartass, right? Like he was, I don't know, just saying dumb stuff or whatever. And he said something about the dust cover. And he's like, "Oh yeah, you know that's you need that, and you know the AK doesn't have it. Therefore, the AR is a far superior rifle than the AK, right?"
I'd agree with that.
And I was like, "Well, whatever." But anyway, so. He's like, that must mean that the AK is super unreliable because it might get dust in there. And I said, all right, dude. I go, here, hand me the AK. So I grab it. I'm like, this is what you do if you get a bunch of sand and dust and shit in your AK. And I just like shook it a couple times and said, see all these holes where all these gaps are? Yeah, that's where all the sand falls out. Problem solved.
Dude, it sounds like I would like your buddy.
The AK does have a dust cover.
It does? What's it called?
It's called the dust cover.
Dust cover, yeah.
Oh yeah, but you know what I mean. Whatever.
This is the dust cover test. Then you put them on, you just smack the upper, and if it opens, then it's junk, and like it doesn't work. So Okay.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
Are you smacking that against your head?
It's
Good.
okay,
Seriously,
Moon. It's
that's how
polymer.
I tell. Like, because some dust covers, man, like they're just junky. Like they won't close even on like a mil spec upper. They don't want to stay closed and shit. And this one actually, the good thing about these Strike Industry ones is if you do have a problem and it doesn't want to stay closed, you can adjust it right there. That detent's actually adjustable, so you can adjust the tension on it. So that's the actual good thing about these Strike Industry covers, man. And if you ever want to remove it, you don't gotta fucking like take off your barrel nut and shit to do it.
Man.
Moon has joined us again. Did
Yeah, you heard I was back.
Yeah, it's like morning time.
Oh. Did you take a nap again?
Yeah.
Naps are good. I took like a pretty short nap when I first jumped back on. I was talking and I was out. And then I woke back up, we're talking to me, and I'm like, yeah.
Man, I took a bad one the other day. I started up the early lobby and then ended up kind of dozing off. And like when I woke up, I was so fucking out of it. Like I'm hearing these voices and I'm trying to figure out what's going on. And then I'm like, oh, Hangout. So like I unmute and whatever people are talking about stuff, and I'm like, yeah, because that's the thing. They're like, dude, did you just wake up? I'm like, yeah. I don't really know what's going on right now. I'm a little confused. It took me a while to snap out of, too.
Naps are good.
I would normally agree with you, yes. I didn't take one today. Kind of surprised I'm still up. I think it was all that meth I did.
That's a good possibility. I hear that if you do too much meth, you might stay awake for a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why I'm so still awake. I mean, it's if I'm still like some sugar or something, and I like put up my nose, and then like I got a bunch of energy and stuff. So I think I'm just having on a big sugar rush, you know?
Haven't they made meth like legal in California yet? Like, what the fuck?
No, not yet. Yeah.
Like, but they're going to, right? There's like some proposition bill for it, right? Like,
I wouldn't doubt it. I really
for its
don't doubt it
medicinal
at all.
purposes. Like, I can't clean my house unless I have my meth.
Is California voting on weed this time for recreation?
I don't know. I don't fuck around with weed.
I swear, like, it was actually in it was like a business journal. What's that called? I don't know, some online thing. I always read it about different like stocks and shit. But it was talking about there's like 5 or 6 states that marijuana is going to be up on the ballot.
I wouldn't doubt California because when they did the whole medical marijuana thing, marijuana was their #1 cash crop, literally.
Right. And, you know, I have a problem with the medical stuff because, okay, it might help people, and that's cool. Like, you get prescribed or whatever, it helps you. Cool. I honestly think for people that, like, have diseases, making some type of, like, medicine that's just derived from, like, that same chemical is a lot more efficient and is better for actual healing. And just about everybody knows, like, the only reason you would get a card is just because you want to do it recreationally. So you just find the doctor that will just sign off on something, and then like that's what everyone does. So
when they legalized it in Colorado for recreation, right?
Medical, they're like, it's like so good for you and stuff. It's like, no, not really. You just want to do it to have fun, which I don't care if you want to, but just be honest about that. Don't pretend like you're some freaking like you're curing.
Everyone in Colorado still goes and gets their like medical card license because not only is it cheaper when they have their medical card license, they get like the medical grade shit. So which is supposed to be better. So like people are, even though they can get it recreationally and be all legal, they're still all going to the doctor and saying, I have chronic headaches and I have a sore back, and getting their fucking medical card.
At first, they were like, "Yeah, weed's legal. Weed's legal. Yeah, let's go buy that. Let's go get our Siga weed from 7-Eleven." And then, you know, they're like, "This shit's bunk, man. This is dry pack weed. This is dry pack dirt weed. Fuck this shit. We need to get the medical stuff." I wouldn't doubt that.
That's what my uncle said when he came down and visited me, and he's from Denver, and he straight up told me that, like, you know, like he has a medical card, you know, but he's in his 60s now and is fucking retired, you know, and he actually does have a bad back, you know, from like working for 40 years, but you know, like, you know, but he told me like, yeah, I got my medical card because like I get like better stuff and it's cheaper, like, you know, so okay. He said that they screw you on the prices, that there's a black market for marijuana still in Colorado because it's like so expensive at all the dispensaries. It's like so expensive, and that on the black market you can buy it for half the cost still. So like they're saying, like he was telling me that it didn't like kill the black market. Like everyone thought like there wouldn't be a black market for marijuana anymore. Like he says it's even worse now than what it was before.
It's because they shouldn't tax it. They should just legalize it.
Nah, they should still tax it. They should sell it cheaper than what the dealers sell it.
Well, yeah.
Or at least if they're going to charge those prices, make sure it's like a higher grade. And if you're retired,
because there wouldn't be those stores if that was the fucking case. So what the fuck are you guys talking about?
I'm just saying, make the weed cheaper.
Breakdancing.
Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah, but didn't also a bunch of dispensaries shut down too at around the same time they all opened up because there was a flux in the market or some shit?
I know out here, everybody and their brother was opening up a dispensary, and then, like, the city said, "Oh, fuck that." They went around and they closed down. A lot of them were running illegally anyway. But
Well,
freaking...
didn't the ATF raid a bunch of places still there heavy in California?
Illegal federal? Not have anything to do with it. It wouldn't be the ATF. It would be the fucking DEA. And we're fucking playing fucking anti-gun here. This is fucked up.
No, actually,
I'm not playing anti-gun.
We're playing a bunch of people in one basket. We're doing the same thing the anti-gunners do. Like, oh, I heard of one bad thing, so let's fucking condemn the whole fucking thing. That's fucked up.
Nobody was
condemning anything. Said condemn it.
We were just talking about shit cheaper. About the prices, yeah.
I said drop the taxes from it.
I'm saying if that was any of that stuff was the case, those places would be out of business. Instead, they're thriving. You suggesting they're thriving just on people that are coming in from out of state? No. I don't pay attention to that stuff, but I haven't heard any of that stuff you guys are talking about with like different grades and all that shit. If anything, they're just maybe don't have enough in some towns or something, and then people still buy it or something. But there's I've never heard of like multiple levels and people getting medical cards because they get some ultimate level and stuff. It's a fucking plan. But is Mickey still in here? That's the thing I first heard is he was saying about the thing. I think the whole point of the whole thing is that you can't extract the essence of whatever the hell is in marijuana. And that's why they had to go with medical.
Actually, they can, G-Libs. It's called wax. It's pretty much pure THC in wax form.
Yeah, it's wax. It's not a pill. I mean, most people would.
No, but if they can extract the THC to make wax, they can extract the THC to make pills too.
They can't, because otherwise they would have made pills and kids would be getting whacked out on THC pills. It's obviously easier to carry around a bunch of pills than it would be to carry around a bunch of
THC pills.
They do have pills, but they work like garbage. They don't work.
If they worked, then they'd fucking capitalize on them and they'd make them for under the runs, whatever the hell the drug manufacturers, Bayer or somebody would be making them. It's not like the opium where they can get the extract of it, they can make it in the lab, and then they can make pills, and there's a ton of people on those pills. You seriously think all the drug companies are like, no, let's keep this plant off the market because we could easily capitalize on the effects of it. don't think that's.
And I've seen studies where they're doing research in like extrapolating something, not the THC part of it, but the other part of the cannabinoids, and they're putting it into pill form to help with the same types of things that people that are pro-medical marijuana say that they help with.
So you're like, let's go ahead and let's not take their word for it. Let's tell the patients what's better for them, and let's make the drug companies a bunch of money. I think that it's not just a ton of people that are recreationally smoking it. I think it's a shit ton of people that are old and sore, and they figure out that by smoking that they can take naps or eat when they've got the cancers or the chemotherapies and all that.
That's actually the point I was getting to when you jumped in. Because once you hit retirement, you should be able to do whatever the hell you want. They should just make it like straight across the board legal for like an old person who's lived their whole life, worked their whole life, and they suddenly want to start doing heroin. They should be able to do so.
And that's the thing. I agree with you 100%, because nobody in their fucking right mind is going to be like, well, fuck this, I'm checking out and doing heroin. And if they want to, what the fuck? Why would we stop them? You can do it now anyway if you really want to. But nobody's going to do it. Nobody's going to choose to do that shit. Nobody chooses to become a fucking child.
Except for the grandpa from Little Miss Sunshine.
Well, none of you guys must have been listening to the chat earlier a few days ago when I said that's my plan. If I make it to like 90, dude, I'm doing everything under the sun and just going out in a blaze of glory. Because I've never done it, so I want to do it at least once in my life.
And you'll do it, and you'll be like, man, I should have been doing this the whole life. You know?
I never fucked a goat before.
I was going to say all the gay stuff and all the extreme.
Well, I already took care of all of that, so.
Okay. I was in college.
Get it all out of the way.
I went to an engineering college. We were like 90% guys, and the 10% girls, there was like 1% of them that was cute. So, you know, you make do. It'd be better for everyone if I just jaywalked here. Because then that car doesn't have to wait for me when he turns left. I hate standing in a fucking empty road. Like, oh, I'm just waiting for the government to tell me when I'm allowed to freely move about the country.
You're no longer a law-abiding gun owner.
Yeah, exactly. You're just like, rules don't apply to me at night. When it's not convenient.
No, I'm following the spirit of the law, not the letter of the law. The spirit of the law is don't walk across the street because it could be dangerous. I've made an intelligent decision that it's not dangerous to cross the street at this time, and it's just an arbitrarily red light. And the guy turning left was happy because I always crossed the street by the time it turned green. Because he was sitting there waiting for the light to arbitrarily turn.
Yeah, whatever.
Some car that comes flying up on the sidewalk and nails me. Like, oh, I figured it was night. No one would be on the sidewalk.
I didn't just want to arbitrarily drive on the street.
Some justice karma. I'll give you that. Oh man, beautiful night out, dude. It's like 55 degrees, nice and like crisp, you know? I love that feeling.
Where are you walking to?
To my house right now.
Oh. Where were you?
He's kind of like Dano. He has like a night job where he walks to the intersections and stuff. But...
Walking dogs late at night.
No, I should be walking that fucking cat. Be like, there, see? Now you've seen the outside. Quit trying to get out there. Little fucker got out twice tonight. And the one time he booked it, like, I didn't even know he came out. And all of a sudden I heard his little bell. And I'm like, holy shit. So he's in my little, like, screened-in porch area. And then I was like, okay, I'll go grab him in a second. I started, like, standing up and getting my stuff. And then he just fucking, like, booked it out the open door. Because I don't have a door on the screened-in porch. So then he was, like, in my backyard hiding underneath bushes and shit. I was like, oh, man.
Is this your buddy's cat still?
Yeah. Couple more weeks, man. You guys won't ever hear about them fucks again.
You guys ever, do you have the Amazon? for the movies.
Yeah.
You ever looked at like the ones for pay? Like the worst assortment of fucking movies. Can't imagine anybody pays for any of these stupid ass movies. They're like cartoon.
Yeah.
There's like one row of like popular action movies that are like I've heard of before. The rest of these are like Adventures in Babysitting the New One and like Lee Blonde and The Wedding Singer.
Yeah. You have to pay for that?
Yeah. You have to pay for regular Ghostbusters.
Fuck that.
See, I could see like new releases or something, like, you know, when it just gets out of theaters and then it hits Amazon, you got to pay a couple bucks for it or something. I can
That's
get
personal.
that.
You get to see it like without having to go to the place and rent it or something. But,
Right.
Like Suicide
I mean,
Squad.
like, if you have cable, they all have like the download thing where you can watch like a new movie and it's like $5 or $6.
Yeah, but cable also has weird like on demand where you can watch old movies for like $2.99 or something.
I thought they were like $15 to watch a movie on cable.
Depends on the movie.
Like Comcast comes with a thing called Stream Picks, and all the movies on there are free. And it's kind of like a Netflix, but for nothing but old movies.
Are they put in there?
Yeah, it's called Stream Picks for Xfinity. When you go on to like the on-demand thing, you go down to Stream Picks, and it's all free for Comcast users. And it's nothing but old movies. It's like Netflix, but for nothing but old movies. Like all the movies on there are from like the 70s and 80s.
I never looked at it.
I figure I'd go in here looking at the paid ones to see, like, give me an idea of something to watch, and then I go look for it on YouTube or something. But, like, garbage time, it couldn't move. Never even heard of half these. Legion, the Divergent series? What the fuck is that?
It's
it's some like teen movie thing.
It's like it's like the Hunger Games kind of.
It's like Twilight Hunger Games.
Maximum Ride. What the fuck?
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, the Divergent, Insurgent, and the other one.
Paul Walker
there's
movie.
3 of them now.
Maximum Ride.
No, it says Ellie Marie Evans and Patrick Johnson.
Okay.
In 2016.
That sounds like something Flippy would watch.
Maximum Ride.
Yeah. Doesn't that seem like a porn name?
There's some bad movies on Netflix lately.
Holy shit. If you want to watch Star Wars, 6 of them for digital, it's $84.
Fuck that.
Dude, fucking all the Star Wars movies are on TV like right now. I just recorded a bunch of them.
I just go to my DVD collection. I just go into my DVD collection and watch them.
$4. You got to be able to buy DVDs.
Ah, we get them at like Walmart. They're like in the $5 bin, or they're on sale for $10. You buy one, you get one for free, whatever.
The only thing that's funny about the Star Wars
Hobbit movie, the new one.
What was it? Oh, The Force Awakens.
I think he's saying the Hobbit movie.
Oh,
no.
Is that the whole movie, or is that 1/3 of a movie?
That's 1/3 of a movie. There are 3 Hobbit movies.
Are they all out already?
Yeah.
Is it worth watching those?
Are you a fan of the Lord of the Rings stuff?
Are they as visually impressive, I imagine?
yes.
Yeah.
I might watch them just because I haven't seen them.
I would say the Hobbit series is better than the Lord of the Rings series, personally.
I would say it isn't, and you're a liar.
I would say it is, and you're fucking wrong.
I had the opportunity to watch all of them because they all came out on HBO, and I just couldn't. I couldn't sit down and watch them.
Like, the first Lord of the Rings movie is terrible until the end. The second one is probably the best one, and then the third, the beginning of it.
There's too many hobbits.
Yeah, they have too many hobbits, and like the third one is okay. Like the beginning of the third one's great, and then when they like finish the movie and then have like another 3 hours of movie, it's kind of at that point like, what the fuck?
No, dude, the best part of Lord of the Rings is when it was summed up by Clerks 2.
Never saw any of the Clerks movies. Used to watch the Clerks cartoon show.
Well, you probably wouldn't get Clerks anyway.
The cartoon show was fucking hilarious.
I've never seen that. What's San Andreas?
It's that movie with Dwayne the Rock Johnson where he's like trying to get his
It's like an earthquake
Kid?
in Los Angeles.
yeah, and like Los Angeles is going into the ocean or whatever, and it's Dwayne the Rock Johnson trying to save his kid.
He ends up saving it by like getting into the main rift and like reaching across and pulling them back together with his strength.
Nah, he has to wrestle the Earth until like the Earth's submitted to the people's elbow.
I was just gonna say that.
After he pinned the Earth vowed to never again cause shit.
Until SummerSlam.
I'm gonna lay the smackdown on your Rudy Poop candy ass, Earth.
At the very end of the movie, the Earth is like, until next time.
And then the Undertaker runs in with the chair and hits the Earth.
All right.
And The Rock.
Nah, then CM Punk shows up off of like the main rafter things and like is like, I got your back, Earth.
Dude,
And that's when the
CM Punk
cage match
wasn't in
starts.
wrestling when The Rock was.
Yeah, he
Get your
was.
fucking, no, he wasn't.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
was.
He was. It was toward the end of The Rock's original career. Then he left, and then The Rock came back, and CM Punk was a bigger star then. But yeah, he was in there. He was like a skinny little nobody back, but like he was like one of those high flyer dudes and shit like that back when there was still like Stone Cold and all that shit.
Did you like that John Carter movie?
No.
It wasn't bad. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. I mean, you're talking about the Sylvester Stallone with Mickey Rourke in it?
No. Some kind of science fiction where you it's like Flash Gordon kind of.
Yeah, it's John Carpenter. He like goes to this weird. He goes to Mars and becomes the hero of Mars.
Yeah, it's almost like Flash Gordon. Like just some normal dude gets time warp to Mars or some shit, and then he's like a king of Mars.
Yeah, I can't remember if it
He
was.
has to fight in like a Coliseum kind of thing, and he beats up like some alien dude.
And he has like the superpower of jumping really high because for some reason gravity on Mars works different than gravity on Earth, only for him.
Right, and he has all the boats like float in the air.
And then there's like hot aliens and like weird bug aliens, and he's like trying to bang the hot alien.
I don't think I've seen the Godzilla really good yet. That's probably out good now.
Wasn't that based off of like some
is
radio
less
show
than
or
gravity on
book?
So
Like
that
back
makes
in the
sense.
day?
He'd be able to jump.
Well, Mars is actually bigger than the Earth, so wouldn't the gravitation or gravity on Mars like actually be heavier than it was on Earth?
No, because what you're forgetting is that Mars is hollow on the inside, where the Martians live. And that doesn't have any mass.
Booyah.
No, what you don't understand is Mars is actually just God's kickball.
What's Chosen? It's got 4 stars.
It sounds familiar. I don't know if I remember what it is though.
Who's in
Yeah,
it?
what I tried to watch last night.
Chosen.
It looks like he's holding a fiery stick. I don't know what it's supposed to be. It must be action. It looks like there's an airplane in it too. Oh, 2012. That's the other one I was thinking of, where it's like an earthquake. The guy gets like, I'm gonna fly underneath every building that's falling over.
Yeah.
See, those two came out at like the exact same time, just about, if I remember correctly.
I thought the 2012 one came out in 2012, and the San Andreas one came out like a couple years back. Of course, I'm probably wrong, but
2012 came out before San Andreas. San Andreas came out like a year ago.
let's see. Yeah,
2012 came out like 2012.
What is Safe House? Denzel Washington and Ryan Reynolds, 2012. I don't think I ever saw that one. It's got 4 out of 5.
I did not see that.
I think I've seen it. I'm trying to remember it, but
Yeah, I vaguely remember that.
it's got Denzel in it, so it's got to be a decent action flick.
I wonder if Denzel plays Denzel in this, like he plays Denzel in everything else he's in.
Well, of course.
How about Contagion from 2011? Matt Damon. Matt Damon is in it.
Matt Damon.
Is that like the?
It doesn't give me like
this movie.
What do you call it? Like a preview. It just tells me the fucking name.
Oh, I tried to watch the Purge election season last night.
Oh, that's bad.
I can't watch that kind of shit.
Yeah, I fell asleep. Like 20 minutes into it.
I Am Number 4. I don't think I've seen that one.
It looks like a kid's movie.
Isn't I Am Number 4 that movie about like superheroes?
It says something because his hands are blue. Blue gas coming off his hands. What's Cloud Atlas? 2012. Tom Hanks, Halle Berry.
Boring. That's what that is.
Oh, yeah, that's that one that Tom Hanks and Halle Berry keep playing the same characters in like different worlds.
In a good way or lame?
Like arts. Okay. No, it's like lame and artsy.
No, it's like lame and artsy.
I didn't see them when they came out. Night and Day.
Oh, that's not bad. That's actually a pretty good movie. It's fun.
That's like the same as the other one, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, except with different people.
Kinda. Yeah, it's except for Mr. and Mrs. Smith, they're both spies, and this one, one dude's a spy. I think it's the right one. Is it the one with fucking Night and Day? Is that the one with fucking Tom Cruise in it?
Night and Day?
Or is that the one with the guy from fucking the 70s?
Tom Cruise is Vanilla Sky.
Tom Cruise.
Oh, it does have Tom Cruise in it?
Yeah, I'm already past
Yeah,
that page.
that one's actually not too bad. That's actually kind of a decent.
Oh, you're talking about the Ashton Kutcher movie.
Did you like the After Tomorrow?
What? Edge of Tomorrow?
No, Day After Tomorrow. It's about snow. Like it was like.
Oh, it's terrible. It's not about
So
snow. It's about
about
global warming, and it's really shitty.
No, I've seen it like 3 times. It's pretty funny. It's like, oh, global warming's happening. I can outrun it though, because I got a truck or something.
Global warming's actually happening right now, and is only going to last like 2 weeks.
Doesn't even take that
Freezes helicopters and the fake wolves come.
Exactly.
And then everything like ends in like 2 weeks.
Global-
and goes back to being like normal.
Oh shit, we tipped the balance, and now global warming is making the whole world cold slowly. But, you're not
But
right.
but instead of slowly, it's like, within like 12 hours.
Oh, Watchmen. I haven't seen that one in a while. I
I hated that.
You don't know what.
I read the original fucking material on it before I watched the movie.
Well, then
But you probably didn't like Dante's.
movie to be the same.
You probably didn't like Dante.
I didn't like that weird 30-minute sex scene with Hallelujah in the background that was just fucking awkward.
Well, yeah, you had to fast forward past all the blue dicks in that movie, right? That was one of them.
There was a lot of blue dicks in that movie, but that wasn't even the fucking point. The other whole bullshit of like they changed specific characters, they
You gotta put
changed the
your
whole
hand up
subplot.
in your face so it covers the blue dick. You can just see their heads.
Like they changed a bunch of shit, and it didn't fit well for me. I didn't like the movie.
The Guardian, Kevin Costner and Ashton Kutcher.
Oh, that's a Coast Guard movie, and fucking. That's not a bad flick.
That's a bad one.
It's not that bad.
Ashton Kutcher's like, oh, the ghost of Kevin Costner must have helped me. At the end, I remember that.
Hitman
The Help
7, is that a real movie? It almost looks like a video game.
It was a video game. Which movie was? Is it the newer one or the older Hitman?
That is 2015. Hitman Agent 47.
I did not see that one, but
that's the one
I
with
would
the
assume it would be
British
great.
Oh, what is this? 47 Ronin. It's got Canoe Reeves.
Oh, that's
That's
terrible.
good.
That movie's
Oh, that's
actually
good.
really bad.
No, it's good.
It's not that bad.
It's pretty bad. I didn't.
It's got some it's got some cool real time.
Of course. Well, again, the original material for that was much better, but it's not great.
What about
I
this?
can't watch
It's called
anything
Nine.
original
It
material.
says 9. It kind of looks like Lord of the Rings or something on the cover.
What? What is it? 9?
Number 9. It's got some like Lord of the Rings. from 2009.
Number 9's great. It's I think that's kind of like a Tim Burton type
It
thing.
kind of looks like a dragon maybe flying and some kind of hobbit creature with a stick. I don't know. What? What's a movie already? Fuck this, pick a movie.
But yeah, the Ronin movie is Keanu Reeves being a samurai.
Well, is he a samurai or is he? I thought he was like just kind of like he learned the stuff, but I don't think he was ever accepted.
No, he was a samurai.
They made
Yeah,
him
he
a
was.
samurai.
Yeah, he was part of the 47
They
Ronin.
reluctantly made him a samurai.
Well, they made him a samurai at the end.
Guilo.
Because like fucking the term Ronin, they were
Samurai
masterless
without a
samurai.
master.
Gunned
Yeah.
samurais.
They were masterless samurais because they didn't have the honor to commit suicide when their master was killed because they failed to protect their master.
No,
But what they did in this movie is they used it as like, hey, our master's killed, so we're Ronin, so we're gonna go back and we're gonna get revenge and shit, and they did.
I thought the Ronin were like all the samurais after the Age of Samurai. I don't
No.
think they're-
Well, maybe. It just
Okay.
means Ronin is literally just a samurai without a master. That's literally all it means.
Hey, who makes a better samurai, Keanu Reeves or Tom Cruise?
Tom Cruise.
That'd be awesome if they fought each other.
Actually, I don't
Tom
know.
Cruise
They're both
was
kind of
a samurai in a movie.
Keanu Reeves and
Not with the samurais, but he stayed being an army general or whatever. Did he become a samurai?
he became a samurai in that movie.
Yeah.
Was the point. He was the last samurai.
I guess Tom
I thought
Cruise
the
is
last
more
samurai was
realistic.
the old guy who taught him to.
No, because the old guy who taught him things died, so Tom Cruise became the last samurai.
I'd still say that movie is all it is Dances with Wolves with Tom Cruise in Japan.
I mean, it's better than Dances with Wolves Smurf edition.
Oh yeah, fucking Avatar. That fucking. Realistically, corporations, they want the ore. They would have just nuked the shit out of the planet, gone in and got the ore. Fucking
It was,
remember
yeah.
Avatar.
They would have been like, yo, we need to study these creatures. Let's send in like a research team to study them. It would have literally just been like, yo, you have this shit we want. You're going to give it to us. We're going to like burn you off the face of this planet.
Dances with
got
Wolves.
kidnapped?
I think he did. I think they followed him up from Mexico and they finally kidnapped him. They were just like biding their time.
What about Jupiter Ascending from 2015?
I did not see that. My brother and my dad did. And they both told me it was terrible.
Tatum in it. And I actually like Jupiter Ascending. I thought it was a pretty good show.
Is it science fiction or what?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, basically imagine like we're just a farm and like Jupiter farms us for our like blood to keep them living forever. And that's like so they come and abduct people and like suck all the blood out of us and like drink it. Then they get to stay young forever. Like all of Earth is owned by Jupiter and it's just like a farm for them.
That sounds pretty good. It only has 3 to 5 though. That doesn't. That's
It's got
sometimes.
Mila Kunis in it, so.
Yeah, my brother, I didn't see the movie. My brother and dad did, and they both told me it was fucking terrible, not worth it. So I was like, all right.
I just stay away from Channing Tatum movies in general.
Like you didn't like the what was it like White House Down or something like that or
I like the Foxcatcher.
I liked Olympus Has Fallen.
is that the one with Channing Tatum?
Yeah. White
Yeah.
House Down was the one with Russell Crowe, or a guy who looks like Russell Crowe.
Yeah, no, you're talking. That's actually the better one in my opinion.
Oh,
And there was London Has Fallen, which was also not bad.
I have not seen that one yet.
Yeah,
I
I
didn't like the ones about the White House, but the comedy one was worse than the other one.
Yeah, the comedy one was Channing Tatum and what's his fucking face?
Jamie Foxx
Yeah, Jamie Foxx.
as the president.
Jamie Foxx plays Obama in Olympus Has Fallen.
I think Jamie Foxx would be a much better president than Obama. Like, don't sell him short. He played like
I've
Ray
listened to
Charles.
some interviews with him, and I think I agree with you 100%. He seems like a pretty cool dude. For the most part.
Like that guy has a lot of range. He played like Ray Charles, and he's done like all sorts of really good flicks.
Did you like Sucker Punch? Did you like
Which one?
What?
Did you like Sucker Punch from 2011 with all the chicks and weird?
That is not a good movie,
that
but I enjoy the fuck out of it.
Yes,
but
I
it
do.
is not a good movie.
You did not like it, or you liked it?
Oh, I loved it, but it's not a good movie.
I'll second that.
Is that the one with the big samurais?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it's mainly the chicks. The little blonde chickie goes around doing stuff in her dreams, and then somehow at the end, I don't know. It makes
Well, it's a dream inside a dream the entire time.
yeah. So she's like in a mental health thing, and she's dreaming the whole time, and then she's having like there's some other chick in it. The other chick is from something else. It's not the chick.
Have you ever seen Pan's Labyrinth?
No.
Is that the one with David Bowie's cock?
No,
No.
if you don't mind.
I'm not interested in those movies usually.
It's cool. I don't know. It's weird, but it's got some history in it, I guess.
Wait,
like
was
World
Pan's
War I
Labyrinth
or
the one
World
with
War II.
Guillermo del Toro?
It's a all Spanish movie. If you don't mind reading subtitles, I guess. But they don't talk a lot, so there's not a lot of
You
subtitles.
remember The Gods Must Be Crazy? That's in this list for some reason.
The Coke bottle.
It was pretty good. Yeah, with the bottle.
Yeah.
Wait, isn't that no? What am I thinking of? The one with all the fucking like advertising things for monsters?
No, this is just like a bottle falls out of an airplane in the middle of Africa, and this dude's like, "Oh, I better return this bottle to them." And he just like runs off on an adventure. There's no words unless it's like somebody goes, "Hey, hey, hey!" when a truck goes flying up a tree or something weird. Or is it in Australia? It might be Australia.
I think it's Africa.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Africa.
Because there's elephants and shit, right?
I don't know. Were they brown or were they black?
That movie's awesome, though. I think there's like 2 or 3 of them. I don't
If they're
know why.
brown, chances are it's Australia. If they're black, there's a good chance it's Africa.
That's how stupid Amazon goes. Van Helsing, Casino Royale, the new one, Gladiator, League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, and The Gods Must Be Crazy. Like, how the fuck do those pile together?
They're almost all the same movie.
Yeah, and then Troy, Fool's Gold.
What did you think of Troy?
Fool's
I didn't
Wait,
know.
which one was Fool's Gold? Who was in that?
Kate Hudson and Matthew McConaughey.
I actually liked that movie. That one wasn't bad.
I think that one he's supposed to be like, he was looking for treasure, right? And
Yeah.
she's hot, and he's around a bathing suit all the time.
Yeah, it's when they're in Jamaica and they're trying to like discover this treasure thing. Well, like some drug lord in Jamaica is like, "Yeah, you're gonna give me the treasure." Yeah, that movie was fine. I enjoyed that.
There's a way better version of the same movie that is with Jessica Alba in it, and it's always the same movie, and that one's better because Jessica Alba's in it.
Well, that's the one with Paul Walker too, right?
It might be. There's a hot chick and then Jessica Alba, and they find a bunch of cocaine in that one, not gold.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It's like in a
hot
crashed
chick-
airplane.
Down there, get a bunch of cocaine or whatever, and she gets them all in trouble. And Jessica Alba basically hangs around in a swimsuit the whole time.
So there's a hot chick
air
and
tank.
then another hot chick.
Yeah. They don't kiss or nothing. It's still pretty good.
He shoots the oxygen tank and explodes the airplane underwater with a spear gun. Is that what happens?
Something like that. And I'm pretty sure a shark gets air tank in its mouth. Or something. There was a shark, I think.
Yeah. Kate Hudson or Jessica Alba?
Jessica Alba, anytime. Anytime.
Yeah, definitely Jessica Alba.
But what if you just had last night Jessica Alba and now you have Kate Hudson?
Jessica Alba again.
Kate Hudson,
Jessica Alba again.
Kate Hudson is what's her face's daughter, right? Goldie Hawn's daughter.
Yeah. She's hotter than Goldie Hawn, though.
I think so too. Did you see Parker? That's where the guy Jennifer Lopez, a real estate agent, he's in that spy man or something.
That Jason Statham movie?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've seen that.
They're like, she's like a real estate broker in like Miami or someplace.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I think I've
not
seen
bad.
all the Jason Statham movies.
I've even seen Mechanic Resurrection.
The new Mechanic is, the real Mechanic is on Amazon now. I just watched it again today. It was awesome. And then they got Paul in here, that like comedy about an alien.
Yeah, it's not that funny.
Yeah, but what the hell is it doing in with like action and shit? I guess what the fuck, because they're driving around. It's an action movie.
I guess.
Homefront. There's one of his movies. I don't think I've seen that one.
That one's actually pretty cool. He's like, he was like some kind of like DEA agent or something like that, who's like getting away because he busted some major case or whatever, and then ends up stumbling across some kind of drug ring down in like Mississippi or Alabama or something like that, and then like his daughter gets kidnapped and all that shit. It's a good flick.
I was like, oh, I'm just gonna randomly kidnap this girl accidentally or like inadvertently, and then it's like, oh, you picked kidnapping from the wrong guy. Like I just happened to be sleeper agent, like the worst motherfucker on the planet, and I just decided to retire to here. Will you fuck with me?
He was, I think, like I said, I think the storyline has him down there because he's getting away from the bullshit because some bad shit happened or whatever, and then he stumbled into some drug ring, and then. You know, it's like,
you know what?
Big badass podunk dude.
That somehow reminds me of one that isn't in this list, but I never watched, which was about a gun, and it might be, I don't know what the hell is her name. The chick from that prostitute movie with Jean Richard Gere. And
Julia Roberts.
Julia Roberts. So she's in this movie, she's the main actress, and then it's like about a gun. It might be called The Mexican.
Oh yeah, it is. It's her and Brad Pitt.
Okay, is that movie good? I never watched that one.
Yeah, it's entertaining. There's a lot of fucking funny parts in it too. So I mean,
I don't know if I'll find that one on the, but it might be on YouTube. It's not that big a movie or nothing, right? Stop it. Sit down already.
Well, shit, half these movies you're talking about I have on DVD. If you were my neighbor, I'd just walk over and say, yeah, go ahead, dude.
Well, my problem is I don't even have a DVD player anymore. I have a DVD drive or whatever in this laptop, but I don't watch this laptop on my, I don't want to watch a 13-inch screen or whatever. My other one doesn't have a lot.
Well, if you had like a flat screen and you got one of those Chromecast things, you could just... Couldn't you just like fucking...
My TV is an old TV, so
your TV
now, but my monitor is an old TV, and it doesn't have it's got only the shitty old kind of cord. It doesn't have the fancy digital cord or whatever. It's an old shitty TV. So I don't think I could plug a DVD player into it. I
got a Blu-ray player and a fucking flat screen I'm not even using right now. Like I watch everything on the computer. I do everything on my computer, my laptop. I moved the TV out of my room so I can put my gun safe in here.
Priorities. Oh, District 9. I haven't seen that one in a while. I might watch that.
Which one?
District 9, Alien Moon. That's one of my favorite movies.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good flick. It's definitely better than Elysium.
I have to watch it every once in a while because now with all those other fucking movies that are pretty good. I like that one other one that's it's nothing like it, but it's another science fiction movie where the guy, it's some real actor, but he has to keep doing the same day. It's kind of like Groundhog Day except science fiction, where he has like robots.
Oh, that's Tom Cruise. It's Live, Die, and then Live Again or something like that. They renamed it, but I mean, that was the original one.
I like that one a lot. So I get those movies confused because I'll watch one too many times and then I'll forget what the fucking first one was about.
I forget
one-
what it's called. The
Yeah,
thing
I
says Live, Die, Repeat.
Live, Die, Repeat. I think that's actually the title now.
No, it's not.
It was something else, like some slogan or something, right?
Yeah. What the hell?
Well, I haven't seen this one. The Island from 2005 with Scarlett Johansson in it.
That's alright.
She get
That
naked.
movie, that movie was really good.
The Island. Remind me what it's about.
The Edge of Tomorrow is Live, Die,
Oh,
Repeat.
that's the one I was thinking. Yeah. The Island? I don't know. I can't get it. Won't like hover
The Island is the one about where they're growing people. They're growing clones of people. So when those people get old and they need a new kidney, there's already a clone of them that's fully grown, and then they just like cut them open and take their kidney. And then these two clones, which is like Scarlett Johansson and like Ian McGregor, I think, escape from the place and then find out that they're really clones and go through all that shit.
It's funny.
Oh, okay.
The clones are like waiting to get picked to go to the better place, but they're really just getting killed and harvested for their organs.
We should take a lesson from that other movie and just go fucking take over Jupiter and harvest their fucking shit.
Yeah, beat them to the punch.
Yeah. Fucking, and then also have a leg up because we don't have to make a bunch of clones where you can use them.
And we go do that and find out like Jupiter's like totally a peaceful planet. Got all these people living in harmony and shit. We go in there, wipe them out, harvest them, and all that shit. We're like, why are you doing this? 'Cause we saw a movie and you guys did it to us first, fuckers. We're not letting that shit happen.
If you've never seen the movie Moon with Sam Rockwell, then you should watch that.
Is there a way to tell Amazon to tell me what I've already seen? Like, tell me what I've seen before, like what I've watched?
Hey, what? It doesn't have a
Screamers.
history
See
thing.
that? If you've never seen Screamers, that's a movie you should watch.
Your watch list, your video library. Watch list one?
Yeah, I don't know. When you asked if I've seen movies on Amazon.
Like
I would-
Find the Moon.
What'd you say, Dead Horse?
The moon that you're talking about, is that the one where they mine?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good The Screamers, man, that movie was like classic. You guys remember that show? The little screaming fucking robot things on the moon and shit?
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Wow. That movie's a fucking classic.
I like Emily Blunt.
Is that the Easy A chick?
She's forgiven for hating America.
No,
She
she's
like
not.
she became an American citizen, and she was like, I regret renouncing the Queen.
Hey, good. Go to fuck that.
I give her a pass because I like she's hot.
I don't care how hot she is. I'd grudge fuck her, but that's about it.
Just let all you hot ladies into the country.
You want to keep them foreign. That way they're more exotic.
Well, she'll be able to keep her accent.
Tam, if you go into your browsing history on stupid Amazon, it'll not only tell you what movies you watch, but what movies you looked at, and then what items you looked at. Like just fucking items from Amazon. That makes it impossible to figure out what you've already seen.
Yeah, it's pretty stupid. Can you filter it?
Oh, maybe I can.
Yeah, it's like just watched, just viewed.
I'm trying to find the name of this one weird movie I seen. that was oh, here it is. I think Coherence. You seen Coherence? I think that's the one.
Who's in that?
It's got the one guy from a TV show, Roswell. So I don't know what his name is, but it's like just a bunch of actors. You may have seen them before or not, but nobody famous or anything, I don't think. And it's sort of like a trippy. They're like, it goes, 8 friends at a dinner party start experiencing strange and mysterious events on a night a comet is passing close to the Earth. It soon becomes clear that no one and nothing is what they are up here. So they're basically eating dinner, and then the comet comes by and turns the lights out, and then like they're like, "Oh, lights are out in the neighborhood. I'm gonna go down the street to where there's some lights on." And then the one guy's like, "I'm gonna go downstairs and turn on the generator, and then I'm gonna turn the lights on." And then it gets all crazy and kind of complex from there. I feel like those kinds of movies, that one's worth watching. It's on Amazon for nothing. Coherence, it's called. It's from 2014.
Yeah, I'm looking at the cast.
I don't know. I don't even remember any of them have ever been. I think I've seen them, but they're always like the guy standing behind the guy in a big group of people, TV show or something. It's not like they're famous actors or anything.
This Emily Foxler chick looks pretty hot. Right,
Cool.
stop
Who
looking
the fuck is Emily Foxter?
I don't know who that is either.
It's the chick from the movie he's talking about.
What movie?
You mean Emily Baldoloni?
What is it?
Emily Baldoloni or whatever?
Oh, no, I don't think so. Coherence, Emily Foxler. That might have been her name in the movie, because her name's M in the movie. E-M. I don't know.
I'm only looking at Amazon, not like IMDb or anything.
Yeah, I'm on the IMDb.
The movie was really fucking cool in a weird, kind of like sci-fi thriller way. It was Identity.
Was that the one with fucking what's his name? Will
John
Smith?
Cusack. John Cusack was in it, and it's like all these people get stuck at this hotel in the middle of nowhere, kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
That was fucking
great.
I
that was a
know what
fucking
you're
great
talking
movie.
about.
That was a great movie. It's like when I was like, holy shit. That was one of those holy shit movies.
I haven't seen any recent John Cusack movies.
It's not recent. It's came out
There's
years
a
ago.
recent one where he's in like some kind of bunker doing some kind of work in like computers or security or surveillance or something, and then people try to kill him.
Oh yeah. He actually plays the security guy in that one. And there's a chick that does the computer stuff. It's like an NSA bunker or something like that.
Let's make a movie in Europe where it doesn't cost nothing to run around.
What's it cost? What's it called again?
I have no idea. I just know that it's new, newish.
Like in shit. Number Station. That's the name of the movie, Number Station.
Yeah,
it's fucking good. It's a good movie.
I don't think I've seen Identity from 2003. Huh?
Yeah, if you got time, either one of those are great movies.
Fiocchi Black Mamba ammo.
So when you shoot somebody with it, it like flies up to them and then stops and strikes them like a snake and then falls to the ground, and then they die.
I guess. They just look like black talons.
It's probably all they are, just remarketed. Fiocchi probably said, "Hey, Winchester, here's some money. We're gonna do your shit again." Like, oh, okay.
Duty Performance, Fiocchi. I only see 9x21.
9x21 Largo. That was a big round in Spain for a while, anyway.
I watched Original Mechanic. You seen that one? Charles
Yeah.
Bronson.
That's a good movie. I like Charles Bronson movies. Like one of my favorite ones he did was I can never think of the name. It's him, Lee Marvin. Lee Marvin plays like a Canadian Mountie, and it's not Death Race. This is in the title. It's like Death Hunt or something like that. But he plays like a half breed. Charles Bronson plays a half breed in it. Ends up, these dudes were fighting dogs. He takes the dog and saves it. The guy gets all mad about it. And they try to go pick a fight with him, and fucking.
I've seen that movie.
I think it's Death Hunt.
It's that movie with Rucker Hauer and Ice-T,
I don't know.
where like Ice-T is a homeless guy and they take him hunting, but then they tell him he's gotta run and hide or try to get away. So they hunt him. It's got The Rock in it. Not The Rock, but Charles S. Dutton, Rucker Hauer, Ice-T.
That's from a while ago, right? 90s?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 90s. Surviving the Game. That's what it was called. I haven't seen that in a while.
Maybe you're too old to see it.
Yeah, it is Death Hunt. That's the name of that movie. That was a good flick. It's classic too.
Keep holding that up, that horse. Was that an Omni lower?
And upper.
I show that again.
Yeah.
I was IMDBing. Oh, is that your ultra lightweight? Oh, wow, it's not bad, brother.
Crazy.
You can actually like see the firing pin behind the lightweight holster. You can actually see the firing.
Look, even the deflector's skeletonized.
Well, no, I don't got the lower parts kit on it yet. Like the lower, I don't have.
No, I'm saying
I
the
have like the
deflector.
titanium trigger pins, but I need like the lightweight mag catch and button, lightweight safety. I haven't decided really what I'm going to do for the fire control group yet. I'm taking down pins, but the upper's done. I need a muzzle brake. I need the little cap for the forward assist. But I just kind of wanted to get this put together to get these parts out of the way.
I'd get a carbon fiber forward assist, so you don't have to waste all that weight on the
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna get like those little covers, those little plastic covers. That just, little plug.
Just shave it off. You don't need that. Thermal it off.
Where do you got the table set up? This is in the new room, I guess?
Oh, this is I have a temporary office. This is the new living room. My we're remodeling all the offices, so I'm out here.
What's up, Hush?
Hey, what's up?
You sound good.
Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of booming audio in this room, so.
Hope. This time.
We were just talking about old movies. G-Libs is looking for a movie to watch, so.
My vote is for three. I bet you Hosh has seen Greenland.
What?
I think you just said you haven't ever seen a good movie.
Oh.
I think he said, I bet you Hosh has seen Screamers.
Oh yeah, that's a great movie.
You remember that movie, Hosh? Screamers?
Is Screamers the one with the little machines, little robots?
Yeah. Yeah.
And they
I'm telling you, you need to watch. That's a great classic flick.
now so I get the two confused. They're vastly different movies. Is Scanners, which is also really good, and Screamers. Scanners is really good.
Maybe that's the one I'm thinking of. Is Scanners, like the little robots, like they're on the moon and.
No, that's Screamers.
Remember?
That's Screamers.
Okay, that's Screamers. Okay.
Yeah, Scanners is
Yeah,
the
but Scanners. Too, yeah.
Scanners is the one where it's got that dude's head, the GIF where he's constantly his head blowing up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one. They're redoing the movie Westworld. So if you have not seen Westworld, go watch that. That's a great movie too.
For the old one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I thought that was a TV show coming out on HBO.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used a Monty Python and the Holy Grail quote in one of my last videos. So people are talking about Monty Python and the Holy Grail. If you haven't seen that or haven't seen it in a while, go check that out.
I don't know. I think I've seen Monty Python so many times that I don't know if I get anything out of it.
What's that one where it starts out with the executives and the buildings?
That would be Time Bandits.
No.
What? The executives in a building? What do you mean?
Yeah, the Monty Python movie starts out like that. And they're
I don't know.
Buildings turn into pirate ships.
Ooh, I got a good one. Have you seen Glenn Gary, Glenn Ross?
No, I thought that's for...
That is Glenn Gary, Glenn Ross.
That was a girl movie.
No. Glenn Gary, Glenn Ross is not a girl movie at all. Have you ever heard the line "Coffee is for closers"?
No.
You never heard "Coffee is for closers" before?
Nope.
No,
Like,
man.
Something else.
If you say it one more time, I might remember.
Dude, it's honestly one of it's the always be closing. Always be closing. You ever heard that term before either?
Well, that one, yeah.
Are you referring to doing like business deals?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that like always be shuffling?
So it is possibly one of Alec Baldwin's best roles he's ever played is this asshole in this movie, Glenn Gary, Glenn Ross. There are so many heavy fucking hitter actors in this movie, and very few people have seen it. It's really, really good.
Does that take place in Hawaii?
No, but it's about it takes place in like Jersey. Al Pacino's in it. The dude from House of Cards, American Beauty, Alec Baldwin, Richard Mathew. Spacey. Richard Mathew plays an amazing character.
I guess for some reason I thought this was like a Barbra Streisand.
No. It's fucking pithy. Like the dialogue in it is just ridiculous.
It's like Wall Street.
No, they're selling property. They're selling land in some kind of bullshit land development. They're scamming people, kind of.
Yeah. It says it's a welcome, if foul-mouthed, reminder of just what it takes for a lot of folks to make it through the working day. All right, that's a good one. I'll be able to remember that one too, probably.
Dude, write it down. Seriously, it's probably not an evening watch. It's probably like a early afternoon when you still got all those juices flowing, and you can, because there's a lot of dialogue. There's a lot going on. There's not a lot going on. There's a lot of dialogue, and the dialogue what's important, particularly Mathew. Not Mathew.
I'd like to be in good hands.
1992.
Alec Baldwin?
No, Alec Baldwin's good, but you no question on that one.
Kevin Spacey?
No, it's the old guy, the older guy.
Robert Baffa?
Ed Harris.
No, but he's good too. Ed Harris is really good in it. But seriously, there's a ton of people. That's just
Jack Lemmon.
Jack Lemmon. Yes, that's it. You got it. Jack Lemmon. This camera's good. The quality of this camera looks really good in this lighting. This is 1080p right now, I think.
My cat chewed
Balling, dude.
cable.
No, it was like a $60 webcam. Picked it up on Amazon.
Which webcam? Logitech or something?
Yeah, the Logitech.
I got a Logitech. It's pretty good.
Hold on.
Mine's only $720 though. I bought it a while back.
I'll find it and I'll link you to it.
Mine might be 10. No, it's $720. It says so. It says so.
Hate it when it rats you out like that.
Yep.
Let's see. Link is in the C920. $60, man.
Does anyone else have Windows 10 and had to do some kind of like emergency master like update thing? Like it was a mandatory thing today?
No. Punch it.
Nope.
The fonts. Just kick it.
Like my computer won't even work. It won't even do anything unless I did this update.
You did say the word master, though, which reminds me of another great movie, Master and Commander.
Oh yeah, that's actually a really good flick.
Don't point your USB at us.
You got pointed at, son.
When I think of like master in the word movie, I think of like Beastmaster.
Beastmaster is okay, but Master and Commander
what
is
was it, like Photo and
amazing.
Photo? Was that their name?
I wanted to attack ferrets when I was a kid.
Attack ferrets. That's right. He had 2 ferrets. He had a hawk and a tiger? A fucking tiger?
Or a puma or something.
I think it's a tiger.
Wasn't the ferret's name Photo and Proto?
I think they spray painted a tiger black.
It was definitely Kodo was one of the names. Was it a pan?
Proto.
Oh, was it
He had a snake or a lizard or some shit too, didn't he?
just something to be extra useless in a battle?
No, he had something in the bag, and I thought he had another bag. He had the
ferrets.
Yeah, that's it. He had a reptile bag and an amphibian bag. It's where he had his salamander and his skink and his snake. Very, very useful in the battlefield.
No, a snake would be good because they could go underneath of a door or something. That's what didn't he? Maybe I'm thinking of the bird, but I thought he had a snake that would go into places and look at stuff.
Yeah, you can see through the hawk's eyes.
Yeah, he
Like,
basically birded his way through that whole fucking movie. That bird was like that was the whole thing, man.
Like the original crow.
It's the original drone.
Yeah, exactly.
OG drone crow. Crow drone.
But it was a hawk, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the crow was basically the same thing.
Oh, the movie The Crow. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, did he have one crow or did he have any crow?
He had one crow. Like, and if that crow died, then he died. Or he
never-
lost his powers.
He
Oh,
also,
did he-
if
did he
he
lose
put a
his
blank
powers?
one up against his head, he died also.
Yeah, he lost his powers.
That's just the story so that he could join his dad and fight crimes and do operator stuff.
Yeah.
The Green Lantern.
Yeah, after a while he was like, okay, you've gotten to a level where you can join me fighting crime and stuff, so let's check you out in the public eye. Good one, it's done.
I pulled out my I got my radio set up on the coffee table, did a little inverted V antenna in the backyard, talking to a guy in Monterrey, Mexico with my digital stuff.
So what's the deal there? You just you're just sending packets?
It's not packet, it's actually like a modulated tone. It's called PSK, frequency shift keying. So it's like it's a little subtle modulations that is different character data. And so you use your laptop and you type it out, you type out text, and then your laptop converts that into the tones, and your laptop tells the radio to transmit and sends out the tones.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure my friend had a Kenwood with that built into it. Is that not possible?
That's packet. That's packet radio. Packet radio is for VHF, UHF. Digital modes are HF. It's a little different.
Okay, so we're HF.
Very similar concept.
Okay, but HF can go farther?
Much farther. Much farther. Well, I mean, yeah, the last guy, so I talked to somebody in New York today, or yesterday. No, it was today. Monterrey, Mexico, and Texas.
How do you do that? You just send out like a code that's like, hello, here's I am, and then they find it? Or they hear it?
What happens is you bring up the application, and it shows you this like horizontal bar, and it's like data that's just streaming, and you'll see these little red lines, and you'll hear the tones, whatever, and you click on it, and it'll decode that section. And so most of the software is pretty smart. If I click on the call sign, it'll start populating like a conversation. And so I can reply to him directly. I can go, okay, call sign, DE, Delta, Echo, then my call sign. And basically that he sees that and starts a conversation with me. And then we exchange information, exchange signal report, that whole thing.
It's not like Echo, whatever the fuck that was?
It is not Echolink.
Echolink, okay.
No, it is
no
one
voice.
to one.
Okay, and then, but it's interceptable, so it's like CB.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, totally. Everybody sees everybody else talking, and they let.
So you can see everything, but you can tell your computer to like just look for the one that says Gary first, and not just want to talk to him.
You could, but most people aren't doing that specifically. Like you would kind of like if you wanted to talk to somebody like that, you would kind of pre-organize it.
Okay, so it's not conversations as much as like
you can. Yeah, there's no reason why you can't. Most people, though, when they do it, they're trying to get the furthest away. They're trying to get they're trying to go as far as they can. So it's called DX.
Chat room. It's like a giant chat room, and everybody's like height, sex, weight, except your like location and location.
It's not as fast and furious as a chat room, but that is a similar.
So what does it cost?
I'm a 13-year-old girl. Send pics.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the threshold to get into this?
So you need a radio that can do it. You obviously need your antenna. You need some kind of like sound card device that can go from USB to analog, which I'm using just a really cheap USB dongle to do it. Nothing. And then like a laptop. And I'm actually using my old Dell Mini 9 Mini-Book, Ultrabook thing. That I'll grab it. I'll be right back. Hold on.
I also use a Mini 9. My radio with a tiny little laptop. Awesome. The reason I find this interesting, it's sort of like the ham radio modems that they came up with here in Tucson, I guess. And then Obama sells the internet to the UN, or like Hillary sells the internet to the UN. This will be how we have to text each other.
Going into other frequencies, we can actually do Wi-Fi over ham radio. So we can point antennas at each other, very big antenna. Well, not big antennas, but we can push pretty fast data back and forth to each other and do pretty quickly. So we could have like a repository of data. So if you ever heard that term, if the internet goes down, we'll never know how to purify water or any of that like special, recipes, anarchist cookbook type recipes. Well, there's no reason why we can't create our own internet and use ham radio to do it. Anyway, so my radio is in this bag, and this is my laptop. This is a 511 tactical bag. So this is the radio.
Now that is the radio, or that's the interface to a radio?
This is the entire radio.
Oh, okay. And that's what you went out and bought, one of them?
Yeah, I bought this a year or so ago. It operates on 10 watts of power, so not a lot of power, but at the same time, digital format doesn't really care about power. It's more important that you have a good antenna. So anyway, the USB port is right there. That goes into the computer. What the USB
challenge coins do?
What's that?
What he's asking about challenge coins.
Oh, I get a challenge coin right here.
I'm just like, what's the fucking point of them? Like, I don't understand.
Were you ever enlisted?
No.
Well, there you
I'm
go.
like curious. Like, what the fuck?
They were
like cops use them, don't they? Other people.
I have two of them, but
I have a bunch of them from all the aerospace programs that I've been on that are military programs, but I was never in the
You can
military.
do the same way, right?
No, nobody uses them for shit. We just put them up on a shelf and say like, oh yeah, I was on that program. But we don't use them the way the military like used to use them, where people would slam them on the table, and the person that didn't have one had to pay for a round of drinks. We never played it that way. We did have a new hire try and play it up with us on a happy hour. It was pretty funny. Okay, so this is what goes into the laptop, and I also feed it with this line in, line out from the laptop. And then, what's that?
What is that, power, or that's literally using sound card on the laptop?
This is the sound card that I use. It's just a dongle. So it goes from USB to mic and speaker. And so what this does is...
And that's not unique to nothing. That's just a plain old USB to mic and speaker dongle.
Yeah, exactly. So I just plug it in the side of the laptop. So the USB cable goes into the USB on the radio, and then the audio jacks go into the audio of the radio. And what that does is it allows me to use the software on here. I can just type in what frequencies I want to go to, and it will control the radio. It will tell the radio what frequencies I want it to be on. Why that's important is when I'm operating on here, all I need to do is click on the name of the person, click on the call sign, click on their location, whatever, and it automatically populates what's called a log record. And then I can just send out these macros. I have these auto can macros. I just hit keys, and it sends out responses to common questions that people will ask based off of the information they gave me and based off of information in my station or whatever.
So you can type whatever you want, but you can also,
yeah.
So you can be like, yeah, like I'm in California, my call sign is this.
Yeah, exactly. Since most conversations are totally just in the realm of, hey, I'm in New York, where are you? Oh, I'm in California. Okay, well, your signal strength is blah blah blah. Thank you for the contact, and that's it. Like that's usually the entire thing. It's just we talked on 20 meter frequency at this time. Signal report is blah blah blah, and then that's it. Conversation over.
I'm gonna start doing that in real life. I talked to a person at this location. I said hi, and then I ran away.
On the other side of the football field, can you hear me? Thank you.
And your antenna is the megaphone that you used, right? That's your antenna. That's how you boost your signal. No, so I mean, if you think about it, like we're totally
kind of like how I date girls.
Right.
Hi. Okay, bye.
We're under our own power, right? We have no infrastructure. We don't talk to the cell phone tower. We don't talk to the internet. We're talking one-to-one. So the fact that I'm going from here to Monterrey, Mexico, and at the same time I'm talking to a guy in New York, like that's pretty fucking cool. And it's all digital, so you can't like.
So how far away, or what's the difference between this and Packet? Because Packet you can send pictures and shit now.
You can do the same thing on HF2. It's called slow scan television. It's the same deal. Packet is kind of more like a modem. So speak of the devil, this radio, this is a VHF UHF radio. I can plug this radio into my computer, and it uses the in-bed GPS to interface with its physical location, and then can do packet radio for positioning and messaging and email and all kinds of other bullshit. But this is VHF UHF, right? This is it's just a different system. Packet's just a little bit different. Packet is kind of more like how a modem used to work. Remember your modems?
That's what they are, right?
Right, they're basically modems. But they're over-the-air modems.
Right, but then that would be able to plug that into your computer modem, plug your computer in as a modem, and now we're just texting or emailing or whatever we want via that slow-ass modem.
Exactly, yes. And
that's why I think it would be nice for when they kill the internet or when Hillary sells the internet to the UN, then we can just go to that, and then we're all just solar powering our gizmos up and back to this.
And that's when we start doing the Wi-Fi ham thing. Because the Wi-Fi ham thing's cool because for hams, we don't care about long hauling. We don't care about the distance between two sites is not a big deal. We just need elevation or power, and we just point it at people and they get the Wi-Fi.
So when the internet goes down, you're gonna like be the new Google. So I can just buy one of them cheap ass radios and then like just type something in, be like, hey, who was that dude in that movie? And then you'd go look it up, and then you could tell me the answer.
You like
Yeah,
pay
he'd
me?
whip out Yoldian Encyclopedia.
John Wick.
I've got a hard copy of IMDb, and I go and search through it, and then I respond with my answer. Please deposit 1 Bitcoin for that transaction.
I need to order tickets for John Wick 2.
Hey, what's up
Yeah,
there,
so
Hawk?
understand, this radio is $550. This radio is $550, so they're not cheap. Right? These are like more expensive than guns a lot of times.
Yeah.
Not illegal yet.
What's that?
Not as illegal yet, though.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, you're not supposed to transmit on ham radio without having a license. So, yeah. You can receive all you want, but you can't transmit. Oh, and then I got another radio today. I'll go grab that one. I'll be right back.
See,
It looks like it's been show and tell day.
see, just sounds like the
I think I
government's just
saw a
trying to
movie
push the
about
gay
Fox
agenda.
called Radio.
Okay, so
They only
yeah,
want
right.
people receiving it. They don't want people giving it.
So this is the radio I got today.
Okay, because it looked like you made a post where you said I went out and look at it or whatever. So what's the
Yeah.
difference?
So this is internally powered. There's rechargeable batteries inside of it. It's CW only. It only does Morse code, but it is tiny. It is really small. So if you compare that to the other radio that I had out, this radio doesn't have its own power.
So what's the point of having a Morse code one? You do Morse code all the time now?
I'm practicing. I've been practicing. I've got this little thing.
So it's like a perfect example. Remember Independence Day?
Oh
Where
yeah.
They had the everything?
How would you verify? Like you don't like.
Yeah, exactly. How are you going to verify you're talking to the right person?
Yeah. This is who's calling? America's calling. That's who's calling. Motherfucker.
Ring, ring, it's freedom, motherfucker. Pick up the phone.
Freedom's ringing, bitch.
System for memorizing Morse code? Are you using the system, or are you just trying to just bulk memorize it, or whatever that's called?
No, I'm using something called the Farnsworth. I was actually in a class, and I was about to graduate from the first level of the class, but then we had Edison, so that kind of sidetracked things a little bit. I'll send you the link. It's free to use. Anybody can use it, and dude, it's really a good. If you have any interest in learning Morse code, this is the way to do it. It is the Morse code trainer, and it uses something called the Farnsworth method to train you how to use Morse code. Very cool.
I just have these little dog tags that have Morse code laser etched in them.
You don't want that though, okay? So let me. I will
Send me a letter once every 5 minutes, and we'll figure this out.
Exactly. So the problem, and I like those dog tags. I know G-Wibs did those dog tags, and I bought a bunch of them, and I sent them out to people and all that. They're very cool. I like it. I like the concept of it, so that people know, that kind of stuff. But Morse code is a language. If the only way you know Morse code is by counting the dits and dahs and then converting it in your brain into letters, you will never be able to quickly transmit. You'll never be able to go more than 5 words a minute, I think. 5 words a minute? Yeah, 5 words a minute. Whereas Farnsworth teaches you...
So you're learning the pattern of like and the and stuff. So you're now thinking like da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, as opposed
Yeah, T is just one letter. H is... It's just... You don't know the letters by what the translation is. You just hear it and you know that's an A. That's it. That's all you know.
I guess what I'm saying is, are you? Does he say to listen to Morse code as it's coming through as words or as trying to spell everything?
You just hear an A. You hear A. Like that's it. You don't hear. You don't go. Oh, da. That's an A. You just hear A.
No, I'm saying, are you like listening to Morse code like THISIS HOWYOURELIST. You know, are you listening to it like that so that you're spelling everything as you're listening, or are you getting used to listening to like west is whatever sound and east is whatever sound, and this guy's going to be asking me about what time of day is it, and I know what that sounds like?
No, you don't remember the patterns of words. You don't do that. You remember strictly the patterns of letters. And so if you go to that website, if you go under the section for copying, you'll see that it starts with 5 representation of the letter T, which is the da, the dash. And then if you go to next, it's E, and then it's A, and then it's N. But if you keep going, then they'll start throwing words at you or numbers. Like 10 is the first word, which 10 is, right? Oh, no. 10 is, N is, yeah, that's it. Right, that's 10.
So in your mind, though, you're going T-E-N, T-E-N.
I'm just going T. I'm just thinking T-E-N. Ton.
So what about because when I was going to do the things, I had to do both sides, so that's why I split them up so they'd be bigger or whatever. But the thing that I usually write, like the inside, I used to always write Morse code on the inside of the tackle box or like on a first aid kit. You just write it with permanent marker in there so that you've always got it somewhere with you. I started writing it as that tree where you start with, I don't know how it's written out now, but
it splits, yeah.
Yeah, where if the letter starts with dashes, you're going down this tree, and if it starts with a dot, you're going down this tree, and then if it's 2 dashes. So do you use a pattern like that?
No, and most people will tell you not to do that now. The way they learn with the Farnsworth method and the Koch method is that they don't want anything like that being involved in you learning how Morse code works. So they would equate Morse code more like being a musical instrument than like a mathematical flowchart, right? So you don't want to listen for the dip and then go, okay, we're on the E side. If it stops, we're good, right? Oh no, he gave me 2. So what's that? Oh, that's S, right? Or O, I think it's S, right? So stuff like that. You don't want to play that game. You just want to hear the character and go, oh, that's.
So they're all about like just play the letter O to you and get used to that being O. Play the letter N to you.
That's it. Yep. That's N. This is A. Right? It's just learn it like you would learn a language. It's purely a language.
And there's just 26 of them, and you never hardly use Z or whatever. So you.
Well, you do. The problem with Z is if you use it a lot in ham radio call signs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So mine is my call sign ends in Z.
Did you do your own custom call sign?
No. It's just that's the one they gave me. It ends in Z.
Oh, I get my own.
Hey Flippy, you see the side chat? I put a link for challenge coins in there for you.
Oh, okay.
Did you ever use them, Heavy?
No.
Yeah, but we never used them either.
I got a guy, a buddy of mine who's in the Air Force. He's in like this corps of, they go around and they're like construction. They make sure that construction is following a particular, whatever the local site ordinances are, or government ordinances. And they have a battalion. They have like a platoon of people that do this. And he gave me his challenge coin, and it's a bottle opener. There's a slot in the middle for opening bottles. I'm like, this is the best challenge coin I've ever received.
Again, I've always thought the challenge coin is an interesting thing, like for collecting purposes, but I don't know, like I've never needed one. You know, it's like, very rarely did I have to worry about challenges. And
yeah, nobody ever carried them, but I don't remember them being like a thing that you traded either. But yeah, it seems like a new thing. But maybe I just
guys here, guys at a couple different ranges here will straight up ask you like, you got a challenge coin, and they make bets back and forth, like shooting bets, and long range shooting bets like at 1,000 yards or 400 yards or whatnot, and they bet those challenge coins all the time at the range.
No,
like
see,
they'll buy them.
to dead or something, I wouldn't trade my fucking coin for nothing.
No, it's not ones that they win in the service. These are like ones that they buy, all sorts of, there's like,
Just like
even
a-
gun manufacturers, challenge points, like Big Tower, shit like that.
I'm thinking of getting a whole bunch of them and then using them like pogs.
The most dangerous game of Pogs ever.
Yeah, exactly.
When you brought up challenge coins, I thought of Range 15. I was just like, oh shit, that's funny. Yeah.
What was the deal with them plugs? That was like,
It was a game. You would you take these paper. They're milk caps. Once upon a time, right? You used to have milk caps, and those milk caps were like little paper wafers. And so you take all these paper wafers and stack them up like this big, and then everybody would have a slammer, and slammers were either made of plastic or metal, and they were thick as shit. And you'd slam it on top of the pile, and any of the pogs that went from being face down to face up, you got to keep. It was like marbles, modern day marbles.
oh, okay. What was the thing? There was
Some crazy plan here. You could get.
I found it.
Where you would take like checkers, and they would be laying on the ground, and then you could like kind of pinch down on the edge of one of them with another one, and then it would make the one go flying. That was a game, wasn't it?
Tiddlywinks.
Is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah. This is the challenge coin that dude gave me.
That's the bottle opener. Ain't even round.
They just have a ton of them, and they call them their challenge coin.
That's
It is their unit. It's the Rising Six.
It's the Air Force, so.
Yeah, they do a lot of drinking on the job.
Also, if you use it, it's also a wrench for like adjusting that lumbar support on your chair.
All right, I'm gonna head outside for a second here. Where's my? Oh, somebody's got the Morse code going.
No, it's just my truck.
See, you're just hearing Morse code everywhere now.
Get out of my head.
Yeah, what was that? Was that a bee? What was that?
Get
What
out of
the
my
fuck did
head.
your truck just call me?
Get out of my head.
So is there like a dark side of Morse code where like you go to like the shady part and people are Morse code sexing each other?
Is that like? Did you ever see what was that Stephen Hawking thing where he's like, oh. What cartoon was that from? I don't remember.
That was Family Guy.
Yeah, so that kind of shit. Yeah. Sure, why not? Apparently, there's like Morse code from like something to do with 9/11. Like when 9/11 happened, there was some like the emergency operators.
That you imagine in a building like that when you're underneath a shit ton of wreckage and you don't know Morse code? You got to be like every moment thinking, why the fuck is it?
Or you do know Morse code and you're banging on these pipes and everybody's like, holy shit, we got to find an 80-year-old to be able to understand what the fuck he's saying.
No, but seriously, I bet you there's a high percentage of people that go to those that know Morse code. They're going to be hams and mergers.
Yeah. The response is, I'm under the building.
Don't you think they would have little robots by now that would be listening for Morse code in buildings, in wreckage?
Sure, and my radio, this radio or one of my radios and the software, this software will decode Morse code. If it picks up Morse code, it'll just decode it.
Exactly. Like you can just have a little robot listen, and it'll just be like on the screen, like I'm underneath the fucking swimming pool or whatever.
Get all these fucking rocks off me.
See, all I would know would be like SOS, because at least it's like, all right, someone needs help somehow. Like it might not be exactly accurate, but it works.
No, that's all it would take.
Help! I'm stuck under a fat chick.
They should make something the other way though. Like,
Oh, hey, what's up, guy?
oh,
Hey, guy. What's up, dude?
Hey, really?
Or they should make a thing with your phone and it turns it into Morse.
No, what I was gonna say was, remember the old little walkie-talkies that you got when you were a kid? That they actually had the Morse code like little what was I gonna say, the sticker
stick-
thing on there?
Yeah.
Would actually give you.
Fuck yeah.
Don't use that.
There's a little button for like the pulse.
Yeah, you're like.
Yeah, we used to fuck around with those things all the time. try to like say bad words in Morse code and stuff.
Yeah, I remember as a kid, I had one of those like little walkie-talkie sets where I had like the 2 walkie-talkies and like the command center thing. Thing was like the coolest thing of playing Army. Yeah, it was like this big fucking box with like the little cable with the clicky button thing with like the speaker in it or the microphone. So you'd like pull it off of the box and you'd have to like switch the box on. You had to like push down the little button and be like, "Yo, peoples, where are you at?" And like we'd always like put that in some dude's backpack when we were playing like Army or something.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they're great for working like 3 to 4 feet away from each other. You're
Yeah.
like, can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you, but not through the radio.
We're pinned down. What?
Like, I can see that. We're in the same spot.
Look 5 feet to your left. Oh, hi.
We lost Hosh. Where the fuck, man? Oh, there he is.
We're taking the fire from acorns.
Oh, dude, we totally have some mean acorn fights.
Just like you just whip acorns and fucking pine cones back and forth with each other while playing Army.
Anybody else here have Foxtail Wars?
What the fuck is that?
Where you light them on fire?
No, you take foxtails, you put them in your BB gun, you shoot at them each other.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, sometimes you forget there's a BB in there.
What's a foxtail?
Wing them at each other, and if they were all funky, we'd light them on fire and wing them at each other.
What's a foxtail?
It's like
the
a weed.
tail of a fox.
No, it's like a weed. They call it a foxtail because it's bushy, and it's got like
fucking corn dog. Looks like corn dog.
It's a plant that looks like Florida?
It looks like corn dogs on a stick.
Oh, I've seen those things before.
Yeah.
I thought those are pussy willows.
Yeah, those are pussy willows. Out here, foxtails. They're like they're segmented like weeds. They almost look like a crappy version of wheat or something like that. But you pull them out from the stem, and they got these little tips on them that are like fairly sharp.
Is Hosh in the truck? Is that what he's doing? Are you messing with your radio or something?
Oh, what you're calling a foxtail looks kind of like wheat or something. So
No, I'm getting something out of my car.
You're saying just take one of those little things and use it like a dart?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you take them and you load them into your BB gun and you shoot your friends with it.
Oh no, that'd be fucking cool as shit. We didn't have anything like that.
Yeah, except for like when that odd BB is still in there. Yeah.
Oh, fucking time. It was just what a coach.
So we also,
Done anything with those? Any of those MREs yet?
what was that?
I was going to ask Hosh, has he done anything with the MREs yet?
You had to mute your shit. You're loud as fuck right now, Hosh.
No, yeah, I took one of them on that soda hike, but I was so drained I couldn't do any filming. I was dying, man.
Yeah, way to hike up a mountain and then not even like get your radio going, jerk.
I got it going.
You know what?
Couldn't catch anybody.
You could always do. There's some places off a highway too. You can roll up there. There's actually a fire tower. I put an Instagram picture of or video up it or something. But there's a fire tower right there, and if you get up there, that's like a really high altitude, and you can walk pretty much there. It's like you can drive 99.9%, but the last quarter mile you got to walk. And that would be awesome setup right there for you. You could go set your radio up and everything.
Yeah, the problem is it has to be on. There's like a system. It's like a game. There's this website that tells you what the points value is for all the different mountains in your area, and that's what everybody just goes out there to find the mountains and get the points.
So you virtually went for like the Pikachu of mountain tips, and then like everybody heard you up there, and they're just like, "I'm not answering. I don't want to give him the points."
Well, yeah, because there's people on the ground, and then there's people that are like that are actually climbing the mountain, and so if you don't respond to some people, they can't get the points.
Have you ever gone up to a fire lookout and hung out with people that are manning the fire lookouts?
Actually,
yeah.
Well, I was going to say that's exactly what I was yesterday. Or wait, what day is today? Saturday? It was
Yeah.
Thursday. Yeah, that's where I was Thursday. I walked up there. Actually, I haven't posted the video because where if you see in the Instagram where I showed the watchtower, I walked up there, and I have video of it of being up there, but it was foggy because it was the day before. So that day actually, it was nice and clear out, but the day before it was all rainy and foggy.
I didn't see any pictures of the tower though.
Any what?
I didn't see the pictures of the tower though. I guess.
If you look at the Instagram video that I posted. I zoom down and I look at my tent, and I'm up on a boulder. I look at where my tent is, and then I look at the mountain and I say, okay, there's the fire watchtower right there, right in the middle of the screen. And I zoom in on it. Like I said, I haven't posted the actual footage of when I was there. I just posted the video of when I was like on the other side looking up.
There's a fire watchtower that's like, out in the middle of the woods where me and my dad go snowshoeing every year. And we want to walk out there one of these days. It's a bit of a trek though, like from where you stop, and then like there's a bunch of like cross country ski trails and snowshoe trails. And we tried going there one year, and we got going, and it started snowing. And we kind of lost the trail because the snowshoe trail isn't really that defined anyways. Like, you kind of just have to look for the little, like, triangles or diamonds or whatever everywhere. And we got, like, kind of, like, off the trail and went around the side of this hill. And then we, like, picked up the trail again. So we're like, oh, crap. Like, we must have missed... Like, the place actually pretty good. It's got waypoints, like all these different intersections with a little map, and it's all numbered. And like, oh, we must have like missed number 7 because we kind of went around this little hill and not up the other side. So we thought we were like way far ahead. And then we finally see this point. What's that?
Were you on a different trail?
No, we were on the same trail, but like I said, we did get off it for a while, and it's like, well, we at least knew, okay, if we like turn left and head south for like half a mile to 3/4 of a mile, we'll hit a road. Like, that road runs that whole length. So no matter where we end up, if we end up getting lost, and it was getting late, dude, because it takes a long time to walk in snowshoes. Like, it's not easy. And anyway, so we see the marker up at the top of this hill. We're like, oh, there's number 17. We just got to get to that, and then like go up around like another mile. We'll be at the fire trail. And we get up to it, and it's marker number 7. The one that we thought we were already way past. And we're like, oh, fuck, we're only like halfway there. All right, fuck this. We're not going all the way out there. Because at this point, it was already about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's like, sun's about to start going down. We already lost the trail once. So we ended up just like cutting it over and just went like a couple miles back down the cross-country ski trail, which was nice because they actually groom that so you don't sink as far down into the snow. It's a little more packed in.
So you're actually out doing like real wood shit. Me, I'm totally cheating. Like that whole physical labor thing, negative. It's like I'm riding up to wherever I gotta go, and then I'll walk maybe a 1/4 mile, but that's it.
Well, that's the beauty of a motorcycle, though.
Well,
I would say that's the beauty of the snowshoeing. I enjoy doing that. I need to get in better shape anyways. My cardio does still suck. But I've been doing these little mile walks up, to and from 7-Eleven here just about every day. So that's been helping.
Okay.
Of course, I go there and get, a Faygo and some chips and shit. So it's not like I'm getting anything healthy. I just go up there when I want snacks.
Yeah, but that doesn't affect your cardio, right?
Faygo.
Fucking best drink ever. But anyways.
Oh, then I'm assuming you're mispronouncing it. It's called Big Red. Is the correct pronunciation then?
Oh.
Faygo Red Bop's pretty good. I'll give you that. But I'm drinking blue. That's what it says on the side of the thing. It's like Faygo blue. That's what flavor it is.
I've been hooked on the Mountain Dew, whatever that blue one is.
Baja Blast.
Yeah, dude, that's the one I've been hooked on.
Ew, the Baja
You gotta go to
Blast.
Taco Bell to get that shit.
Couple months. No.
Yeah, no, you're
it's a
talking
different
about
one.
the voltage.
Mountain Dew mixed with blue power, and you can make it yourself.
Wait, so Faygo is like the official drink of ICP, right? Insane Clown Posse.
It is the drink that they have chosen to associate with, yes.
Does that make you a juggalo?
No, it makes me a person from Detroit. Because Faygo was around a lot longer than ICP was.
I like the root beer. The root beer is good.
You packing cigarettes?
Nope.
Okay, I'm sitting here listening to you going like, I'm like, what the hell is he doing?
I'm spanking it.
Okay.
Notice his camera did turn off, so, you know.
I think you just made Nightcrawler blush there, Hush.
I doubt that.
A Fanta. I want a Fanta, not a Fresca. Not a
I like Squirt though. Squirt is the shit. I like Squirt the most, I think.
Mellow Yellow is good.
Yeah. Not to the Mellow Yellow, by the way. I was just delayed reaction on Squirt.
Oh, you didn't like Mellow Yellow?
Nah, I like Squirt. I have the best beer like ever. It's called the Patsy.
What kind of beer is it?
A coconut rye stout.
Nice.
Mother of God. If you can find it, it's from a place called Valley Forge or Barley Forge in California. If you can get it where you're at, oh dude, get it. It's a dude and he's got two halves of coconuts and he's banging them together. I swear to God, it's called the Patsy. It's awesome.
Well, an African swallow may be, but not a European swallow. That's my
point. Yep.
Yeah, but then again, African swallows are non-migrational.
Supposing two swallows would carry it together. No, then they gotta have it on a line. Oh, simple. They use a strand of tree bark. And what? Hold it under the dorsal guidance feathers.
Monty Python.
I used to know that whole movie, every part, every line of that movie. That's how much I watched that movie.
I don't know if I knew every part of every line of every part, but I had a majority of it for the longest time.
I guess I don't know the part of like, you know, the castle, all the chicks and shit. I don't know about that, but
I was always distracted.
you wouldn't bother to carve, you just say it. Well, that's what it says.
Maybe he was dictating.
Maybe he was dictating. I love it. Yep.
Yeah, I got the entire box set of Flying Circus.
Oh, wow.
It's like 18 DVDs or something like that, or 20.
That was an awesome show.
The Brits, man, the Brits and their television system, like they latch on hard and like one series will just last forever. But then some of the best shows, they'll cancel that shit like fast.
Did you
like good stuff?
Guide to the
like,
Galaxy?
like Blackadder?
Like IT Crowd?
Oh, I wanted to answer G-Webs. What did you say about Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
There was a TV show, Hitchhiker's Guide, back in the olden days.
Yeah, fucking great. So the
never
order of
watched it.
greatness for Hitchhikers is radio show, book, TV show, recent movie.
You think the radio show is better than the book?
Yeah.
Really?
Have you read all the books or just the one?
No, I've read them all.
You still say that? I don't know how to listen to the radio show again.
I have not consumed any part of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. 0 parts. Like I haven't seen the movie, I haven't read the books, I haven't seen
What?
the show.
Just out of
Nothing.
belligerence or spite or what?
No, just
Group something?
neither. Never really. Just I've had too much stuff to fill my time.
Okay, when I met you, I knew there was something kind of wrong with you. I just chalked it up to that you were Californian, but now I know what it was.
Oh, yeah.
It's that you have no hitchhiker in you.
I mean,
Yeah,
that movie was.
I've never watched that. I've
terrible,
never.
so it's
I've never. I don't have any. I've never done anything with Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy either. It's like, I mean,
Same comment to you then, Heavy.
Yeah, I was lied to. I was told it was good, so I watched the fucking movie, and it was
No, the
terrible.
movie's the worst adaptation of it.
So I'm like,
It's
this is all
its own
garbage.
thing.
I have no interest in the book or any of the rest of the stuff.
The new Red Dawn of it. It's not anything to do with it. It's just a fucking movie that they wanted to make a bunch of fucking science fiction looking stuff happen. It has nothing to do with anything. It's bullshit.
You know what pissed me off about the
Red Dawn
movie?
was actually good though.
They condensed an entire book into a stupid ass song the dolphins sing, and then the whole restaurant at the end of the universe, they were like, oh no, it's on the different side of the universe. Like, they completely missed the joke that it's not the end of the universe space-wise, it's the end of the universe time-wise. They completely fucking missed the whole point. So those are two books you throw right out the fucking window. Fuck that movie.
You've never even had anybody suggest, Hosh, that you should check out the books? Like, when we're the only people that have been surprised when you've proclaimed such a crazy-ass notion?
No, I've had people that love it and talk about it, and you know, they make the joke 42 all the time. I just never. You know what it is?
I don't know anything about that. Let's just get that out there.
I thought the number 42 was like the answer to all questions. Isn't that from the? Okay. So that is the one part that I understand about Hitchhiker's Guide is 42. Now, other than that, I don't even know what it's about. I don't know, like, you know what it is? I'll tell you what it is. I was never really crazy as a younger person about science fiction. I was more interested in science fact. Like, I was reading about space crews and how space works. And I wasn't being a dick. I don't have any problem with science fiction. I just never really got into it.
You didn't like Isaac Asimov or Bradbury?
I like Bradbury. I like Heinlein the most. Starship Troopers is one of my favorite books of all time.
Okay, so that's
yeah,
good.
I don't know. I just
So the way
I don't
that,
know.
the way that he gets into it is
I don't have a good reason other than I have more than enough